Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembe TV and be part of our political discussion tonight. Even as we reflect on the events of the Madaraka Day, it looks clearly that the president took charge of every item, snubbing some protocol. What informed this? Why all this? We need to get down to the same and be able to dissect it properly, hence be able to understand, is it politics at play, is it legacy at play, or what is in the mind of the president about his conducting of Madaraka Day and unusually. This has never happened before. Kimani Gunjiri is up in arms, calling for all manner of explanations from the president's behavior. I don't know what you feel about the same. Welcome and apologies for starting late. Had a very long day, and I believe that we'll be able to do something before I, be able to keep us going. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure the camera as well as the audio, and you will be here for us to get talking. I'm glad that you are all in. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in fast and furious. Karibuni sana, nashukuru. Salome Mbone, hi everyone, thank you so much. Edka Handsome Wanyahururu, karibu kwa show. Stephen Olo, asante sana. Akengo Omwangu, asante sana, on board from Nairobi, inawezekana. Bishop Sila, lastborn, karibu sana, watching from Doha, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Cindy Williams, thank you so much. Keep Krui, Vincent KB, thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? Wilson Baya, asante sana. Caleb Nyamburi, you're welcome. Belinda Ogweno, asante sana. Maguga Milengo, we are glad. Kenya is very happy. Thank you so much. Patele Sabok Manyi, asante sana. Kuna Junior Simbla, asante sana. Karibu kila mmoja. Nashukuru kwa wale ambao mnajiunga nasi, na tafadhali ukitupata naomba ukaribisha wawili watatu ili mmoja asisalie nyuma, kwa wote ambao wangependa kujifunza na kulingana na kipindi chetu na maswala tutakayozungumzia siku ya leo. Karibu kila mmoja, tumia hiyo link, ingia kwa studio, tuanze kuongea mapana na marefu kama vile nchi yetu inakwenda na siasa zetu zinakwenda vipi, na wajibu upi ambao ni wetu sisi sote. Wajibu upi ni wa viongozi, na kiongozi nani anayefaa kutuongoza kutoka hapa kufika kule mbele. Asante Margaret, asante Walker, asante Saila, David Nambangi, thank you so much. Of course, Bashir Muhsin, asante sana. Bright Wahisi, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu mwingine? Evanson Wafula, Kali Ashiono, Vincent Kiplangat, asante sana. MC Daranira, asante sana. Kuna Nyangara Chris, Jeremy, Joel Samuel, Anthony Opo Ojodo, alafu Alice Anyango Otieno. Link ndio hiyo naweka tena. Wala ambao wangependa kujiunga na studio, tafadhali una click kwa hiyo link, unaruhusu hiyo app tunatumia inaitwa StreamYard itengeneze kamera yako na itengeneze audio yako, ili ukiingia utaingia moja kwa moja na utaweza kuwasiliana na Wakenya kama vile ni sheria inavyohitajika. Okay, thank you. Aha. All right. Aha. Romians, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard.
Happy Madaraka Day.
Happy Madaraka Day to you.
Thank you. So, hebu tupatie mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Okay, kwanza wacha ni salimu wale ambao wako live saizi, Mama Selina pale pamoja na Gakaya namuona pale. Bernard, wacha niseme leo imekuwa ni siku mzuri sana, na kama kuna siku ambayo wisdom imewaionekana, those people were criticizing what happened. For me, they don't understand what is wisdom. You know, wanasema wakati mjinga anaerevuka, mwerevu huwa mashakani, na mara nyingi pwagu hupata pwaguzi. So whatever happened today, for me, I want to congratulate the president for thinking like three King Solomon, because at times, okay, it reaches a time that when things goes in a zigzag, you have to make sure that you use any force to make sure they follow the correct direction. President was very wise because this was the last the last public holiday and the last important occasion that he was addressing the nation. And Bernard, you can imagine how it could be spoiled. And you understand, deputy president always took it, always he always used very little opportunity to brag around. And for sure, Bernard, today I was actually afraid, and I don't know, the way God talks is a very different way. I was afraid because I was expecting the deputy president to speak. And believe me, if we could have been given the opportunity to talk, I think up to this moment, Uhuru, our beloved president, could be crying. But I want to thank those who advised Uhuru to ensure that he is not in that protocol to talk to the nation. And Bernard, when the president began to talk, I think you saw what happened. There was some group of people who started walking away. For me, that is not an issue because those were just hired goon who had been instructed to come and interrupt maybe the president's speech. But to their surprise, it never worked. So that that was a very great thing for president. For Madaraka Day, we all understand is about what Kenya went through, and we got ourselves in that internal rule. So it could not be a good occasion for anybody to come and start intimidating another person. As usual, we understand that deputy president is that guy who is not grateful, ana shukurani hata siku moja. Kwa hivyo ingekuwa ni aibu sana kama rais angeaibishwa mbele ya mgeni wake wa heshima. Na unajua deputy president ana soni hata siku moja. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi nataka niambie watu ambao wana criticize president waache mchezo, kwa sababu president alikuwa na hekima ya hali ya juu sana, ambaye ni hekima ambaye haikuwa fikiriwa na si wote walikuwa wanajua hayo. And deputy president achunge sana. I want to say something that people maybe they think that it is not critical. When I was yesterday following Karanja Kibichu while he was in Citizen TV at night, and I followed everything that he talked. You know, Bernard, when somebody say that they have that intelligence that a certain candidate is leading, we should not take that for granted. It is already stricken who is going to be the president of this republic, and people should not expect any miracle to happen. The president is already there. So these people should just bear with the situation. Let them wait for the next time. Their time is coming. And the other day I say, iko siku yao inakuja, wangoje siku yao ifike. Ukisikia watu kama Matiang'i, Karanja Kibichu and Joe Mucheru talking openly without fear or favor, I want to tell you, the next president, our fifth president, is known. It is not even a secret. Now let these people just play a game. Let them take us through the competition, because in a competition at least we need a rival. So without them, this competition will just be null and void. So we are just let them accompany us until we reach tufike kwa kamba, alafu tuachane nao. Lakini cha ukweli ni kwamba president tunajua ni nani. Sitaki kusema hapa kwa sababu wale ambao wanaona wameona, na huwezi pata watu kama kina Joe Mcheru wakiongea na wakina Karanja Kibichi wakiongea openly wakisema hivyo. Kwa hivyo wacha mimi niachie hapo kwanza kidogo, lakini nashukuru president. Kwa mara ya kwanza, wacha niseme rais wetu ana hekima. Rais, Mungu akubariki sana. Ulifanya kitu cha ajabu, kitu kizuri ambacho kilikuachia heshima. Wacha wala kupiga kelele vile ulisema waendelee kupiga kelele. Wewe Mungu anajua, kwa sababu pia Mungu hapendi vitu ambavyo havina mpango. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay. Wewe anaitwa Romians. Asante sana kwa utadisi wako, tunashukuru. Naamini kila mmoja amekupata kwa njia safi na kila Mkenya unamakinika. Lazima kuangalia story. There is a story my bishop shares called The Danger of One Story. That is one side of the story. So let's hear it from all angles and be able to make a proper judgment and move forward. Naomba tumsikilize Milan, siku nyingi, umeenda wapi?
Niko nashukuru. Sisi tunafanya tu huko tu grassroots tu huko sehemu za Tharaka Nithi na tuko sawa.
So nyinyi mnatutengezea zile kura nyingi. Asante sana, endeleeni.
Zetu zitakuja na meli. Nashukuru. So first, I think I want to applaud the president for the wisdom. We saw what happened in the burial of the late president, retired Emilio Mwai Kibaki. These opportunist people took advantage of a very solemn and sad moment to score cheap political goals. And I am almost afraid that was the script that these opportunist people of the Kenya Kwanza team wanted to do the same. Looking at the way a few people walked out of the venue, and I saw Moses Kuria's post and saying that this is how they wanted to close the school. In my schooling period, and I think this is still very common, there's this phrase of nataka kufunga na wewe. So I have a feeling that there was a funga na wewe moment that the Kenya Kwanza wanted to funga with the president. They wanted to score cheap political goals and basically make the president look bad on his last public function. And this was supposed to discredit, demean, and basically give the impression that the president had no say, had no contribution, and had failed terribly. And this is what they're planning to do by bringing in people to cheer the deputy president and boo or critique or make the president's speech sound lukewarm, or make the president look weak in terms of his speech. But I think this was thwarted by the intelligence or the people who are planning this event, and they knew this was there. If you look at Moses Kuria's post, you'll basically see the script. If you see Tumbi's posts, you'll basically see the script. Tumbi cried yesterday that he was wondering why the public function had been moved from, I think, Kiambu and taken to Nairobi. And his view was that it was moved to Nairobi for mobilization to be done with the with the Azimio team, so that they can basically also cheer the Right Honorable Prime Minister. So my point exactly is that the wisdom of the president to deny opportunity for both the deputy president and the Right Honorable former Prime Minister to make a speech, or any other person to make a speech in that particular event, I think neutralized any either way of the teams, and therefore made the function devoid of political connotations, and therefore reduced the focus on the people who are eyeing or angling to become the next commander-in-chief, and therefore just leaving the space and the limelight on the current commander-in-chief for him to articulate his scorecard on the people and bid the people farewell, and also remove the notion that the second term he has not performed, and basically bring out the facts and statistics about his performance. I think there was wisdom in that, and therefore the president got his day. And I think there's nobody to blame for this, because in his judgment, it was his day for him to bid us farewell and in a public function and basically tell us his scorecard and basically give the state of the nation address, but give us this address in a public function. So I think this is something that for me, I observed. Something else that I wish to be able to highlight is that look at the body language of the First Lady. You'll see that when she was coming through the dais, in as much as he acknowledged the Deputy President by nodding, but did not extend the hand to be able to greet, but proceeded to greet the president, visiting president of Sierra Leone, and took her seat graciously. I think that this script was well laid out, and I think there's something that they knew, and that's why he was not invited in the cabinet meeting that was there in the morning. The First Lady's reaction, and also the president's not acknowledging his vice president in his speech. And also when the president left, immediately he finished his speech, he left quickly. He did not wait for the deputy president to bid him farewell. You'd see that he at least got some moment to bid the former prime minister farewell among other dignitaries and left. The deputy president was lost in thought where he was standing, among other things. But he should take heart. This is something that happens when you're on opposite side of the divide. We took our tear gas graciously. He should take his jabs graciously. And I think this is his time to also his side is fried. Either way, he should just choose which side is like a chapati. He just needs to choose which side is fried first. So you need to say fry first, the front, the back would come in a moment. So it's fried either way. You should just choose which side fries first. So something else that I want to be able to say is that I was very happy with the body language between Madam Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka. I just hope that the announcement that he's going to announce has got something to do with the cordial relationship that they had on the dais. And I think the choice of Uhuru Gardens was fantastic for several reasons. For starters, the president's name is Uhuru, and the gardens is Uhuru. And therefore, for him, his choice of venue where he's going to bid us farewell is named after his is something symbolic. So for me, either way, whichever Uhuru you want to talk about, whether it's Uhuru the president or Uhuru the self-rule, for me, it doesn't matter. I think the president was right to be able to choose a venue that is named after him, and he's also named after self-rule. So all of them are aligned stars, and therefore, for me, it's a good thing that that happened. He has left us a magnificent monument. If you saw that building, it is worth you catching your eye. It's worth visiting that place. It has given the gardens more value. Instead of the shamba that was there that had got no meaning, today we have a museum there. It can store heritage, documentation of struggle, among other things, that this would be able to be also an important legacy, that he did value addition to those gardens. And the gardens now depicts the story, the stature, the history, the heritage of the country, and adding value to that particular place. So I think it was a good choice of venue where he's bidding us farewell, and that contributes positively to the development of this particular country. Today, I think I'll let it there. We'll be able to discuss much later. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Milan, wewe ni wajabu sana. Unasema you received tear gas graciously. I don't know how you receive it graciously, but let it
You,
be
you, you,
given to you.
you see, we did complain. We told them that the taxpayers' money was spent on it, and therefore it has to find work. And we therefore spent it instead of expiring in the store. So I think we did a good job at that time.
Okay. Sawa sawa, asante sana. Naomba tusonge mbele mbio mbio tafadhali, tuokoe muda, tusiweke watu sana. Silas Oyo, mbio mbio tafadhali, dakika 2, dakika 3, tusonge mbio. Mike, your mic has an issue. Mike, your mic has an issue. I don't know what is the matter. Fix it, please. I can't mute it from this end. That means configuration iko na issue. Silas, endelea.
Hello.
Yes.
Wanipata?
Vizuri tena sana.
Huyo jamaa amezungumza, nikumbusha wale wa jamaa wa Kisumu waliokuwa wanasema kwamba tear gas maandamano si maandamano. Hata hivyo, wacha niseme kwamba nami pia nimpongeze rais. Nadhani rais wetu anasoma Biblia. Ukisoma Biblia utapata kwamba kuna yule mfalme alijulikana kama Solomon, anajulikana kwa busara sana, na hata Mungu alipomuuliza nikupe nini, yeye aliomba busara. Kwa hivyo kwa leo, kwa siku hii ya leo, rais wetu ameweza kuwa Solomon. Hata hivyo, wacha niweze kusema kwamba the Kwanza Group huwa wanapata agenda kutokana na yale ambayo president wetu, rais wetu wanafanya, ama kulingana na yale ambayo Azimio wanasema, ama kulingana na vile Azimio wana campaign. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema kwamba katika siku zijazo mtaona kwamba Kenya Kwanza watakuwa wamepata agenda. Juzi wiki iliyopita uliona Wetangula akisema kwamba the president has abandoned Raila kwa sababu the president alikuwa amenyamaza sana. Sasa kuanzia kesho utasikia wimbo utakuwa umebadilika, labda wataanza tena kusema Uhuru akae kando. Kwa hivyo hawaeleweki. Uhuru akinyamaza wanacheka kwamba amenyamaza, lakini akiongea wanamwambia tulie. Kwa hivyo kuanzia kesho mtakuwa mkisikia tena akianza kusema atulie. Jambo jingine ni kwamba kwa siasa political marriage, ndoa ya kisiasa ni ndoa kama tu za kawaida. Kwa hivyo naibu wetu wa rais inafaa elewe kwamba vile ndoa zingine zinavunjika, kina Murkomen, kina Oscar Sudi wanafaa kuelewa kwamba ndoa huvunjika, na rais alisema yangu 10 yako 10. Rafiki zangu, miaka 10 kwa siasa ni muda mrefu sana. Huwezi ukasema kwamba mtakuwa katika political marriage for 10 years. Kwa hivyo hawa jamaa wanafaa kuelewa kwamba ndoa za kisiasa huvunjika. Kwa hivyo wasiwe na machungu sana. Raila ndoa zake za kisiasa zimevunjika, hata kina Wetangula si walitoroka, lakini Raila unaona ako sober, ako mature. Kwa hivyo what the Kenya Kwanza brigade, what they lack is political maturity, and therefore like my friend said, wacha wakae huko kando kwanza so that they can mature. I believe if they stay in the call for around another 10 years, they'll mature politically. For now, they are still at adolescent politically. Otherwise, my friends, I want to thank you very much for this chance. This is my first time to communicate with you. Thank you very much, Bwana Bernard. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante you. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Unasema wako politically adolescent, and it's understandable. An adolescent behaves like it's called what, an animal on heat. You tie it down, it will break the rope, it will break the fence, it will go away no matter what you do. But when maturity comes in, you begin to choose which battles to fight, where to take which battle, because your mind is settled and you're looking at the interest of those that depend on you. So this country has come of age. We need to scrutinize our leaders and be able to see in whose hands are we safe, the country is safe, and the future is secured. So it's not just who is capable of winning which elections. It's these people want to win elections. Are they capable of carrying everybody along? Are they able to tolerate everybody? Or they are still in the childish games of gathering who to go and cheer who. That to me is very very childish and uncalled for. The DP disappoints a lot in terms of his quest for presidency and his childish misbehavior. There are things you just let go. You just let go. It's a single day. You will do politics from the following day and do for the rest of the year. Nobody will do that. So why should you take an important day and go play your schemes on it, expecting to carry the day? Stealing the show cannot always work every day. Wajinga waliisha Kenya na wewe mwenye deputy president ndio anapenda kutukumbusha wajinga waliisha Kenya. He thinks Uhuru is going to sit down and watch him mess up things just that way. No, sahi watu wameanza kuonwa kwa namba 18. Inaitwa 18. Ile walikuwa wanakuja mpaka kwa penalty section, haifiki this time. Ni kwa huko 18 tu inamalizwa mapema, alafu tunasonga mbele. Asante kila mmoja. Kabla tumsikilize Bwana Wangira, naomba tulete hii sauti kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele. Hii sauti haijaiva. Pole Bwana Wangira, endelea. Video imekataa kutoka.
How are you? How is everybody?
We are good. Go ahead, please.
You know, Bernard, we have to accept that President Uhuru Kenyatta is human. And, you know, just like you and me, Bernard, you know, we all have our egos, Bernard. And, you know, if you start touching on my ego, Bernard, then I become very uncomfortable. There's something in the military circle that is called service pride, Bernard. For example, let us say in the police, if you attacked the character of one particular policeman, Bernard, so every policeman will get offended to it because there's something that they own collectively. And you know, that is what is in Uhuru Kenyatta vis-a-vis William Ruto's relationship here. And we saw it even in the wife, Margaret Kenyatta, who refused to greet William Ruto today. You see, she just bypassed William Ruto and went to greet the visiting president and the visiting first lady. You know, that was that was a message to William Ruto that because you are my enemy, because you are my husband's enemy, then you are also my enemy. Bernard, Uhuru must have decided a long time ago that William Ruto was de facto not a member of his government. De facto means that he was unofficially not a member of his government because of the way William Ruto has always been behaving. We have seen William Ruto who has been on a rampage to oppose everything that Uhuru Kenyatta starts. The latest being the CBC. Last week, just this week, I think, he said that if he becomes president, he's going to abolish CBC, Bernard. So this is a guy who never saw anything good in the second term of President Uhuru Kenyatta. And because President Uhuru Kenyatta today was using this particular event to give out his scorecard on what he has succeeded to do in the last 9 years. So there was no need for him to have made William Ruto, who is an opponent of whatever that he's doing, to even have a minute to speak in that gathering. I've heard people say here that the reason why perhaps William Ruto was denied an opportunity to speak in that gathering is because he was going to enjoy some cheers from his fans, Bernard. Let me ask you, Bernard, in this country, who has the machinery to mobilize? If we talk about mobilizing, who can mobilize more than the other? Do you want to tell me that if the state versus Ruto, they wanted to mobilize, Ruto can mobilize more than the state? You remember our meeting in Kamukunji, the one that Raila addressed 2 weeks ago, the number of people who attended that meeting, and they were mobilized by one man called Raila Odinga. And just look at how they were fired up. You want to tell me that the state cannot mobilize such a number of people if they wanted? So I tend to think that it's not because we and Ruto could have been cheered, even been given an opportunity to speak. But I just feel that because Uhuru Kenyatta has felt that William Ruto has never been part of his second term, then there was no need for him to give him an opportunity to speak. And this came out very clearly even from the morning when President Uhuru Kenyatta was meeting his cabinet to bid them farewell at State House Nairobi. William Ruto was missing. He was not part and parcel to that gathering. That just tells you that Uhuru Kenyatta decided a long time ago that because you have chosen that route, then de facto you are not a member of my government. As much as the jury you are, but de facto you are not a member of my government, Bernard. On the misses, you have talked about hits and misses in today's Madaraka Day. One of the hits in today's Madaraka Day, Bernard, was the display of the military hardware. The last time we had such a display of the military hardware, Bernard, was in 2010, in the year 2010, Bernard, when we were promulgating our 2010 constitution. And, this forced me to go into history to just understand why there was this display of the military hardware. And I went to my archives and I discovered that in 1969, just shortly before we went to our elections in 1969, there was a similar display of military hardware at the Uhuru Park, where the late President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta was attending. And remember, this just came in just after the snap election that had happened in 1966. You remember the snap election of 1966, where the how do we call the Jaramogi Odinga's party? What was the name of Jaramogi Odinga's party that went? Where Jaramogi Odinga's party and KANU, went for a snap election in 1966. So after 1966, we went for a general election in 1969. And shortly before 1969 general election, there was similar display on the same day of Madaraka Day at Uhuru Park. Again, in 1975, when there were issues around President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta's government, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta is documented that he inspected a guard of honor mounted on Moi Avenue, the present Moi Avenue. There was a guard of honor. That guy stood where the present Kenya Cinema is situated, and from there he inspected a guard of honor. So this was a message to William Samoei Ruto that at the end of the day, as much as wewe unamangamanga huko nje, mkinitukana huko nje, at the end of the day, I am the commander in chief, and you can see from the hardware that we are displaying that I'm still the commander in chief until the next president is elected, Bernard. And the other thing that caught my eyes was the President Uhuru Kenyatta's direct endorsement of Martha Karua. And he went through history. He said that the first woman permanent secretary to be appointed in the government of the Republic of Kenya was in 1988, Bernard, when Margaret Githinji became the first permanent secretary. He went ahead and said that the first cabinet minister to be appointed in the Republic of Kenya, Nyima Mwendo, was around 1992. And he went ahead to say how women have continued to take position in governance in this country, and where we are now with Martha Koome as the Chief Justice and many other women who are occupying senior government positions in this country, including him saying that for the last 9 years, the CS for foreign affairs have always been women, Bernard. And he went even as further as saying that I think half of the judiciary especially those members of the magistracy and below members of the magistracy. Half of them are women, Bernard. And he told Kenyans that, we have now a challenge on the 9th of August, Bernard, to now also elect a woman and make her the second most powerful person in the republic in the Republic of Kenya. That caught my eyes. The other thing that caught my eyes was on the issue of borrowing. President Uhuru Kenyatta says that people have been castigating him about the way his government has borrowed. And he said borrowing is not bad. And he gave an example of the countries the Asia Tiger, which, which improved the economy in only a period of 25 years. So he says the issue was not about borrowing, the issue was about corruption. So he said that so long as we are borrowing and we are borrowing to do the right things, then there won't be any problem. But if we borrow and we have people want to poke their finger in the cookie jar, then there will be a problem. And he went and he gave an example of that particular ground from where he was addressing Kenyans. He told us that that ground, which is 63 acres, had been grabbed by somebody, and it took up to his government to go and reclaim that particular ground, Bernard. And that's one of the reasons other people are claiming that that's one of the reasons guys are giving as why William Ruto was not allowed to speak, because he's purported to be the grabber of the Uhuru Gardens. Then President Uhuru Kenyatta went further to say that part of the runway of Wilson Airport, Bernard, had also been grabbed. So he said that so long as there is corruption, there will be a problem. And that's why he was saying that as he hands over to the next government, then the next government must be in a position to tackle the issue of corruption. Because the problem in this country is not how much we borrow, but is about how much is being stolen every day, Bernard. Let me just call it a day at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Okay, asante sana bwana Ongira, hiyo inafaa. Asante sana. Kumbe wewe unakuanga analyst mzuri namna hii. Naomba uendelee namna hiyo, na wewe ndio profesa wetu hapa. Utufunze sisi watoto tujifunze jinsi ya kuanalyze maneno ipasavyo. Tumsikilize rais kidogo tu, alafu pia achukulie hapo. Naomba utegee hapo mic yako iwe imekuwa mute until is your turn to speak. Here we go.
Historic site had become a den of thieves. And in fact, it is on record that part of the 68 acres on which these grounds sit had fallen into the hands of unscrupulous individuals. We have reclaimed it and grabbed the site back and restored its dignity and purity. Yesterday, I had the distinct honor of inaugurating these grounds as a monument and a museum of remembrance and a place of unedited history. And we have done this because a progressive nation does not hide its history. It confronts it and endures to correct it so as to change the future. Each time we celebrate our liberation struggle, tradition demands that we ponder a series of questions. Fundamentally, we must ask how have we built on what was handed down to us? What account can we give of ourselves as the successors of the cause of our liberators? And can we honestly say that we have been faithful stewards worthy of their sacrifice?
Kenya has daring people. How do you go and grab an hey. Rupia, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kupongeza Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kujenga bustani ya Uhuru Gardens, na I'm also planning to visit that place very soon. And secondly, I've heard a lot in the social media over that Ruto was snubbed today. Who snubbed Ruto? Nobody snubbed Ruto. The way the thing was designed, Ruto was not meant to speak. First, I would say that Ruto has in the past misused his good relationship with the president. Remember when we had the mass for our departed president Mwai Kibaki, Ruto actually shamed President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Give me a moment. Dunia iko na mimba on the comment section. Watch your language. Your exchanges with Penny are not healthy. This is Madaraka Day. If we are any Kenyans enough, let's watch our language. This business of calling people names is it's primitive. Please, Ombuya Collins, please let's mind our language. Thank you. Go on, Rupia.
Thank you very much. During that time, I think the deputy president said that Kibaki was the best president Kenya ever had. And remember, the president was in the function, the president was seated. How do you think that the president felt when he said such a thing? And then today, I think it was President Uhuru Kenyatta's day, because it was his last Madaraka day. And this guy has been very, very quiet. The people who have been talking are the politicians who are running for the office. After all, that place, that function was not for campaigns, but you know that what the deputy president is good at is campaigning. And there's nothing important that he would have said there, which is not towards his interest of campaigning to get to the top seat in August. So I don't see, if the president is the head of government and he spoke to the nation and is the one who delegates whoever, I don't know how it's supposed to be done, but I think the president alone is enough to speak to Kenyans. He can give his deputy a chance to speak. But if he did not give him, I don't see that we should blow things out of proportion, that you say the president snapped the deputy, what. Remember, there was also very limited time after the president had the meeting with his ministers at State House. He arrived there at around 11 towards 12, and then there were those how do we call them? And then the president was there with his colleague president. So there was very little time first. Secondly, in the past, the deputy president misused the time that he had been given to address the nation by bringing campaigns. Thirdly, you could see very well that, and it was evident that there was a group of people who were present in that function, and they were maybe hired and ferried to that place for a certain, for a special purpose, which to me, by snubbing politicians and not giving them time to speak, I think that made that function very, very successful. You could see them in Kiambu a few hours later, and responding to what happened there. So you can read whatever these people had planned, it failed. And I think it is the intelligence who worked on this. And it happened, it was properly timed, and our Madaraka Day was successful. Secondly, I think the Kenya Kwanza side, they don't have anything meaningful to this country. They are on record lying, exchanging, insulting the same president that they are looking, they want to respect them. They have been insulting the president. Remember, their captain went to Mombasa some time back and insulted Governor Joho over the port. Right now, he goes back to Mombasa and says that the port that was taken away will bring it back. When he goes to Nakuru, anasema serikali yetu imejenga port hapa Nakuru, na hii port imeajiri watu. So you can see the double speak, the double standards, and everything that is not genuine about the Kenya Kwanza side. They call us Kuzimia, we call them Kenya Kwisha, but that does not mean that this is a matter of life and death. Politics inakuja, tunapiga kura, ikiisha, we shall still go back to our homes, we shall still go back to our work, we will want our country even after August elections. So what we need to do is to actually learn to tolerate each other during this time, and let us do mature politics. Let us embrace each other, because we are brothers as Kenyans. With these few remarks, Nani, I would like to stop there, because I'm still in the show and listening to what my fellow panelists are saying.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Rupia. We appreciate it. It's important that we look at everything critically, and usually there is a teaching I've been taught by John Maxwell. John Maxwell is one of the prominent teachers on leadership. He has written widely on leadership. So there's a teaching he taught on tape many years ago called Second and Satisfied. Being a deputy president or being an assistant to somebody, it's something that is supposed to be self-satisfying. It's not supposed to be a means to an end, that I'm just here holding on the deputy thing because I'm waiting for the presidency. You're supposed to serve as deputy president and be satisfied as deputy president, whether you are harboring ambitions of becoming president or not. But the issue of people taking advantage of situations to push an agenda that is only geared towards benefiting them as individuals, it's uncalled for. As a people, it is important that we begin to look at these leaders critically. Why should you turn an important event like Madaraka Day, Jamhuri Day, into a personal agenda? It shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be a big deal. This is a big day for Kenya. It's not a big day for one political party or one individual. And this is how to teach our children what our history is. If we place value on these special days that are celebrated because of our heroes and our forefathers that went out to fight for this particular freedom. Now, if we turn those days to be trivialize those days to be serving individual egos and individual interest, we mess up the understanding of our history by our children, and that makes it impossible for them to inherit that history and be able to pass it over to their children's children. It is important that we separate our personal issues from national issues and from political issues. That when it is a national day, it's a national day. We are doing national things, and our politics is separated, kept away from all these things. That is what I can say on that. Let's listen to this. Who was here? Clint was here and said we should be referring to him as Deputy President Designate for Kenya Kwanza. Let's listen to him as Nyongesa prepares to come in and give his views. Yeah.
Tariki 9 nyinyi hamlali, sisi tutaamka saa 7. Sisi tulale kidogo kwa sababu tumechoka sana na hii kijana yenu. Sisi tutaamka saa 7. Nyinyi hamlali. Tumekubaliana? Wangapi tumekubaliana watu ya Kericho walali? Na hata wale watakuwa hospitali, muende mchukue, akuje apige kura, mfanye nini? Hata polisi, kwa sababu tumewapanga wale watakuwa cell, wawachilie hawa waende wapige kura
Hey, Mungu simamisha dunia nishuke. Yaani mtu akiwa police cell aachiliwe aende apige kura kwanza ndio arudi cell. That is deputy president designate for Kenya Kwanza. May God help this country. Nyongeza, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Yeah, for me, I just want to comment something that I observed. We used to fear the deputy Ruto that he can be a very bad person when he becomes president. But his choice of Rigathi Gachagua made us now see that even Ruto is better, because this Rigathi man can even eliminate Ruto and become the lifetime president of Kenya. That guy,
chunga lugha yako bwana Jongeza. Nobody's eliminating any other person.
I'm just saying to my view, it's just only my view that this guy he made Ruto look like an angel to us now. I now see Ruto is better off, because this guy, if he becomes, you see, if Martha Karua, we are not saying something can happen, but the two, Martha Karua can be a president. She can manage the country, but regarding Gachagua, I don't think it will be something good for. Even you cannot, it's not presentable. It means that we don't have a country if we have such guys as a president. So I think the choice really made Ruto's numbers go very down, and it has costed him. I don't know if Rigathi Gachagua threatened him so that he can announce him, I don't know, but the choice was not good. So it has really made that team very weak, and it cannot move anywhere. And I come from Western Kenya. My people in Western Kenya, for us, I am from Bungoma. For us, if Baba speaks, that's what we follow. Whatever Mudavadi or Wetangula are speaking is for their own stomachs. We know that one very well. They only work for themselves. So whatever Baba tells us is what we shall do. If he says vote in Mudavadi, we should vote in Mudavadi. If he say vote in me, we will vote him in. So he is the de facto leader of the Mulembe nation. And we are not being tribal here, but for us, we support a leader who can liberate Kenya. We don't support one of our own. If we see Wetangula cannot deliver anything, we will not support him. If we see someone from Mombasa can deliver, we will support him. So in Western Kenya, we are the most democratic people, and we elect people on merit. We don't elect because of hate, because some places I see people elect leaders to punish another leader. For instance, I saw how they elected Waititu over Kabogo. They wanted to punish this guy. So they elected someone who is more 100% corrupt, and he's ended up stealing all the money from Kiambu County. So we need to elect integrity leaders. So I urge my Kenyans, we have a good ticket now. Baba does not need any money to steal. He does not need land, because if he was to steal land, he would have stolen many lands. He has been in government for long. But we don't want to elect people who are hungry to get more wealth. We don't need this kind of people, and who have a track record of corruption. So Kenyans, just go to the ballot, try to choose between the two, who is the better for the future, because for us now, our future is ending. We were born long time ago, and we need to create a better future for the new people who are being born now. If we elect a duo that will bring down the economy, it means we don't care for the future generations. So please go to the ballot and do your thing. Elect with brain. Elect something that will work for the future people. Like the economy will grow, everything, the industries will be revived, corruption will be fought. That's what we need. We don't need a president to give us money. We need a president that will fight for better environment for business, better environment for everyone to do anything. Thank you. That's my submission.
Okay, asante sana bwana Nyongesa, we appreciate it. It's good that we look at these things critically na tuelewe ni kina nani hawa. Kama vile nimesema kila mara, tumehimizwa kwamba tuangalie sera za mtu, sera za kiongozi, tuangalie sera. Mimi nasema kabla tuangalie sera, tuangalie tabia, kwa sababu sera katika mikono ya mtu wenye tabia mbaya, hizo sera zitakuwa mbaya. So ni mtu alafu kazi anayotaka kuifanya. Tukiangalia tu sera za mtu bila kuangalia tabia za mtu, ndio tunapeana uongozi wa nini, uchungaji wa kondoo tunapeana kwa fisi. So fisi akiwa mchungaji wa kondoo, so unajua kondoo zitaanza kupotea moja baada ya nyingine mpaka zizi zima liishi, na tutakuwa tunasema tumeajiri huyu mtu, tunamlipa mshahara, kondoo zinapotea, na sisi ndio tulimpatia hiyo mamlaka. So kama Wakenya tunalo jukumu la kufikiria kwa kina kabla tuende kuchagua, na uchaguzi huu kumbuka ni wa kihistoria. Usiende kupeana kura yako kwa mtu ambaye atakaye kutesa miaka ingine 5. Peana kura yako kwa mtu ambaye atakaye kutetea na atakayefanya mambo ambayo yatasaidia kuboresha maisha yako na maisha ya Wakenya kwa miaka ingine 5. Usipatie kura yako kwa mbunge ambaye masomo yake yanatiliwa mashaka. Okay? Yeye mwenyewe tabia zake hazieleweki. Mwenendo wake uko na maswali mengi. If you make that blunder, you are the one creating a problem at the expense of sounding too preachy. I've told you that one of my bishops says even mad people don't walk into prison. When a mad man is passing near prison, he looks at the gate and says, this gate is not ordinary. So he does not walk into that gate, does not knock the gate. He can go to the market, he goes to this other place. He does not walk into prison. It will be worse of us Kenyans to see that this is a prison. Yes. Then we vote ourselves to get into that prison. It doesn't add up. So let us sober up and give leadership to people that are credible, people that are reliable, people that can be looked upon. Kabla tumlete Mama Selina, naomba tusikilize hii, alafu Mama Selina atachukulia hapo network, ni kama Kip hajafika huko akarekebisha, tutampunish Kip for that. Wakati mtamuona tumkamate.
Affiliation between President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto seemed to be dwindling as the president chose to ignore Ruto during the Madaraka Day celebrations. Well, despite this being a national holiday, Ruto did not feature anywhere in the day's program of events. Our senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi examines the political undertones that played out during the celebrations at Uhuru Gardens.
William Ruto was at the Uhuru Gardens in his capacity as the second in command, having served with President Kenyatta for the last 10 years. He was here to probably welcome his boss and invite him to make his last speech as president and maybe wish him well, just like he did during the national prayer breakfast last week. But this was not to be. In fact, Ruto was not even in the program.
A true and great friend of Kenya, honorable speakers, your ladyship, the Chief Justice on Martha Koome, all national leaders and leaders from across our entire spectrum, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen.
The president paying homage to his Sierra Leone counterpart, Julius Maada Bio, who was the chief guest, and going ahead to enumerate his successes.
Naysayers have said that we should not invest so heavily in infrastructure because people do not eat roads, they do not eat bridges. I have refused their pessimism because I know what a new road means to a farmer who has for decades been unable to get their produce quickly to the market.
Subtle punches were directed at Ruto, with the president accusing him of castigating the same government he serves in, and which he takes credit for the good it has done, and criticized what he believes is not palatable to his campaign messages. The president crediting the handshake for providing a conducive environment for the implementation of government projects.
During our first term, we built slightly over 3,000 kilometers of tarmac road. But the second term, we have completed close to 8,000 kilometers and over 6,600 kilometers of tarmac road are currently ongoing. And all of this, I strongly believe, has happened because of the political stability that we achieved because of the handshake.
From the handshake, which seems to have been the genesis of his fallout with his deputy, the president hinting at his support for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party by low-key endorsing the running mate, Martha Karua.
Going further, in August of this year, if it is the wish of the Kenyan electorate, we have a chance of electing a woman and shattering the glass ceiling by assuming the second highest office in the Republic of Kenya.
Uhuru dedicated about 5 minutes of his speech to extol his government for uplifting women while rooting for their leadership.
I have had the pleasure of working with 11 women in my cabinet at different times and in different capacities. All of them have occupied high-profile portfolios, and in fact, all the cabinet secretaries for foreign affairs for the last 9 years of my term have been women, and we have seen how they have placed our country globally.
While acknowledging the milestones in the digital space, the head of state took issue with his critics for perfecting the art of discrediting him.
This does not factor the massive expansion of the digital space that has seen many hundreds of thousands of Kenyans successfully monetize various digital communication avenues. Ndio unaona wengine wananitukana kila siku. Ni sawa tu, waendelee.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, in acknowledging that this is his last national event, has called on Kenyans to make wise decisions as they move to the ballot in August. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV in Nairobi County.
Aya, mambo ni kama hayo. Mama Selina ametupwa nje tena. Turudi kwa mkoa. Douglas, endelea.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen.
Oh. Douglas, she's here. Let's give her priority. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante Penat. Hii network sijui. Otherwise, happy Madaraka Day, wale wako Kenya, sisi wale tuko huko. Tumeshukuru, tumefurahia Madaraka Day. Bernard, nilishangaa kuona watu wanalalamika. Ukiwa na harusi yako Bernard, na umealika wageni wako, nani anataka ile watu wanakuja haribu? Hii sherehe ilikuwa ni ya His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ya mwisho. Na wacha nikwambie Bernard, Mungu ni mwema, aliongelesha rais. Otherwise, hiyo jamaa angesema tumetengeneza na tukatengeneza, angechukua credit, hakuna vile angekatishwa, angepangia Uhuru vile amefanya kazi, vile handshake iliharibu, angeongea mambo mingi, lakini tukubaliane, hakuna mtu anataka kuharibia mwenzake siku yake. This is the last Madaraka Day. Tutakumbuka kazi yenye Uhuru Kenyatta amefanyia Kenya, na hangetaka mtu ya pili Penat. Unajua kuna watu wanachifanya, niliona Kimani Ngonjiri anaita ICC. Nani amepigana Kenya? Unaita ICC kwa sababu mnataka kufuruka vile watu walitoka kwa kiwanja. That was peanut. Hawa watu ilikuwa wamepanga wakuja washangilie ama kushout wengine, na ndio walipatikana na wakatoka. Sisi nchi yetu ya Kenya tunataka amani. Nimefurahia wanajeshi yetu ya Kenya tukufu. Wenye wanataka kucheza watakuta chamchamakuni. Ile hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta alituambia. Yes, naona mtu alikuwa na mesa mate anafikiria I wish ningekuwa ni mimi ninapigiwa salute na hii watu yote. Utapigiwa salute na wanajeshi ukiwa na heshima. You cannot end breakfast uombe msamaha and then ukifika Mombasa umetusi rice. Ya pili, crying babies. Kiambu si kwenyu, wewe ni baba mkate. Ungekimbia Rift Valley kusema nyumbani nimewachwa. Unaenda Kiambu kuambia nini? Watakuonyesha tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. They will show you you are not a son of the soil. Unakimbia kulia kukimbia Kiambu kwa Uhuru kusema nini? Ati sasa hukupatiwa nafasi. Na Kimani Ngonjiri, wewe ndio utaenda Hague. Unaita ICC. Nani atapigana na nani? Wenye walitoka kwa kiwanja wa Kenya walitulia. So, kama mnatusi Uhuru, kwa nini mnalia leo kama mumenyimwa? Si mnataka kukua president? Si muko na watu? Why are you crying? Bernard, unajua mwanamke yote akiona mwenzake ameolewa na ameingia nyumba, analia huko nje. Sasa wajue nyumba ilienda, imepata mwenyewe. Na shukuru rais ametambua the constituency of Kenya ya kina mama. Ametuambia vile serikali yake imefanya na wamama. Ameanzia wale wamama ya kwanza, wale walipata kiti ya minister, na akarudi akasema penat. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, Kenya yetu itashuhudia kupata mumama deputy president kwa serikali ya Kenya. Kuna usme nyingine inashinda hiyo. So wamama tumepatiwa jukumu na rais, tumeungwa mkono na Wakenya, tutoke sisi wote kwa piga kura mpaka Kenya ama dunia ijue we have women in Kenya. Tunajua wamama, vijana na mabwana zetu na manduku zetu wote tutawatongoza. Tunawapenda, tunawaomba kura yenu, muende mtupatie hiyo kura. Wakati sisi tutasherekea kama kina mama, tunataka kusherekea na vijana yetu, tunataka kusherekea na wazee wetu, tunataka kusherekea na mababa zetu, tunataka kusherekea na manduku zetu. Na hatuwezi sahau, yes, unajua kuna wenye wako na maboyfriends na hata nyinyi tunawaomba nje muendelee kukua vizuri. So otherwise mi nataka nishukuru Penat. Najua nina timing nyingi siku hizi, sipangwangi. Hata kama internet inataka kunipanga, sikubali kupangwa, inapotea na mimi narudi. Otherwise nataka kushukuru Kenya. Niambie sasa, rais, tutakuchunga ukienda retire, huko pamoja nasi. Na kina Ngonjiri wachipange kama wanataka enda ICC, wako Kenya. Si ati wako mbali, wanaona uchinga hiyo mnafanya. So wakati mutashikwa, msilaumu na msipige, msiongee kuhusu Uhuru. Hakuna rais mwingine Penat amefumilia hata kama ni nyumba. Uhuru Muigai amefumilia madharau. Amefanya kazi. Hakuna mtu alichakua deputy president amemwonyesha madharau. Heko mama Margaret Kenyatta. You show them today the true colors of a woman. Huwezi kuja piga bwana yangu na nikuchekee nikuonyeshe meno. So Margaret, thank you so much. Umefumilia kama first lady ya Kenya, lakini leo umeambia watu this is our last time I am with my darling husband. Thank you Margaret. Wewe umesimama kama mama, why lie? Na mwenye alikuwa nashonea bibi yake sijui si angemtengeneza nyumbani. Aibu mara ngapi? Aibu ya kukuja kiwanja kujaribu kufix. Hiyo ni leso ama inaitwa nini? Hiyo ni nini yellow ilikuwa inawekwa penalty sijui. Hiyo ni UTA ama ilikuwa ni kitu gani hiyo? Unakuja kutengeneza mama. Si ungemwambia wa mama ingine wamsaidie. Thank you penalty. Low quality. That is not us. Hiyo si wanaume wakale wanafanya hiyo uchinga. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina. Mama Selina, you kill me one of these days. This is serious. God help us. Haya, Wakenya, Kenya nchi yetu lazima tuilinde na tuitetee, na kwa vyovyote vile tuhakikishe kwamba uongozi wake lazima unasimama imara kwa kutenda yale aliyo haki. Mtu asijaribu kutuletea pressure ati anasema ni lazima awe ama afanyike. Inji ilikuwepo kabla sisi tuje, itakuwepo kama tumeondoka. Cha muhimu ni sisi tuiache katika mikono ambayo ni misafi na mikono ambayo inaweza kuhifadhi ikawe inafaa kwa watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu. Kuna wale ambao wanateta kwa comment section masuala ya hesabu. Sijui vile ilienda jana, inaonekana watu wa hesabu wako kuja. So tafadhali watu wa hesabu mahali popote ulipo, masaa yenu ndio haya yanaanza kukaribia. Njooni tafadhali mkafanyisha watu wa hesabu. Ukisha introduce subject, endeleza kufundisha hiyo subject. Usianze kukwepa masomo. Hata kama hesabu imekushinda. My mathematics teacher in primary school used to sing a song when algebra became issues. So it turns the mathematics class into a music class because hesabu imekata. So it's important. So Mato, Kip, Nanan, Makiadi, and the rest of the team, organize your mathematics class and prepare yourself to come. There are people who are very much interested, especially in the Rift Valley numbers and the ones you promised to deliver. So let's do that. So kabla Douglas akuje tusikilize huyu alafu tusonge mbele. Naomba tuchunge muda. Yeah.
Za Madaraka zitasalia katika daftari ya kumbukumbu la taifa kama sherehe za mwisho za kitaifa kwa serikali ya Jubilee, na pia sherehe zilizotamatika bila naibu rais kuzungumza chochote licha ya kuwepo. Lakini je, itifaki ilipuuzwa au itifaki haikuwa na nafasi? Rashid Abdalla anatujengea taswira ya desturi ya itifaki.
Rais wa Jamhuri. Kama ilivyo itifaki ya ofisi ya rais, naibu rais William Ruto anamlaki mgeni maalum wa sherehe za 59 za Madaraka, ambaye kwa sherehe za leo amekuwa rais wa Sierra Leone Julius Maada Bio. Kama alivyofanya mwaka jana jijini Kisumu alivyompokea Evariste Ndayishimiye na mkewe. Na Rais Uhuru alipokaa jukwaani, Gavana Peter Anyang' Nyong'o akawajibika kama itifaki ilivyomhitaji.
To invite His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, my dear friend William Somei Ruto, whom I used to call Nyaguri Ogambi. Welcome.
Na baada ya naibu rais William Ruto kuhutubia taifa, naye akawa mwepesi wa kutendea haki itifaki.
It is now my very humble duty to request His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, to make his statement and continue the program from there.
Jambo ambalo leo halikufanyika baada ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuingia jukwaani, huku salamu zake za kwanza zikiibua etieti kwa kutomtaja naibu wake katika itifaki ya salamu.
Mada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. Kiwimi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and indeed a true and great friend of Kenya. Honorable Speakers, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice on Martha Koome, all national leaders and leaders from across our entire spectrum, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo.
Na dalili hizi za salamu zilizalisha mvua ya mara moja baada ya Rais Uhuru kutompa nafasi naibu wake kusema lolote katika sherehe za leo na kuvaa jukumu la kumwalika mwenyewe mgeni wake kisha kuendelea na hotuba yake hadi tamati.
Ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii kumkaribisha aweze kuwasalimia Wakenya na kutoa salamu zake na pongezi zake kwa Wakenya wote.
Kwa itifaki iliyomnyima naibu rais William Ruto fursa ya kuhutubia wananchi, ikiwa swala liloibua hisia mseto, ikijulikana fika kwamba hii ilikuwa sherehe ya mwisho ya kitaifa ya serikali ya Jubilee, huku kijitabu hiki cha shughuli ya leo kikisalia kuchambuliwa na wengi kwa matumaini ya kutoa mwafaka kuhusu ya kilichojiri. Naam, ukupazia ya sherehe za kitaifa chini ya serikali ya Jubilee ikifungwa rasmi na kihistoria katika bustani ya Uhuru. Kinachosalia vinywani mwa Wakenya wengi ni msamiati wa neno itifaki. Rashid Abdalla, Citizen TV.
Haya, Bwana Mokoa, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na wasalimu nyote ya mjambo.
Jambo, karibu.
Natumai mmeshinda vyema na mko salama. Mama Selina is being real, is being very harsh on these people. Hey, I didn't know that Kalenjin men don't do that. Oh, I'm learning.
Even Luya men don't do that. Don't try that. Atuoli will kill you.
Hey, okay. Kwa lugha ya mtaani wanasema kamenyuria ama kaende. You know, if there is somebody still thinking and imagining that Ruto will become the president, I'm sorry. You see, there are things we can't imagine of. There are things we can't speak of beyond some limits. I'm not a good preacher, Bernard, but when I see a preacher always saying praise God after every word, then I know that preacher didn't prepare someone well. Bernard, you can confirm that.
It is content problem.
Thank you. Content problem. Now, we started with tunasikiza ground. Tukaenda tuko na Mungu na wananchi. Tukaenda bottom up. Tukateremka tukasema deep state na system hawatuwezi. Tukaenda tukaanza mzee wa kitendawili. Tukaenda tukarudi chini tumeanza kusema hatujaliko kuongea. Now we are lacking something. There is something we don't have. We don't have that content. We were not prepared for this contest. It's showing itself, the desperation that we are having, that in our camp, and what is happening. But truth be told, if I was Uhuru Kenyatta today, I could have done the same thing that I did today. Because a political issue must be addressed politically, and answers must be given politically. I cannot be able to have somebody share the successes that my administration has achieved. Somebody who in the morning says tumejenga, in the evening says serikali imeshindwa. You know, that is not a person we can even trust to even speak in front of people. Whether there was intelligence that he could incite the crowds, we don't care. But Uhuru did the right thing by snubbing the deputy president from addressing the people, because he could have excited emotions and he could have maybe used that as a political campaign platform for his own benefit and for his own gain. But I liked the speech that Uhuru made. You know, I listened to how he was enumerating the successes of the Jubilee government. Like when he said in the first 5 years, they built 3,000 kilometers of tarmac road. But in the second spell, that is 2017 to 2022 now, they have done about 8,000 kilometers and more is ongoing. So you can weigh that pre-handshake, there was little development. Post-handshake, there is more development. So a stable country will lead to stability. And then these people have been in the campaign trail led by Mwana wa Anna, our our Mr. Earthquake from Western. He's been saying, oh, nani huyu Moses Wetangula wamekuwa wakisema tutatoa CBC, tutatoa social protection, tutafanya hivi. So you are saying you've outrightly declared war on your outgoing boss, that I will demolish everything you've achieved. Now, how do you expect the same person to recognize you and to give you space to even address the people? It cannot happen. So these people need, if they really still want to be in the race, if they really still want to deliver the sermon, they should ask for 5 minutes from the congregation to go to the back room where pastors prepare. They go and prepare in that 5 minutes and then come back. Maybe they could salvage 2 or 3 souls to their fall. And that is, it's actually needed. I don't have much to say today, but I'm really happy. But ile kitu watu walikuwa wanasema wanasikiza ground, Bernard, I've been wondering, you know, I've been traversing this ground. Inakuambia ukweli ni kwamba kamenyuria, kameenda, more especially East Central. Today I was with some guys who were literally saying tumesurrender, whoever wins let him win. And then I was like, these are the people some 2 months ago walikuwa wananiambia usipopiga UDA wewe tutakutafuta penye huko. Today wananiambia whoever wins, sisi we are comfortable as long as sisi tutapata haki yetu. So kanaenda. Then you had the other day the gubernatorial aspirant for Nakuru. Yeye alikuwa na campaign anaambia watu mimi nimekuja kuomba yangu ya ugavana, lakini ya president mnaweza pigia Ruto kwa upole. So the bravado, the chest thumping, the mother effect is really tearing it down, and I love this space. And as I said earlier, anybody who is still thinking that Ruto will become the president of Kenya, that person must come for consultation, or I will send the person to you, Mr. Bernard, for prayers so that that person can be changed and become a better person. Thank you. Let me continue listening to Kinyua and the rest.
Asante Bwana Douglas, we appreciate it. Kenya, you hold your horses. It is ladies' world. We must give our ladies priority. Wewe tunajua ni mwenyeji, lazima utaendelea kuvumilia kiasi, lakini uhuru wetu tuko nao na haki zetu tumezihifadhi. Hakuna kule zinaenda. Watu wa 6 months are going to have 60 years to wait for presidents. That's not prophetic, it's just a declaration. Lily, are you there?
Hello, everybody.
Hello to you. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, mine is just to celebrate. Today it was really nice day, and it was kind of, you know, it was a positive because we have been people have been lied to, but I have not been lied to because I knew the truth from the word go. So a lot of people have been lied to about what that Mr. Uhuru have not achieved. He has not done anything, but today everything was counted. He told the world what he was mandated and what he promised. He has delivered, and still to continue. The one thing I was proud to see is our military, our forces. that was beautiful. And I could see in Twitter some people like Murkomen, they were saying that Uhuru has spent more money, he has put more investment in our military, and people still are dying. And these are people they want us to entrust them with our country. If you don't invest in our military, what else are we doing? So they are not the security is not priority. That's one thing. And the other thing is, and you can see all those military wear and all the vehicles, all the gadgets. I think Uhuru has really enforced. He has put back the dignity to our workforces and our military as well. About the borrowing is a common sense, because if you want to achieve something, it's so hard to save for you to to build a house. You have to be a billionaire. So to build a nation, we still need to borrow so we can achieve those what we want to go forward as a country. So they have been accusing him about borrowing. And the other thing is about snubbing of what's his name, like Ruto. I don't know why it's having it shouldn't have a headline, because it's not here nor there, because he has been out of government for a long time, and he has said Uhuru has failed. So why should he be there and just to get a mic and talk and tell people lies? There was not. I think what happened today, it was a nice thing, and he should not he should not get a headline because he was not given chance to speak. I think that's all I can say for now.
Okay. Thank you, Lily. That's a good one. Let's keep Kenyans on toes by ensuring that we inform them with we feed them with the right information. Kuna watu hapa kwa comment section wanadhalilisha kipindi chetu, wanasema why are Luos gathering to gossip about William Ruto? Who are these Luos, and who is gossiping about William Ruto? Were you not at Uhuru Gardens today? Did you not see him secluded in one corner? It is not a gossip. This is reporting news. So if you call it gossip, you're the one misquoting. Just take it quietly. Alafu mnasema mkifanya hivyo hiyo madharau inapatia Ruto nguvu. Nani anaogopa Ruto kupata nguvu? Wacha aendelee tu kuwa nguvu. Kama anapata nguvu kutoka kwa madharau, aendelee kupata hiyo nguvu. Mwache kuteta. Na ukweli ni kwamba hauwezi kuishi kwa nyumba yangu ama unataka kuwa rafiki yangu kwa lazima. Friendship is not by force. Friendship is by choice, and I reserve the right to choose who becomes my friend and who ceases to be my friend. You can't force yourself into my life. You want to feature in every one of my videos simply because we were voted together on the same paper. It doesn't work that way. Two cannot work together except they be in agreement. The Bible says, the moment you stop going where I'm going, we stop holding hands. I can't hold your hands. I'm going up, you're going downstairs. Na unataka kunishikilia mkono. Unataka kunivuta chini, hiyo haiwezekani. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya lazima tudadisi maswala jinsi yalivyo. Na serikali hii ni ya Kenya, sio serikali ya mtu mmoja. Na urais pia ni wa Kenya, si wa mtu mmoja. Kwa hivyo lazima kila mmoja amakinike. Asanteni sana. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Kenywa tukisonga mbele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Let me just say hi to everyone. I'm really grateful to see everybody okay here, and today it was a nice day. First and foremost, Bernard, the work I would like to give you the assignment. You know, in comments, these people from the older people, they normally make noise there that Mutembei TV, it's an Azimio TV. Kindly do an investigation and see whether they have their own TV. We are going to go there na tutawafukuza hadi huko pia. Kwa hiyo yao tutawafukuza because ni watu wa propaganda tu, hata wakifungua yao tutaenda huko tuwafukuze. That's why they don't even appear here. They come one day, the second day they go, they run away because they have no fact. And kwa hii channel we need people with facts. Hatutaki mambo ya propaganda hapa, so wafungue channel yao na hatutawaogopa, tutaenda huko tuwafukuze pia. So waache kelele. Mtu akitaka aingie achangie, tumuulize maswali, atuulize maswali, tujibu, and that's all. Another thing, let me talk about today's Madaraka Day. I think it was very much nice. And for DP drives in sympathy. And you know, I knew it. Every moment Mr. Kenyatta made a speech, the UDA people, they normally get a topic on it. Alafu mtu mwingine akona utoto sana UDA ni huyu anaitwa Kimani Ngonjiri. Huyu mtu akona utoto mingi sana. Actually, the guy, I think he doesn't even qualify to be an elder. That's the person who should be multiplied by 0. And you know, he has a small mind. Juu vitu kidogo tu hivi anapiga mdomo mpaka ni kama analia. Yani utoto tu, yani utoto, mtu hawezi saidia anything. Actually, even I got frustrated on his page on Facebook because I found the video na nikamwambia wewe acha utoto. Be mature. Hiyo ni utoto mingi sana ako nayo. So UDA they drives on propaganda. And you can see from Uhuru Gardens walikimbia Kikuyu kufanya, ilikuwa tu game plan tu ya kwenda kuongea vibaya tu, nothing else. There was no big deal there. And I tried to look at Uhuru Garden to see whether I can see Rigathi Gachagua, Kimani Ichung'wah. I think I didn't see those people there. Akina Moses Kuria sikuwaona. Why? Juu hao ni watu wenye wanapiga uhuru. And let me tell you guys, in Mount Kenya, the people who are fighting Mr. Kenyatta, they are the people who are affected when Mr. Kenyatta said that no counterfeit goods should be in the country, especially in terms of electronics. Those were the people who used to flood Nyamakima with fake electronics goods. And those are the people who are fighting Mr. Kenyatta day in, day out from Mount Kenya. And if you go to counter them, you see it's Kimani Ichung'wah, Moses Kuria, Ndindi Nyoro. Those are the people who are supplying counterfeit electronics in Nyamakema. And the moment Mr. Kenyatta crossed that route, they started fighting him. And that's why we don't bother about them. And there will be no day Ruto will be from Mount Kenya. Hakuna siku Ruto atawaikuwa wa Mount Kenya. Ruto ni wa Rift Valley. So at the end of the day, they should know that if worse comes to us, they will just go back to Mount Kenya. They will not go to Rift Valley. Hiyo ni kitu moja. And the people from Mount Kenya, what I may tell them, let us not punish ourselves thinking that we are punishing Uhuru Kenyatta. The day Uhuru Kenyatta will retire, we'll go home with police officer, security, everything. Hata kwa geti yake huwezi karibia. Lakini huyo ndiye mtu watu wa Mount Kenya wanasema watu wanaenda kupunish. Mnaenda kumpunish na nini? Uhuru life yake iko tu sawa. So tunafaa tufikirie sisi watu wa Mount Kenya a good way forward. Si ati kumpunish. You remember Kiambu, what people did? They decided to punish Kabogo. Walileta nani? You see what happened. So these are the things that we people from Mount Kenya, we should look at on a deep high. And we should have wisdom when we are going to do on these elections. Otherwise, watu wa Mount Kenya tutalia sana. And if you go to comments, the people, most of them are drawing insults against the president. They are the people from Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. Why? And more so Mount Kenya. Those are few people, few numbers of people who they were benefiting with illegal funding. And those places were closed. That's why they are so bitter. And they're trying to put that bitterness, poison the people from Mount Kenya. But this time around, things have shifted. And the mother thing has changed a lot of things in Mount Kenya. And as the day goes by, I think UDA will be multiplied by 0 in Mount Kenya. And count on that. Hao watu wa UDA ni watu wako na upuzi na utoto mingi na wanapenda sympathy sana. We should not tolerate such people in this country. We need a leadership. We don't need people who are biased. Hatutaki wezi, hatutaki watu wa uongo. We need leaders who will lead this country in a good direction. You know, the Kenya Kwanza UDA team, they are the people who will make sure they destroy everything that Kenyatta has done to make sure they show that he did nothing. Sasa ukisikia wakisema mambo ya CBC watatoa, sijui nini watatoa, what kind of people are those? Those are the people we should not trust with our resources. Rigathi Gachagua nasikia akisema Eldoret huko, ati anawaambia hata wenye wako police station watatolewa wakavoti, au tushapanga hospitali, au tushapanga. Yani hata mimi niko na mind mzuri kumuliko, na yeye ni deputy designate. Yani ako tu yani these people are so frustrating actually. They are so, I wish they could have picked Kendeke. Kendeke could have at least enlightened that group a little bit. But now you see, so we need leadership that will control this country na wenye wata protect our prosperity and our resources. Hatutaki watu mtu mwenye hawezi enda kuturepresent hata Tanzania ana kitu ya kusema. And for that purpose I would like Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua to be called in a debate. Haki ya Mungu, hiyo siku tutacheka tuanguke. It will be the best debate in the world because it will be like day and night. It's like I don't know. Yani Bernard, these people are yani hao watu wafikirii ni utoto tu. Thank you so much Bernard.
Asante bwana Kenywa, nashukuru. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Josea Langat kwa comment section. Josea Langat, wewe ndio elder wa Mount Kenya ama wewe ndio spokesman wa Mount Kenya? Mbona unaongea kana kwamba wewe ndio umewekea watu wa Mount Kenya kura na unajua kule unazipeleka? Kura za Mount Kenya
atatupata.
Ziko kwa mfuko wa kila mtu wa Mount Kenya.
Ni sisi wa Mount Kenya atatupata. Ni sisi. Tutamfunza, tutawafunza lesson. Ni sisi
tunatoka. Ushawaipigwa na ile mvua ya mawe. Ile ice. Hizo siku ile zile kura zitatoka. Utasikia hiyo mawe juu ya kichwa. So just relax, wait and see. Mama Selina amewapatia hapa onyo kila mara. Huwezi tumia meno ya mwingine kucheka. Kama una yako tafuta. You cannot be banking on somebody's vote or block and claim that you will use that to win an election. You don't have a control over that. Take it easy. Wale watu mko na contract ya kukata miti, tafadhali expand the territory, umufike huko kwa kina Langati, kwa sababu kuna watu wanajiandaa kupigwa na dafrao. Mshangao ambao unazidi wa kawaida. It's important that we remain realistic. Hakuna uongo. Meno ya mwingine ni meno ya mwingine. Kwani what there is no mystery about it. Huwezi tumia meno ya mwingine kucheka. It's a fact. So you can only talk about your vote and maybe the vote of the people you can influence. And you are not a Mount Kenya spokesman, you are not a Mount Kenya elder, you are not a Mount Kenya kingsman, so kingpin, so you cannot speak on behalf of Mount Kenya vote. Ati ulipita huko na sukari ukagawia watu na maleso na nini, haimaanishi kwamba you are in control of those votes. You are listening to William Ruto. William Ruto is lying to you. He doesn't have Mount Kenya vote. The earlier you begin to internalize that and come to reality to the same, the better. I'm helping you. Ama miti endelee kukatwa. Samahani lakini. Mkenya Spain. Naomba uje mbio mbio ili tuachilie engineer mengoja sana. Karibu. Okay.
Hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
Niko salama. Happy Madaraka Day.
Happy Madaraka Day to you.
Mambo pipi?
Tuko salama. Ni sadaka ya Madaraka hujatuma. Sasa tunashindwa deputy president anazindikishwa kwenda Sugoi na pesa gani? Karibu.
By the way, I want to support one of my brother who was just spoken. Mwenye amesema he picks Kenyans when they say that they will punish Uhuru. My friend, let me tell you, when you will punish Uhuru by voting in Ruto, you are punishing yourself. Uhuru is a retiring president. Na mshahara yake itakuwa inaingia every month. So we are trying to punish ourselves, thinking that we will punish the retiring president. We have to think before we pronounce some words, and he has said it well that ile security Uhuru atakuwa nayo, hata wenye wanaimba hapa ati Ruto sijui nini hawatamfikia. They won't. They can't hata kukanyanga mali Uhuru atakuwa ana rest. Hakuna mtu atakuwa ati anasema ati we punished Uhuru. Uhuru has done is whatever he was supposed to do, and today he spoke, and I think the speech which Uhuru gave, it said everything, because after listening, and I watched some parts of the speech which he made, but let me go to the main topic of today. Our friend here watu wanasema ati alinyimwa chance ya kuongea. Is it a must when we have public holidays kila mtu aongee? Surely we should learn to be like Wanzungus, not wasting time at listening. Kila mtu akiinuka, let's say for example, if when all those leaders who are there were given time to talk and to speak their mind, watu wangekaa hapo wangechoka na Uhuru mwenyewe ange make his speech. Why? Because people will be tired. So I think Uhuru alifanya vizuri because time was set na watu hawakupata kundanganywa. Mtu anajaribu somebody said that Ruto was planning to announce that the speech yake ati anaondoka kuwa DP. Even that's what we are waiting, na tunaingonja kwa furaha because we are tired of some of these venye president alisema leo nonsense. Yeah, president mwenyewe alisema hivyo, so I'm just echoing words of our president that watu wamekuwa wakienda all around wakisema hii na ile, but we have seen today hata watu wakisema ati Uhuru's project today was announced ati sijui ya Madaraka. But these people who are not happy when Uhuru said about our iron lady that Madaraka to become the first woman to be on the topest seat ya Kenya, kuwa mwanamke deputy. I think that's a good idea because me, I'm a woman, I'm a lady, and hearing that, I know nikirudi Africa, I have a country where I'm happy to be a woman. I can stand, I can vibe like a man, I can stand like naenda kuongea kwa Spanish. We can't ishi ile maisha iliishiwa na watu wa 1980s ama 1970s. We are moving. Kenya is young. We are 59 years. So watu waje kutudanganya ati mtatuletea mkate na tunajua it's not true. Mnajaribu wash brain wa the young people, telling people ati na ile, but we know that's not true. So mi kama mwanamke venye Uhuru alisema he tried all the best to make sure a woman was well presented in Kenyan, in every part of Kenyan government, I think that's a nice idea. And we have a reason to vote for Madaraka and Raila. Why? Because we are promoting, we are improving, we are getting to some level where even we can be compared with the European countries concerning to democratic. Si ati mambo ya kusimama tunasema ati hatuwezi tukaongozwa na mwanamke. What a lady can do, what a man can do, a lady can do more better. And I think that's true. And I think these are trying to say ati sijui ati God's fearing man, ati kila mtu we fear God. Hata those who are atheists, hata wenye wanasema hakuna Mungu, they do fear but they don't know. One philosophist said this. Those who say that the God does not exist, they lie themselves. Why? Because if we say nothing doesn't exist, we can't even move one step. Why? Because we'll be fearing the heart can go down and we are no more. So hakuna mtu anaweza kaniambia ati God does not exist ati ndio ya ina ile. That's just our thinking. But the reality is, every one of us, we know a supreme being exists and we rely on it. So tuachiwe kuambiwa ati mtu is a God fearing sijui nini. All of us we are God fearing. The other thing is hakuna mtu ana measure level ya how my faith is, how the faith of the other one is. Hata Uhuru alisema leo about hypocrisy. We should avoid it. We should avoid hypocrisy when in terms of government. We don't need a lot of talking. We need to see with action. The Bible says action, words without action and dead. So, but I've just turned the Bible verse. Aisemangi ati words without action. It says faith without action is dead. So let's try and improve our country by electing the right leaders. Let's not be cheated at 100k na naenda na kupigia na nasumbuka 5 years to come. Hapana. His time is bottom up. Misi tutaonyesha what is bottom up. Wao wanaongea bottom up but they don't know the meaning of it. But as we know it, we'll show them what is bottom up. Asanteni.
Okay. What a man can do, a woman can do better. That is in Kenya, Spain. We are looking forward to having that women world. That's why we are fronting for Ngilu to be prime minister, so that we have all these mothers taking care of us. Our mothers took care of us when nobody was caring for us. So the country is safer in the hands of mamas. Wakisaidiwa na baba na mambo yatanyooka tu. You know, mothers have a way of listening to their children even before their children get speech. So they have the pulse of this country at heart. Other than these two men who don't know how it is to feel to be a Kenyan, they just want to drive. Kazi yao kukanyaga mafuta na kusonga mbele. Ni lazima tuwe na utu. Tuelewe kwamba nchi inaongozwa na utu, uvumilivu, kuelewana, kuvumiliana. Kuna masuala ambayo yatahitaji kupunguza mwendo, masuala mengine yatahitaji kunegotiate, mengine yatahitaji kubulldoze. You can't bulldoze everything everywhere. So kama deputy designate ako kwa microphone na nasema polisi waachilie wale watu wako kwa cell waende kupiga kura kwanza ndio warudi kwa cell. Na wewe ni deputy president designate wa nchi gani? Kwa sheria ipi? Kwa katiba gani? Yaani nyinyi wa Kenya, alafu bado mnaniambia eti mnataka huyu atengeneze serikali. Atatengeneza serikali kivipi? Mtu kama Murkomen anasema Uhuru hajafanyia Wakenya kazi, ameinvest kwa military peke yake. Yeye alikuwa anataka invest na wapi kwingine? Yeye walipewa pesa ya Kamwere what is it called, Aron, and nili wachimbe bawa la maji wakanunua mattress na towel wakaingiza kwa inji. Hiyo mattress na towel imetengeneza bawa? Hapana. Watu inaitwa nini, Elgeyo Marakwet wamepata maji? Hapana. Alafu una complain kwamba kuna military investment, na wewe na Wechesa ndio mlikuwa mkinegotiate hiyo maneno kwa nyumba kwa ofisi ya deputy president. Wacha tusienda hapa, taingiza siasa. Najua mawe iko tayari, wanataka kunipiga hapa. Wengine wanaitisha link. Ni muhimu tuulize maswali mazuri. Akili ya Gachagua inapaswa kupimwa sahi, hata kabla aende kwa hiyo integrity test, apitie Mathare kwanza, apimwe, kwa sababu hii si kawaida, hii si kawaida. Alafu Ngunjiri naye anasema hebu msikilize hapa kabla engineer aongee. Ngunjiri amesema kitu kingine hapa, sikilizeni tu vizuri musikie ile inaendelea.
Sasa mchague, wacha process ikue hapo. Nyinyi mnajua ni nini mnachagua mtu gani na atakuwa wapi na atasaidia ni nani. Jibu ni hii hapa, bahati jibu ni Ngojiri Kimani. Asante sana, karibu sana. Thank you. Asante. Amekuwa sasa mchague, wacha process ikue hapo. Nyinyi mnajua ni nini mnachagua mtu gani na atakuwa wapi na atasaidia ni nani. Jibu ni hii hapa, bahati jibu ni Ngojiri Kimani. Asante sana, karibu sana. Thank you. Asante.
Does that sound like huko kwingine mchague vile mnataka, lakini hapa bahati Engineer Robert, endelea.
Bernard, jambo.
Vipi huko?
Huko ni salama. Salimia wangwana. Ama ni wadozi. Wenye inchi sasa. Okay, kitu leo imenishangaza Bernard. Nimesikia hata madaras watatolewa prison huko kama kamiti, wakuje wapige kura kwanza ndio warudi prison. Hiyo ni mshtuko. How old DP can say that? Kitu ya pili, hata juzi kwa watu wa comment au watu wa UDA, kuna mtu alirusha maneno, mimi mwenyewe nikamreply, wakuje hapa kwa panel watoe comment zao, hata hao pia watu waone. Ni kurusha tu maneno nyuma ya curtain na wataki kukuja online. Ni nini wameogopa? As Kinywa said, hii Mutembei, hii ni national TV, hii si TV Azimio peke yake. Na hata wakifungua yao tutakuja huko na tutawavuruga na tuwafukuze kabisa, watu wachie hata hiyo yao. So let them come, watoe maoni yao, hao pia wasikike. Like sometimes me wasingiagi hapa kwa panel na achia wengine pia, watu wengine hata nasikia mtu amesema oh it's my first time. Yeah, nafurahia hata yeye pia ameingia leo atoe maoni yake, watu wasikie kitu anasema, and that's good. Hao wenye ongea nyuma ya kate nao let them come here watoe maoni yao. Kitu kingine hao mtu amesema hapo hao ni Wajaluo. Mimi nataka kuuliza hao watu wote hao wako hapa ni Wajaluo. You know that's very shameful thing.
Nyango, mimi ni Mjaluo. Leo nitakuwa
Mjaluo. Yeah, but not everybody.
No, today
not everybody here.
With them
hakuna makosa ya kuwa Mjaluo. Okay?
Yeah.
Na kuwa Mjaluo ni kuwa Mkenya number 1.
Yes.
Kenya imesonga mbele. Tuseme tu ukweli. The greatest progress that has ever happened in this country has been pushed by the Luo people. We owe them the progress of this country. Nobody should intimidate anybody calling them Wajaluo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nikiendelea, Bernard, mi kitu rais leo amefanya sio makosa. Kwa hata Ruto kama angeongea, Ruto angeaibisha rais. Juu hata tukiangalia huko nyuma zile nyakati anaongeaga, unapata jamaa anachukua lot of time. 1 hour, hata rais akisimama sasa anakuwa speechless. Mi leo kitu walifanya kukosa Ruto kuongea, that was okay. Ruto angewekejigamba venye UDA imefanya. Kama juzi nimeona clip nyingine uliweka hapo. Jamaa anasema venye UDA imejenga hii, UDA imejenga hii. Just a 3 years old baby, a 3 months old baby. Atafanya nini? Ni nini ametengeneza? Angejisifu hapo, hata Uhuru angetoka naibu na angalikuwa na wageni hapo. Mi hapo naye nilipongeza Uhuru na alifanya vizuri. Kukosa Ruto kuongea, hiyo si makosa Uhuru alifanya. Mama Selina. Mama Selina yuko hapa, lakini mi kuna kitu moja ameenda admit haikunifurahisha. Let's just call a spade, not a big spoon. Hata mi nikikuja hapo kwa nyumba nipate nyamalo, umekaa na yeye hapo, Bernard, are you getting me?
I'm following. Nyamalo,
nipate nyamalo mmekaa kwa meza. Kuna picha yenyewe nikiingia tu, mgeni akiingia tu ataona tu these people are not in the good terms. The first lady angesalimia tu Ruto na angesalimia tu bibi ya Ruto. Mi hapo tu ndio mahali niliona makosa peke yake. Only that. Hapo tu niliona makosa. Angesalimia tu Ruto na asalimie bibi yake. Juu sasa hata wageni pia hawezi kunotice kuna kitu ingine mbaya kwa hii nyumba. Hapo ndio makosa mi niliona, Mr. Bernard. Thank you.
Asante, hayo maoni yako. Lakini unajua baada ya kusalimia hao ni wapi anaenda? Ni nyumbani kula, anaenda kwa mzee. Unataka kuvunja sheria ya mzee alafu mfuate mzee kwenda nyumbani kukuoro lava kufanyaje? Lazima ufuate mzee wako. Fuata nyayo, uishi na amani. If you become a friend of the enemy of your husband, that's the end of that marriage. It is that important. You can only be a friend of the enemy of your husband through your husband. When the husband has reconciled and it says now these people are now we are family, then you follow. Lakini ukianza kwenda nyuma ati wewe ndio unapeleka salamu wakati salamu zilikatishwa, you are creating problem. Na mimi nasema hivyo nasema hivyo kama mchungaji. So the only way for you to enjoy your marriage is
full order.
Let me just turn this into a little marriage seminar, okay? A little marriage seminar, okay? The link you have between you and your husband's family is your husband. The moment you begin to do direct links with your husband's family without your husband, you are losing it. You are losing it. Na siku ile mzee anakuacha, hakuna mtu atakutetea. Hautajua. So ni namna hiyo. Nani huyu anasema let me just respond before we bring in Irene. Abuya utasubiri hapo. Ladies world. Tutaleta Irene kwanza alafu tunini. Nani huyu hey Barnes Nyax confirm okay. I will confirm to you. Thank you very much. Irene Aimba. Karibu. Siku nyingi ulienda wapi?
Ilikuwa hapa juzi, wewe ndio huko. Tulikuwa na wekesa juzi na some of the panelists. Habari ya jioni.
Okay, karibu.
Robert, acha kwanza nirudi nianze tu hapo kwa hiyo mambo ya Margaret. Now let me tell you the truth. Mzee akikuja nyumbani every day, akiniambiaga wewe ndio umeharibu siku yake, wewe ndio una make life yake difficult. That means ile furaha angeniletea nyumbani ameacha na wewe uko ofisini, ameacha na wewe uko kwa street. So automatically nafaa kuwa ninakuonyesha, najua zile vitu nafanyia mzee wangu, na at that rate sisi new enemies together. Na akiwa alisnob pia Rachel, do you know men really listen to their women? That is why I usually say this. For every badly behaved man, blame all the women in his life. Start with his mother if she's alive, start with the sisters if they're alive, start with the wife and the daughters perhaps. Because believe me, we are very influential in the lives of men. So by the time unaonanga all these badly behaved men, look at the women in their lives. Na ole wenu mkioa huko. Back to today's debate. Mulisema kwamba mkuki nini baba ya Jomo alikuwa kieka mkuki inatoka na damu na nyama, si ndio? Uhuru alikuwa mpole. Sasa Uhuru amewambia just for 60 days. Let me show you what it will be like na mutadu. Yani leo, that was a classic display. You know, most of it's my stage. I'm taking over. I'm having my run. You know, I'm going to have my day. I'm going to give people what we have done. I'm going to tell them the truth. Then the rest of you guys can deal. One thing we missed, as a journalist, I'll tell you, the teacher kwanza alituambia kwamba controversy sells. So when a dog bites a man, that's news. When a dog bites a man, there's no news. When a man bites dog, that's news. There's one thing Uhuru alituambia, no Kenyan appears to have grabbed it. Alituambia about the expressway. Did anyone realize that Uhuru alisema haijatengenezwa na deni, haijatengenezwa na pesa ya taxpayers? Hiyo ndio kitu tumekuwa tukiekewa. So Kenyans, it's about time we started listening to the truth. The truth will remain with us. And someone like Kip and Mama Selina, you guys really, I don't know how, if you realize what it means to always come and stand at this platform. By the way, Robert, nikasahau kukuambia. Ati watu wana blame mtu kukua Mjaluo. How is that anything you ever apologize about? You know, there are times you wake up in the morning and wonder, if I wasn't a Luo, what else could I be? You know, not that I'm saying ati mashemejetu Luo ati FC picker and it's a big deal or anything. All I'm saying is there's some piece of comfort about being a Luo. There's certain rights you gain out of just knowing that without a cent in your pocket, without necessarily trying much, you will automatically walk out there and you know that if trouble comes, you need to address it. You've got a certain right to fight for your space. I don't know. It's just something I've felt and I've often seen it. So when I see Akina Kip and Selina come out and decide that you're going against the grain, that we are following the right path, you guys are on the right side of history for all the right reasons. And at this particular point, sometimes I wish I wasn't Luo. Because the one thing I know about a Raila presidency, Luos will be the greatest losers. Okay, losers, if depending on how we look at it. Losers in that, sisi ndio tutangojea ati tuko na appointments, sisi ndio you don't like the way you'd expect cabinet ministry nusu ikwe kama ingekuwa ya Ruto ikwe 98.99% Kalenjina akose ku apologize. Now that is something that Luo would not, Raila presidency will not give us. What we will enjoy, however, is the fact that unaweza enda, you shine your shoes, wewe ni shoemaker, unaenda unatengeneza, baada hapo unaenda unaoga vizuri, unaingia kwa soko. Alafu yani hakuna mtu anaweza kukuambia anything because you uko kwa raha zako. You don't have to sort out people's problems and things like that. So that is the one thing Luos will gain out of. So the peace that we will enjoy in this country and the fact that things will be happening right, and that anybody asking about them will then be able to respond. Because I'll tell you this honestly, a Luo will not necessarily allow Raila to get away with something we consider wrong because he's Luo. That's the one thing Kenya can take to the bank in as far as concerns the fact that a Luo is coming to the help. Obviously, you know, I speak prophetically, and we know as we have, you know, like the Odingas labored for this country for a time such as now. And that I'm glad that I'm on this side of history when this is happening. So when that is said and done, the likes of the Kenyans who stand against the grain and say that irrespective of what my last name says, I am on the right side of history, it is amazing. Uwezi allow wageni wanakuja vile Mama Selina alisema, uwezi allow wageni wanakuja, ule mtoto wako mwenye anakuanga mtukutu, unamwambiaga saa zile ako na homa, hata saizi vile saizi wote wako na homa, unamwambia achukue handkerchief apanguze mapua, lakini yeye anataka kutokea hapo na wageni wako wa heshima wamekuja, wale wanajuanga wewe ndio board member number 1, alafu makamasi yake ndio yeye inamwagika, amevaa nini matambara ndio anakuja kukuembarrass, uwezi. So sana Uhuru alicheza kiee, by the way. Alicheza Africana in a way that it is needed. It is about time sanity got into this country, irrespective of how it's coming. It is coming at a point where you're seeing discipline. Alafu sasa unaona umuhimu wa mama. Unajua, by the way, you guys, because you guys, especially nyinyi wa Jaluo, you marry your brown women. Una marry makalio makubwa. akina Millicent Omanga hapo. Be very careful. Saa zile utatoa watoto wakulele mtoto, siku moja asimame mahali akutolee president, alafu uone tabia ya president inaashiriana na mwanamke ambaye ulioa, ndio mtajua kwamba tabia ni kitu cha muhimu, and it outlives all those body parts. So you saw Mama Ngina is seated there and proudly watching her son delivering his scorecard. As she sat there, she was a proud mother. There's nothing as good as ensuring that you get the right mother for your children. Long after you're gone, to make sure that your legacy stays and it will stay in a good way and your child will remain respectful. Mimi sisemi ati Ruto ana mama ama sijui ni nini, but tunaonanga Rachel amekaa hapo kila siku. Mimi, how can a man like that come back home to me? Najua zile vitu umefanya. Najua kwanza uko na room 350. Okay, maybe wetu wako na rooms 330. Atuwezi confirm or deny, but sasa hii iko kwa public domain. Yani stories ni hizo. Kama ni mauaji akina Keneo alikufa tu. Yani as in the kind of stories unaletewa na watoto wako, because pia umezaa na watoto wako ni wa Kenya. You don't know what the story is. So at the end of the day, believe me, when all is said and done, the buck stops the women in your life. Itakuwa kwamba ati sasa Uhuru anafaa kujidanganya
usitoke uongoje comments zetu.
Nitangojea kabisa, usijali, mimi sio kukimbia, na pia wewe ungoje kujibiwa, sawa? Pia wewe ulize comments ukiwa ukijua kwamba tuko sawa. Sitoki, usijali, hiyo sikupatia wasiwasi, usinifanye ni lose point, wasi lose sana. So wacha tuendelee. Do you know, ni kama ambaye uliolewa alafu your marriage did not work out, so you have children. Do you guys know that is the state Uhuru finds himself in with Ruto right now? So mzee akiwa amekuja hapo, ama mama akiwa alikuwa kisirani, kwa sababu saa zile mlikuwa mnakutana, the things that overlook, like in our case it was ICC that put these people together. So imefika wakati ambapo mko na watoto, na sasa watoto finally are either getting married, are getting, you know, like the lives are moving forward. So you are at a function together. What do? You either decide that yes, you will be there because you're part of this child's life, but you do not necessarily have to be anything that I acknowledge, or at least I do not need to credit you with my annoyance or with things that will malign you further. Yet I cannot replace the biological father of these children or the biological mother of these children. So Uhuru finds himself in that state, and I'm glad that finally we are seeing that mkuki imeingia ikatoka na nyama na damu. This country needs sanity. Hata watoto wetu hatujawalea ni kama walitoka kwa miti, tunawalea na heshima. This country inahitaji heshima. Uhuru leo ametuonyesha kwamba heshima ni nini na utawala ni nini, and that mamlaka ni kitu cha muhimu na sio ya utumwa. Sawa, wenye maswali uliza baba.
Thank you Irene. Momanyi, what is it?
Amjambo.
Atujambo, vipi?
Hapo nimeona keep. Oh yeah. So, but I'm happy kuingia kwa studio, because what Irene is saying, that's the statement yenye iko. That's the reality. Uhuru Kenyatta did a good thing, and I really expected it. In fact, I told my roommate today that Uhuru Kenyatta is not going to allow Ruto to talk, you know. Na nikasema kutaka kumaliza historia yote kwa mzuri, hata Raila asiongee. You see? Because if Raila talks, they're going to say, oh, it's a project, blah, blah, blah. They're going to go back to the project thing. You know? So, that's what I'm telling you. I always been telling you guys, Uhuru is a smarter politician. Even his father, na Moi na Kibaki, hakuna mtu atafikia Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is very smart. Like today, you saw what he said about women leadership. Automatically, 10-0 alikampenia Martha Karua na Azimio, like one time. You see? So Ruto, I'm telling you, I'm sorry for these UDA guys. Ama Kenya Kwanza. You lead Kenya, but not right now. Hiyo ni kitu moja ambayo nataka mjue. Kenya election ni kama election imekuwa yenye tumekuwa na hapa America, between Trump and Biden. Whose hands are we safe? America, they decided like even if Biden is not that as in a good choice, but we better go with him, you know, compared to this guy of ours who have been supporting, unaona, lakini vitu anatufanyia ziko, you see. So right now Kenya iko katika hali maututi, you see. So that's why unaona even I'm suspecting that even some UDA guys at the end of maybe July hapo hivyo mwisho wa July they're going to decide to vote for Raila, you see, and Martha Karua. So I'm really happy with Uhuru Kenyatta. Nimefurahi sana, niko na amani. Amepea Ruto the dose, amemwambia ya kwamba usione simbe imenyeshewa, usione simbe imenyeshewa kwa dunia ni paka. Sasa leo ndio amejua kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta si paka, Uhuru Kenyatta ni simba. Na bado Uhuru Kenyatta is not going to appear kwa nini, how do you call it? Uhuru Kenyatta is not going to appear kwa kampeni zetu, but Uhuru Kenyatta behind the curtain. Kazi yenyu jamaa anafanya si mchezo. Uhuru Kenyatta will sleep pretty ile wakati atand over nini leadership kwenda kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, I mean kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. So William Ruto guys, we welcome you 2032, tutawapatie kitu, lakini saizi na 2027 mtatusamea. Hiyo ni ashari nawapatia.
Okay, asante Frank. Wewe nilifikiria uko na swali, kumbe uko na habari.
Nilikuwa naumwa, nilikuwa na raha, nilikuwa natoa raha kwa roho.
Happy Madaraka. Thank you.
Happy Madaraka to thank you.
Sawa, naomba turudi kwa Robert Abuya tafadhali, tusonge mbio. I hope there are no other questions. Robert, please. Tulinde muda, unaona
Don't worry about time. I'm a very precise and straight shooter. Now, Jambo, all the panelists, nawasalimia. Yeah, I'll just go straight to the trending topics. They are down there scrolling. DP in tears. You know, one thing I want to mention is that Uhuru Kenyatta is a very patient. There is a way Uhuru Kenyatta has matured since 2017. He has become a better politician. He was asleep 2013, 2017. He trusted his deputy, allowed him to operate freely. A little did he know that his deputy was actually assembling a group of young politicians to ridicule him and seize power through the back door. Now, since 2017, he has been very patient and absorbed a lot of criticism, insults, name it. And but still, he has been very forgiving. And as late as recently, a week or two ago, when we had the prayer breakfast, and we saw the DP apologizing and asking for forgiveness. I don't know for what, but guilty conscience needs no accuser. And shortly after, he flew to Mombasa and he was ridiculing the president again. So coming to today, I don't think the organizers of today's event would have omitted the name of the deputy president in the personalities that were to speak today. Had the DP stuck to his word.
Sorry for the interruption. Ben, I'll be back shortly. Yeah, natoka narudi.
By the way, you need to rally up your troops. We are approaching your hour.
Okay, so natoka sahi.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so he even as you know, when the DP was leaving his house this morning, I want to believe that he had already been informed that it is only ABCD who will be speaking, and this is the way the program will be conducted. So his coming there was basically PR, which is his own right, but there must have been something that prompted his omission for today, and it is because his apology was not sincere. And I don't think on the last day of Uhuru's address, before the elections. He would have wanted any side shows, considering even have the president present. So trying to steal the show is what the State House could not accept. So they had to take some decisive measures, and that is what happened. And we all see that after today was a big day. Madaraka Day is a big day, but he was still on campaign mode and straight went to Kikuyu. He has now turned Central Province to his home, where whenever he's aggrieved, that is where he goes to cry, so that he can seek sympathy votes. But to his surprise, I think he should remember the words of Awan Anwar Guru. You can rent a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. And if you looked at the function he attended, where there was I think a football match, if you listen keenly, because body language does not cheat, he has had very successful rallies in the past in central Kenya. But if you look at today's function, where he went for the match, while he was talking, the crowd was not as enthusiastic, despite the fact that the likes of Kiarie, who were there, tried to say a few naughty words that they will respect you on August. The crowd there told you, if you are somebody who can analyze, you can see the crowd was not very enthusiastic. So you should keep in mind that Central Kenya are people of their own, and they can flip anytime they think their interests are not being met. So I'll leave it at that for that. And for the hits and misses, I think the president was very clear. And one thing that was very important for me is that the infrastructure part, he has done very well. And even if you were to compare throughout Africa, you will see that he has made a great impact. And this is just a foundation. And the only thing I can say the next government will have as a problem will be managing the debt. But to spur growth, that is a great foundation that he has done. And probably also for Mrs., I think on the corruption front, he has not done enough, but the will is there. But you can also say that he was sabotaged by a few fellows within government. And, there are things that some of the UDA fellows are talking, like the likes of Kithure Kindiki. And you wonder whether this guy is really a professor, because if this gentleman had anything against the president, that the president is corrupt, that the president has stolen funds from the Kenyan people, they would be saying it out there. But they themselves have been on top of the committees in parliament. They know the budgeting, how it was done, and to come and say that a certain road, the expressway, was overpriced and ABCD, that is being mischievous, because they have the people, they know the people who negotiated that deal. They are the ones who budgeted. The president was to assent, and he assented. So if they had any bullets that they were keeping, they would have shot them very, very fast, because that would have given them political mileage. But they have nothing against the president. So I think they are on a downward trend, and they should start getting used to the fact that presidency is not going to be their baby come August. I'll leave it at that, and maybe I welcome other panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Bwana Buya, we appreciate it. Ningependa tu kusisitiza kwamba you must stay on camera to stay on the screen. That is our new policy. And if you come in the studio and then you go behind the curtain, we remove you immediately because we want to retain good quality video for the people who come to watch this show later on. I want you to know that we may close the show with
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, before I go away,
yep.
I want to welcome the Azimio people. Tomorrow we are having a party, and the party is one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. So be prepared, because tomorrow we are sending UDA to oblivion. Thank you.
Haya makaribisho tumeyapokea. Wale ambao wanahusika, tafadhali hakikisha uko pale kwa sherehe hiyo. Yeah, like I was saying, let everybody retain, or you keep your camera on to stay on the screen. And if you have finished your submission, there isn't much you're waiting for. You can leave room for another person to come in. We are preparing to get to that cracking of numbers section of our broadcast. So let's apply ourselves to the same. Thank you very much for those of you in the comment section. Then nowadays, Ruto has decided to throw Gachagua under the bush na matamshi yake. Pesa ni sabuni ya roho has broken the mountain, people. Please, Bernard, play that clip again. Hey, you people, we are going to overplay clips, eh? We will see, we'll find it and play it. But all in all, let's ensure that we play our role in keeping the conversation sound and useful for the people who watch us. I was saying that there are people who watch this show after we have closed to the magnitude of 3,000 to 5,000 people. So if we have bad video, we make it difficult for them to watch later. Okay, we can close the show with 10,000 views. By the time you come back, it has gone to 15,000. That's the 5,000 people watched what we had already recorded. So that's why we are insisting. Make sure that you stay on camera, and if you can improve on your camera, the better. But let's keep it good quality so that everybody gets, enjoys the show and is able to benefit from what we are sharing. That is a communication that I want everybody to take it. So it is not prejudice. It's not that tunaonea watu. I know the sympathy addict to go and cry at tunapeananga watu wazimio peke yao waongee na hao wakikuja tunawazima. That is the usual outcry. Ukifika hapa unajificha nyuma ya curtain, tunakutupa nje kwa sababu unaharibu video yetu. Na kuna UDA TV, na kuna mtu aliuliza kama kuna UDA TV. UDA TV anakujanga hapa anatusumbua sana kwa comment section. Shida tu nimefuata hiyo UDA TV sijaiona. Na kule ina broadcast sijui, naona tu jina UDA TV. So pia nyinyi mnisaidie kuitafuta. Hata mimi ningependa kujiunga nayo. Kama wanataka moderator niende huko ni moderate maneno ya UDA nione kama itatoboa. Bantu Warrior, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na kusalimia hapo. Nashukuru sana kwa kazi unaofanya mzuri sana. Na salimia Bwana Abuya, Fred Momanyi akiwa Amerika huko. Keep kama kawaida. Huyu ndio analyzer wetu, na Miki, Irene, sister, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako leo, na queen wetu Mama Selina. Nashukuru sana Bwana Bernard kunipatia nafasi hii, na leo tunasherekea 59 years after independence. Tunasherekea madaraka tangu mimi nilikuwa mdogo sana, na bado hii kitu inaendelea na itaendelea miaka mingi na ukuja. Nampongeza sana rais wetu mtukufu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kwa kazi aliyofanya, ambayo ilikuwa ni ngumu sana, si kama ya kawaida, kwa sababu partner wake hakuweza kustick na yeye. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni shida sana, lakini amefanya mambo mengi mazuri sana na tunamshukuru sana kwa kazi aliyoifanya, na he's still young. We need this kind of people, we need him. Tunamtaka sisi aendelee kuisaidia hii nchi. Hii nchi ni yake, hii nchi ni yetu, na mtu yoyote, hakuna kusikia ati watu wanasema ati amemaliza anaweza kwenda huko. Hapana, if yuko na ideas zote ambazo anataka kuchangia kwa nchi, the door is open. Bwana Bernard, mzee wa Manyonyoro, General Secretary wa KOTU, alisema wakate miti huko, miti Sigoi huko ikatwe. Kama hakuna mashoka, tutapeleka zile chainsaw huko, ikatwe ile miti. Na ndio kweli, nyinyi mnadharau yule mzee, lakini yule mzee anajua mengi, kwa sababu vijana wanaweza akapanda mti juu, wenyewe wanasema, lakini huyo mzee aliyekaa chini anaona mbali kushinda huyo aliyepanda juu. Kwa hivyo mzee alisema ikatwe miti, na kweli miti ikatwe. Na ukiangalia, sioni kama mtukufu rais leo amemsnub Ruto, kwa sababu Ruto hakuweza kucontrol grupu yake. Wameitusi sana ile family ya rais wetu, na ile imeonyesha heshima ilikuwa hakuna, na yeye alikuwa na uwezo wa kucontrol ile group na hakuweza kufanya hivyo. Ameacha yeye, ameachiliwa, amefanya hiyo for 3 years ama 4 years, alikuwa anafanya mambo yake na grupu yake. Sasa rais wetu alisema hii bado ni time ya kazi, lakini time ya siasa ikifika ndio tutaanza siasa. Na sasa ndio rais ameanza siasa, huku analalamika bado hawajaona kitu, unaona. Kwa hivyo nimeona pia kuna EACC wamewapelekea seeking kwa IBC kwa kuna 241 politicians wako kwenye blacklist, mmoja akiwa ni Sudi, wakina Ana Waiguru na wengine. Sijui uniconfirm Bernard kama ni kweli ama ni vipi mambo kama hayo, lakini tunashukuru sana kwa mambo yaliyotokea leo hapo. Na ikiwa the first lady amesnub, ni haki yake, kwa sababu yeye yuko na bwanake na anafuata vile bwana anafanya, hawezi kumlet down. Ile ni teamwork. Kwa hivyo sina mengi sana Bernard kusema hivi sasa. Nafikiria kuna wengi pia bado nyumangu nitakuongea. Asante sana kwa Bernard.
Okay. Asante Bantuoria, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele mbio mbio. Bwana Mike, karibu mbio mbio tafadhali, tunaingia katika ile masuala ya hesabu.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll be quick and brief. I will try and confine to only 2 issues. One is protocol. Protocol by definition is basically the acceptable behavior used in official ceremonies or functions. Rules and acceptable behavior. And in protocol, they also have what you call contingency plans that will be applied should, in the event of something or a mishap, that would then make or create an embarrassment or a situation that was not desired. I've tried to look at how, the place where you'll find protocol adhered to at a very high level and standard is the Queen. Queen has very, very detailed protocols that include even how she communicates in a non-verbal way. Should she want to communicate a certain message to her aides or her security, I'm told she carries her handbag on the right hand, and if she's talking and she's uncomfortable with the environment, she'll move the handbag to the left hand so that the details will move quickly from where she is. Maybe she wants to take a break or whatever. So contingencies are usually there in protocol, and they are basically designed to avert a situation that is not desirable or an embarrassing situation. So what we had today was not a snub, but a part of the protocol that averts a situation that would otherwise have been an embarrassment to the country or to the state or to the community. And it is very, very much part of the protocol. In fact, it's by design. There is nothing accidental or wrong about what happened today. The intelligence that this country has, I read some times back, in Africa, Kenya ranks top 3 in intelligence, and our intelligence is trained by the best in the world, if not in Africa. So for certain redesigning of the protocol, the program today, it is not as accidental or as emotional as some of us would want to believe. There was nothing emotional or personal about the order of events. It was purely, in my understanding, based on the history and the behavior of some parties, to avert embarrassing situations that would have otherwise have clouded an otherwise very important day like today. We are told, for instance, that somebody wanted to use this day to announce his resignation from office. How do you use such a function when you know very well you resign by writing letters and submitting them to the relevant office? To use a public forum like this to embarrass the state by saying I want to resign today on a state function. So there are very many other intricacies that were behind the scene that the intelligence was aware of, including the common shouting of people who are hired to make certain noises to people they don't like, and very many other things. So I'm very, very much in agreement with the arrangement of the protocol, and I'm happy that there was nothing embarrassing that came out. The other thing, Bernard, I've been saying, and I think people are trying to listen to me now, is we need to document and publicize the lies that have been told over and over. And one person who has helped do that is the governor of Mombasa. Today, during Madaraka Day, they played all clips that Ruto has been telling people in Mombasa about the promises of the SGR, the benefits, and later on recanting his statement and saying SGR is not good. So we need many more of that, so that as much as we say politics is about propaganda, lies is not propaganda. There's a totally different line between propaganda and lies. Propaganda is purely to create perception, but lies are just the extreme. You cannot tell somebody SGR is good and then tomorrow you say SGR is bad. I think that one does not fall in that category of politics or propaganda. The other thing is, I think we as a country need to appreciate that we have an opportunity to make a very serious decision in the next 3 months, and we need to take this as the last opportunity we have to turn around this country. We've been playing politics, but I think this time around it is more than politics. It's just our life is on the line, and we need to really make that very serious decision, not based on tribe, emotion, or personal interest, but purely in the interest of our generation to come. So most of us have children, and I'm imagining our children living under the regime of people like Rigathi. I tremble in my bed when I sleep. I can't imagine this country being in the wrong hands. So let us please take our civic duty and make sure we advise our friends and even those people who are lost to see the light, because we are our brother's keepers. I think I can leave at that for now, but I'm happy that we are on the right course. I don't think we have anything to fear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. That's a good one, and we need to keep it up. The only good thing about the deputy president resigning is, one, he's willing to return all the salaries he's been collecting for the past 4 years and the rent for the current house. If he combines them together and hands them to us, we are ready to receive his resignation even tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is an official working day. Today was public holiday. So he should facilitate that. But if he has not worked and he's been taking salary and living in a house where he has not been paying rent, his resignation doesn't make any difference. And let Kenyans hold him to that account. Tusikubali kuchezewa akili. Mtu akitaka kuongoza inji aanze kujiongoza, na kujiongoza iko katika ile hali ya mtu kulipa bili zake na kukataa pesa za bure. Watu wa UDM mtanimaliza leo, lakini ndio hivyo. Tukitaka kunyosha inji tunanyosha vizuri kabisa. So him trying to use public holiday to resign, you don't resign on a public holiday. That's an official assignment. You do it officially. I just was talking to one of my church friends, and he says there was a church organization that conducted the church elections at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. in the night. And then they were taken to court for having conducted elections at night. And then the judge who was presiding over the case asked, he said, when does morning begin in a single day? They said 12 and 1 minute. And they say you don't have a case to answer. The elections were conducted in the morning. It was not at night. But my question is it the official working time? Because judges don't work at 3 a.m. So people can be very mischievous. Bwana Kip, sema mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Yeah, sasa inaonekana nimekuja late. I was dealing with some production issues at work. But I could spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes top talking about Rift Valley, so that when the other analysts come next time, they can talk about the rest. Rift Valley, watu watasikia uchungu sana, so at least I can talk about Rift Valley. Na naweza onesha haraka haraka, so the rest of you can join. Naweza ingilia. So I'll share my screen. Okay. Okay. Tell me if you can see my screen. Perfect. So you can see my screen, right? So like I said, the other panelists, I came a bit late and I haven't prepared them. So it wouldn't be too fair to show them and embarrass them. So acha aibu ikae na mimi. So from the previous elections, we can see that the provinces, the old provinces, the places that Jubilee did very well, places like Central, Rift Valley, alafu upper Northeastern, na Nairobi kidogo. But Nairobi, everybody knows that is ODM zone, so tunaona kulikuwa na karata hapo kulifanywa. So another disclaimer from yesterday, the poll calculation is not very accurate, but this one is from Tifa. The one for Mizani was a bit iffy. So we saw that the demographics that was being picked by was picked a bit biased. So just bear with us. This is the data we work. You're only as good as the information you're given. So as you can see here, Eastern, a very great improvement. If you cannot see it, I can expand it for you. So in Eastern, we can see there was an 88% increase. Of course, from last time, tulipata 88 from 83%. So this is comparison to what Ruto has, which is 12%. We look at the coastal period region comparing to the previous time. So I think it's best if I showed you a like-to-like comparison between the Raila's win and Raila's current poll. You can see Central has jumped quite significantly from 5%, of which Raila won last time, to 37%. Hata ile effect ya Kingi in the coastal period region, we can see there's a big difference from 72% to 73%. Eastern, even when Kalonzo was threatening leaving, we still have a significant high of 88%. So when we're talking about Eastern, please remember that Eastern is only the three counties of the Ukambani people. So that is Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni. The old provinces, Eastern was a combination of Tarakaniti, Meru, Embu. That was the old Eastern. But then the way IEBC looks at it nowadays is those ones have been moved to Central. Although people put Nakuru as Mount Kenya, that is a metropolitan area in Rift Valley similar to Trans Nzoia. So we cannot move that because there are Kalenjins that live there, the Maasai people that live there, same as Trans Nzoia. We've got Kalenjins almost 30 to 40%. That is why Arab Kirwa has a big following with the Luyas. Anyway, proceeding on. Right now, from last time's 51%, we've got 68% in Nairobi increase through the TIFA poll. So what we're saying is we're actually seeing an accurate representation of what Nairobi should look like in terms of the Azimio ticket, because this is an ODM zone. Hata tumekubalisha watu wa Jubilee kuingia na watu wa Wiper, but this is an ODM zone. Northeastern, that was another very suspicious thing for me last time because of the 25% effect, whereby Jubilee last time needed to win 25% of as many counties as possible. So Northeastern was the greatest target for them because there's a very small voter block there. But as you can see here, we've got 71% increase. That's almost 40% increase from the last win for Raila. Nyanza increase kidogo, and I think that is the key factor. So Nyamira and Kisii. So the clans are talking. We're very happy. It's moving properly. There's still some things to be ironed out. I think Alex will explain that the next time we're going to be doing Nyanza. So that is the small increase means that there's a little bit of work that Alex will explain to you that needs to be done in the Nyanza region to make it up to 90%, because we need 90%. We want an Azimio blue wave to come through. Rift Valley, kuna wazee kama Kirwa, kuna Sally Koskei. There's a lot of influential people. Kuna former governor of Elgeyo Marakwet, Tolgos. Kuna hata hiyo CCM effect. People need to understand that Rift Valley used to be a Raila zone. Rift Valley, watu walikuwa wanapenda Raila 10 years ago or 9 years ago. This was our man. So your 39%, 38% is not unreasonable. It's not far-fetched. I'll be honest with you, because there are people that are voting for Raila quietly. There are areas like Baringo that will never vote Ruto because they're not Kalenjins. Uasin Gishu is very metropolitan. That is going to surprise you. Secondly, we've got Trans Nzoia, which is part of, which has a lot of people from Western. So yo sasa kuna effect ingine hapo. There is the Masai effect, the Ma people effect, the Turkana, and the Pokot. Pokot, I still think they are part of us, although they want to be excommunicated from us. For me, I still consider them as Kalenjins. So you can see that 38% is very, 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 very true. So like Nyanza and Western, hiyo ni zone ya baba. Hawa ni mashemeji. The Luos and Luyas, even though it's Bantu and Nilot, hawa ni mashemeji. They'll always agree with one another. So that 81% increase, it means chama cha mbolea inafanya kazi sasa. It's doing its work. Western is locked, so 81%. That is very, very, I think even it's more if you ask me. So let's look at the voter registration. So voter registration, I think the highest performance came from Northeastern with an increase of 18%, although it's a very small population of, let me see, Northeastern, we've got a small population of 800,000. It's still good. They're the largest. Rift Valley, it's the second largest, and you know the reason. Huo ni mtu wetu, tunamtaka. So it's similar to Nyanza, which is 13% increase in voter registration. So these are understandable. Central, it's because they do not have, that's why they've not unajua kama hawana mtu, we have to convince the central people that the Karua ticket. So I wish that we had picked Karua earlier on, and then that number would, I'll be honest, the new registration of voters would have increased if we knew earlier that Martha Karua was coming in. That is why you've got that small increase in the total number of voter registrations in Central. As for Nairobi, we've got 10%, hiyo ni kawaida. These are kawaida. Western, your Raila effect. Coast, Njoi effect. Eastern, watermelon effect. Excuse me, Bwana Kalonzo, nasikia unarudi. We're very happy. So in terms of population, the largest population in Kenya as per provinces is the Rift Valley, followed by Central. And as you can see with the polling, it's coming very close. Nyanza, Raila ameenda huko mbele kabisa. Nairobi ameenda mbele kabisa. So you can see here with the trending numbers where the diamond is representing Raila. You can see with the square, there isn't much gain, even if there's a large population between Central and Rift Valley, which is the original plan of Jubilee. Jubilee's original plan was to pick the largest population areas in the country, consolidate them so that you have large numbers, and then just get 25 of each so that 50+1 effect can happen. But you can see Raila is leveling the plains field across all, I can now say all former provinces of Kenya. He's doing very well. So tutaingia, yeah, I'm still within time. I'm going to move very fast because I don't want to bore people with the numbers. So we're gonna move to our former counties, because when we're going to go next time with numbers, I can promise you I will do more details. So that is how we look like. So Raila has 37%, Ruto has 62%. And the reason is that is very visible there in the map. The Azimio effect in Turkana is quite big. Samburu, like I said, the Ma people like this man. So Samburu up north, the North Rift, alafu hapa South Rift kuna hapo Narok na Kajiado. So unaona Kajiado we're still trying to work hard on that. Hiyo lazima tutaenda nayo. Alafu hapa Trans Nzoia, like I said, Trans Nzoia is very metropolitan and it should still stick as Rift Valley. I don't know about Nakuru. Nakuru is 44%. So those are the two that we need to watch, Nakuru and Trans Nzoia, because they're heavily populated and they're quite important for us. But as you can see, Kajiado is quite large. So hiyo tukivuka nayo tutaumiza Ruto's chances. Tukivuka na kidogo ya Uasin Gishu, tukivuka na kidogo ya Nakuru, because Nakuru is also very large. So when we're doing this analysis, we also need to look at the large areas. Where are we concentrating our efforts in? I'm not saying we shouldn't concentrate in Samburu, Elgeyo Marakwet, or Western or West Pokot, but you can see why remember when we were talking about coastal region last time, why they focused themselves. You see a lot of rallies in Kilifi, you see a lot of rallies in Mombasa. It's also the voter concentration. So you can see why they go to Kajiado. They always go to Kajiado. You can see why they go to Narok. Mbona unaona huyu mtu anaenda kusumbua na huyu running mate wa Ruto anaendanga Nandi na naambia usiende huko, because there's a very large population. There's a large population block there, so they need to get as much numbers as possible. Just to prove to you what I mean in terms of this analysis, because we're going to come back to this. I'm sorry, I'm talking very fast. It's because I don't have the backing of the team. You can see why they go there. You see Mombasa, Kilifi. It's the same. It's the same places they have to focus the efforts. Okay, let's go back to Rift Valley very quickly and do one last thing. The last thing I want to do, and you can bear with me, is we look at the voter pattern. So the voter pattern, looking at it very closely, I'll just increase the size here. We can see that in Nakuru, it was very consistent. Uasin Gishu is a bit of a problem. Again, there's a lot of Kikuyus there. So you can see there, the women's rep, that is Bosses County. You can see from 341,000 voters to 338 that voted for women's rep. So there's some numbers missing there. So we need to investigate that further. When I have the other analyst, those are the numbers we're going to look at. Here, there's only 1,000 that is missing in the MPs, which is fine. Some people might not have been interested in voting for the MPs. In Kajiado, there's only about 1,000 in consistency. That's one we can live with. Now here, Narok is a problem. Narok, there's about 4,000 extra votes in the gubernatorial seat. That one we'll need to look at, tuone kivifaranga zilifanywa aje hapo. Aya, sasa tukiona Bomet, inaonekana senator alijiongezea votes hapo, ama governor na women's rep alinyang'anywa votes hapo. So these are the questions that we will answer the next time I meet with the panelist. So really sorry I've done it very quickly this time. It's because nilikuwa peke yangu. So Mama Selina, tuambie.
Thank you, Kip. Nimeng'ang'ana, nimesema huwezi kunifungia kunikatia network, so nimefanya ukarabati, lakini ni sawa. Umetuonyesha, tumeshukuru. Yes, Rift Valley, watu wasifikirie wote ni sijui UTA. There are so many silent majority. Na vile wameona nchi imeenda, unajua penat, watu wanajua, unaangalia, unajua wakali wanasema wanachinja mbuzi, alafu wanatengeneza na ng'ombe kujua nchi inaenda wapi. Already they know what is happening. Na wanajua mahali serikali inaenda. Mtashangaa. Yes. Hakuna mtu, kuna wenye wanasema, okay, tuende opposition. Lakini hakuna mtu anataka enda opposition kwa sababu tumeumia. Hata wakati ya Moi, some part of Kalenjin waliumia. Mahindi yao iliharibika, masiwa iliharibiwa, so many other things. So hawawezi kwenda kusema tuende opposition. Wafanye nini? Wanataka kazi wafanyiwe, wanataka bei ya mahindi, wanataka bei ya masiwa, wanataka kusomesha watoto. So kulingana na vile Kivu umesema, ni ukweli ya kwamba Baringo tutakuwa na part kwa sababu tuko na El Jamus na kuna Pokot. Na Pokot wanapigia baba. So tukienda Turkana, tukuje Masaini, Narok na Kajiado. Na hauwezi kosa hii mambo ya independent imetokea, injustices, hakuna uchaguzi ilifanywa. Na ukisikia Kirwa ameongea, wanasema hii kukuwa nomination. Can you imagine, Bernard? Kama una pesa uwezi, hata kansela ilitolewa pesa. hata kama mlitoa pesa juu ya chama, but that is not democracy. Hiyo watu mumenyang'anya pesa, wakiingia serikali badala ya kufanyia watu kazi penat, watakuja kurecover. You know you cannot work for free. So si tunataka kusema thank you, keep endelea namna hiyo, tuendelee kuonyesha watu wetu, na hata naomba, najua watu wanatusikia hii Mutembei TV, a lot of people are listening, even the candidates kumbe wanasikia. So nafikiri tumewafunza ya kutosha, and we are genuine. Sisi hakuna mtu anatulipa, we are not talking kwa sababu tunataka pesa, tunataka tu kusaidia nchi yetu vile tunaona mahindi zingine zimeendelea. So keep work hard, acha Wakenya wasikie, na Ruto tuonyeshe, tujue kura, actually kura za Turkana, tujue kura za Masaini, na at least constituencies yetu. Tunajua Bomet ndio ilikuwa na the highest, na kuna wale wako mpaka na 35,000. So we need to know that combination, ili ya kwamba Eldoret kuna diaspora in Rift Valley. Half of the votes ya Rift Valley imekuwa kama ni diaspora, Nakuru, na ni Naruti penat. Papa ya Kambo, hata akuwe mzuri kiasi gani, he cannot be the real father of your child. Always kutakuwa na interest. Hata akijaribu kufanya mzuri, watoto watakumbuka baba yao na we have never seen one. So nataka kukumbushia watu ya kwamba wakati mlienda kukaa sana kwa nyumba ya wenyewe, mama amekufungulia nyumba ukaingia, ungerudi nyumbani ama unajua kuna mariki penat. So I think these two people 4 years, can you imagine 4 years campaigning, going to churches, unaitwa. Kwani Raila aliitwa chamba wakati aliweka Kibaki kura? Baada ya hiyo aliitwa nini? Even you today unaenda kutusi mtoto yao, who will love you? Hata mimi siwezi kubali kuona mtoto wetu akitusiwa. Bernard August, not even August, by July hiyo timu nakata, lakini tuombe tu, tuambie mfumilia. Najua wanaume ni kufumilia. Onea ya kwanza leo vile Margaret Kenyatta ameonyesha true colors. That is the true colors of people. Yes, huwezi kuja tu si bwanangu alafu nikuchekee. Mtakutana wapi tena? Unajua Margaret pia anachunga tu. Serikali watu wanaenda nyumbani penat. Huwezi pita ya mzee. Nataka kushukuru Mama Aida, our deputy president, Martha Karua, in waiting, not even in waiting, in 2 months she will be in. Wamama wote, naona hiyo kiwanja vile imerembeka penat. Ungeona wamama wakitembea unafikiri sasa kumbe hata sisi tuko. Like hiyo kiwanja wamama walikanyaka, na nashukuru rais. Anasema alipatia wamama kazi. Na hakuna mama wametuangusha, isipokuwa tu keep hiyo ya truth. Sasa tutasema nini? Si wa mama yote. The only women wametulay down ni room 350. But still walikuwa nafikiria wamefaulu. Hata nikwambie kutoka tarehe 10 wamama watafunja mkia. Hata utauliza wengine ujui walienda wapi, kwa sababu they make a wrong decision. Hiyo dancing walikuwa wanatuonyesha, wengine wanatuambia kiuno. How on earth can a mother say something like that? Kimani Ngonjiri analia kama mtoto. Kwani saa ile mnatusi Uhuru na kuita majina, kunyimwa tu kuongea? Hakuna kitu Uhuru amefanya. Atapiga mtu, atatusi mtu. Amesema tu this is my last ceremony. Sitaki yaripiwe. Nataka kwenda nyumbani na amani. Na Uhuru alituambia wale watu walikuwa Uhuru back ni wale Uhuru alikuwa nasema hiyo watu wawili nitawaongelesha. Na tuliona ukweli ni kwamba wale wako kuwa napenda Uhuru walitoka. And that percentage be 10% penalty. kulingana na vile kiwanja ilikuwa imejaa. Hii watu wakienda shule. How could you tell people to work out? Hata mungewaficha humu ndani wanyamase. Kila siku tumesema watu wanapepwa. So walikuwa nakimbia tu, walimwambia sasa hapa imeungana. Kimbieni Kiambu enda Chasa barabara. You think kuna mahali walikuwa naenda? Walikuwa na transportiwa. Waende tena washout pande ile kwa sababu huku imeungana. Sasa pena kama umespend pesa kununua watu, chua sasa tarehe 9, those people are not there. And I think they know, wanajua. Wale wengine hawana kura, wale wengine hawataamuka. Central wamepata kiboko yao, wako na watoto yao. Hiyo kina Kaboko, hiyo yote kina Kuria utakuta. Nasikia mnasema kuna more defection na kuna more surprises. Sisi hiyo ni kawaida, 2 months defection ni hata hatuna maneno. Tunaambia Kalonzo kuja nyumbani kwa sababu Wakamba. Unajua Wakamba wamekuwa na msimamo. Penat, we have to tell the Kambas thank you. Kwa sababu wamesimama imara, wakasema tuko Azimio na hatutoki. Nani anataka kwenda kwa baridi? Wewe mtu mmoja utanunuliwa. How about the rest? So tunaambia Wakamba asante kwa sababu bila hawa Wakamba kusimama. You know, sometimes tofauti ya leaders and community. Community walisema mkitaka muende peke yenu. Wana retreat na walisimama imara. Wakati tuko kwa Mtembei TV, tunataka kuambia watu ya Ukambani na Baba ya kwamba hawa watu wamesimama imara. Hata kama viongozi na si wote walikuwa wanatingisa, lakini walisimama. 45 out of 50. Penat kusema sisi hatuendi. Ukweli ni kwamba everybody is in Azimio. Wacha nisichukue nafasi, lakini nimefurahi kidogo tu. Nilikuwa nimeshika bariki Penat. Nilikuwa nashangaa, yani mimi nikiingia inasimika tu, hata mimi nikasema kwani wanataka kunisima kabla ya kuona mama kuapishwa. So
for mami, it will improve with time.
No, nimelipa, nimeongeza tata, nimelipa tata Penat. So kwa sababu sitaki hiyo story ya kukuja kusimia. Saa ile Kenya inaamuka na mimi naenda simia. No way.
Sawa. Thank you, mami. We appreciate it. Let's continue. Keep, you are saying something?
Yes, no, I like the way Mam Selina has done it. So, amesema ukweli sana. And at the end of the day, data is there for us to look at and to see why politicians move in certain directions. Now you understand why they're moving in those areas. The next time you will then see why there's a specific part of Western they go to. It's also about the population block. So mimi nimeona lazima tutaangalia data. Next time we'll be well prepared. We missed yesterday. Pole sana. But yeah, we will continue with it. As for watermelon,
pole, keep.
No, it's okay.
Nataka nikuombe, kwa hii constituency ya kina mama, unaweza kutuambia kura sa kina mama ni ngapi ndio tujue, hata kama si kwa constituency, ni at least tujue these voters. Alafu ya pili, ya mwisho kwa sababu itaonekana tujue, utufanyie pia tujue kwa Kenya tuko na wamama ngapi wamesimama viti ya MCS, tutakuwa na members of parliament ngapi, tuko na wamama governors wangapi wamesimama this time round. At least tujue wakati baba atatengeneza serikali, tunajua tutakuwa na cabinet ministers, tutakuwa na board members. Tunataka kujua ili wamama wajue mahali wamefikisha siasa yao ama uongozi kwa 59 years. So Kim, nafikiri nakupatia hiyo kwa heshima. Yes. You are my son, uwezi kataa ya mama. So, thank you so much, Kim.
No, Mama Selina, that's a very important data point. Tenda kuangalia kwa IBC so that I can see if we can see the youth demographic and the women demographic. Alafu hata pia walemavu tuone how we've done that, but the woman one is very strong this time. Si ati youth tuliwapewa karibu mambo, so tutaangalia sasa vile wakina mama wako kwa hiyo gender distribution vile Martin Deto anasema. Sasa nilikuwa naingia sasa kwa watermelon. Our friend Kalonzo si amerudi? Amerudi. I'm very happy about it, but there is rumors that he's taken four cabinet positions plus the super CS one, which is the super cabinet secretary here Matiang, and foreign affairs amechukua hiyo. Nasikia alikuwa anataka ya infrastructure lakini Raila alimkataza, so it's just I just don't, I think they're still ironing it out, but I hear that hiyo ndio amekubalia. But even without the constitution, what we know as prime minister or chief cabinet secretary is what Matiang is right now. It can be assigned to anybody. You don't need to change the constitution for it. So hiyo amepewa ni sawa, but mimi na kampenia bado Mama Ngilu aingie. We have more women in power, you know. Tukwena mother is flanked by another woman, that would be very good. Martha Karua, Ngilu, the two NAC ladies, because you know both of them have NAC. Their parties are called NAC. I know Mama Selina cannot say NAC because she used to be the Secretary General.
No, we have
NAC Kenya.
we have NAC Kenya. NAC Kenya is Martha Karua, and NAC is Charity Ngilu. So it was one. So we go with NAC Kenya, and she remained with the NAC. So it is okay. We that is the house of mama na imesimama. Tunakubali Charity Ngilu, and we have so many women that we need them, but kwa sababu ya hii transition tunataka wale viongozi wameonyeshana msimamo, so pia tunakubali. Alafu Kalonzo hiyo 4 ministries amepatiwa, tunajua pia ako na watu ya siwezi chapa Kalonzo sana. Alinominate wakati alikuwa na nomination, alitukumbuka Nakuru na akapatiwa mfuasi wake alikuwa anaitwa Sami Serone. So I want to say actually Kalonzo najua hiyo ametetea, akapatia pia kiongozi ya Wiper, not actually Canvas, lakini I don't think ataenda ile nafasi ya Ruto alipatiwa na akaweka Wakalenjin. So we are telling Kalonzo yes, unapata 4 ama unapata 5, but we want to see the face of Kenya, and I want to see women in your cabinet because you are going to work for it. Tunataka kuona umeweka wamama kwa hiyo viti 4 umepatiwa. At least we need 2 women. I don't care where they come from, kwa sababu sisi wamama si ukabila, but in the position Kalonzo amepatiwa has women with demand. We need 2 of it. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you. I always like when Mama Lee expands my thinking. It's good. Kuna the other word. Sasa mahali unajua ile place naenda kukata huko miti Sugoi. There was a warning shot to Arab Singh hapo, Mr. Singh himself. I don't know if anybody picked up on that. Arab Singh was cautioned when huyu paka mwenye amenyeshewa, huyu simba mwenye alinyeshewa mkafikiria ni paka, akasema ati kuna mtu hapa amechukua land ya Wilson hapa karibu hapo. So you know what he's talking about. It's room 360. It was a warning shot because he said that after announcing Martha Karua. So akasema hii inarudi, this room 350 is going to disappear very soon, people, and that makes me happy. You hoteli bomole, you don't need it, itolewe ama ikue shule. hata hiyo naweza furahi.
Mahali ya umma irudi kwa umma. Wale watu wote wametengeneza hela kutumia mali ya umma, wakati umma tunarudi katika mamlaka, mali yetu inarudi kila mmoja. Hakuna haja wewe kuendelea kuhubiria Wakenya vile wako maskini, vile wako bottom nini, na wewe ndio unasababisha hayo yote. So anybody owning land, the moment our deputy president designate assumes office, kimbiza makaratasi mara moja, surrender. Tumalize hii maneno vile tulifanya KICC. KICC we got it in 3 days. 3 days hata bila court case. Yeah, ulipewa gift, okay? Gift ya how much? The gift like that is authorized by parliament. When did the parliament preside over that transfer of that gift? It was not. Okay, it is irregular. It reverts back to government. Let's use that modality. Tusimalizane muda tunaweke tribunal nini. Kama uko na mali ya wizi, kusanya makaratasi pamoja, jisalimishe mapema, epuka kamiti, Shimulatewa na kule Manyani, epuka kwa kusarenda mapema. We want to finish this thing mapema. Asante. Yeah. So naomba tumsikilize Julius kwanza ndio tuendelee bwana Kip.
No, nimemaliza. Nilikuwa tu kusema hata ile land ya huko Rift Valley itakuwa shule. Ile castle amejenga. That is a future airport or hospital. Asante sana Ruto.
Thank you. We will occupy till Jesus comes. Julius Sabuti, how are you? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, nimeona. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, mimi. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Julius, your camera.
Time. Yeah?
Your camera, Julius, is very bad. We can't see you.
You can't see me. I'll work on it.
Let him continue. We can hear him and we can see.
Yeah, if you can hear me, I'll appreciate. Okay, panelists, thank you. This is the first time nimeingia kwa Mtembei TV, and I want to thank. I've been following you all. Now, I think what I want to say is, Kipril, nimeshukuru, nimeona your analysis. It's really educative, and I think my contribution is that this time I think we should deal with this issue of corruption, so that at least these posts that are going to be vacant from 8th of August, we should not have corrupt individuals or people who have some issues with public resources to inherit these seats. So another point is I want to thank Baba, because Baba has really been fighting for progress of this country, and the way he has appointed Martha Karua to be his deputy, on my side and also my fellow group, my fellow friends, we've been discussing this issue for quite long. So for now, I want to thank that Azimio will carry the day. There is nothing else we can't. There is nothing else. I think Azimio is going to carry the day. So for now, let me continue following you guys. I think that is my contribution for now. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Asante Bwana Julius, tunashukuru. Tuendelee mbele. Ni jukumu letu kulinda hii nchi na kuhakikisha kwamba inasonga mbele. Thank you very much. We go back to Robert Abuya.
Yes, Bernard. Play that video so that we look at this reaction.
The madness. Now let me get it right.
Na video ya Sabina Chege akidance.
Okay, but let's keep the give it a minute to be soon to soon be ready. Let's keep the conversation going as we get it ready
Okay.
to play.
Let me just mention that we appreciate all the comments that are coming in down there. However, some comments not be very good for us, and we don't take it lightly, because trying to insinuate that the Kamba vote can be cancelled by serious Kiambu votes, that is untrue, because we all know that everyone has got one vote, and it all depends on the turnout vis-a-vis on the turnout, and also the way we'll have campaigned for the next 2 months. So nobody should feel like they will be run over by the other side, and we should all appreciate all the voters, the registered voters, and give them the right to choose. So let's keep our comments very civil, and not try to demean any other section of or any community in the country. Let me welcome. I've been in the studio, so let me probably give my chance to Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar Imoli.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes.
Nashukuru sana. This is my first time to be part of this family. Bwana nimejaribu bwana kujoin for a very long time. I think this is the first time I'm getting access. Thank you very much.
Umepata madaraka leo. Karibu basi.
Nashukuru sana. Kwanza mimi ni mtu Azimio mbaya sana. Alafu nashukuru sana Moso venye Kipril ameeleza. I think the way he has put it in terms of a democratic distribution of the voting pattern in different counties, it was very educative. So leo sina mengi. Now from today, please, ukiona, just allow me in so that I can contribute.
You're most welcome. It's only that we have a limited number of people to put in the studio per time. That's why we do the show extensively. So if you come in the first hour, you can't get in, try the second hour, the third hour. By the time it reaches the 8th hour, utakuwa umetoboa. So, but
Okay,
you're most welcome.
thank you very much.
Yes. Let's listen now to this video first.
Okay.
Ruto's allies have blasted President Uhuru Kenyatta for what they termed as demeaning his deputy during today's Madaraka Day celebrations at Uhuru Gardens. Citing the president's failure to acknowledge DP Ruto throughout the Madaraka Day celebrations, the leaders allied to Ruto accused the president of acting contrary to his stature as a symbol of national unity. Sam Ogina has more.
Immediately after the Madaraka Day celebrations at Uhuru Gardens, Deputy President William Ruto proceeded to Thogoto in Kikuyu constituency for a football tournament. Here, allies of DP Ruto claimed the president had failed to live up to his stature as a symbol of national unity and accused President Kenyatta of failing to acknowledge his deputy at the Uhuru Gardens events.
It is amazing, Mr. President, that your guest, the president of Sierra Leone, could acknowledge the presence of your deputy president, but you yourself couldn't. It is a terrible shame. It is a blot to the integrity and the image of our country.
Tunakumbushwa na Wakristo wanaokudharau leo, kesho watakuheshimu. Na hivyo ndio tunamwambia naibu wa rais tukiwa hapa Kikuyu leo kwamba wanaokudharau leo, tarehe 10 ya August watakuwa wanakuheshimu.
In a departure from protocol, the Deputy President was not included in the Madaraka Day speeches program and was also excluded from a pre-event gathering of cabinet secretaries at State House.
Hii ingine ya kuwa na wasiwasi mambo ya madaraka za yule rafiki yangu zimeisha. Tunaelewana? Madaraka ya yule rafiki yangu imeisha. Ile inakuja ni ya Hustler Nation. Tunaelewana jameni? Kwa hivyo muache wasiwasi.
Leo ni siku yenu ya mwisho ya kufanyia mahasla na Wakenya madharau. Hata kama rais wetu wa 5 hajapewa nafasi aongee pale siku ya leo, wewe unapewa nafasi ya kuongoza Wakenya wote from the 9th of August.
The Kenya Kwanza team has punched holes into the Madaraka Day celebrations, accusing the president that in his sunset days he continues to isolate the deputy president. Nonetheless, they say that this is fuel that will continue to add impetus into the Kenya Kwanza campaign.
That you will be a pacifist, outgoing president who will watch as Kenyans decide who their next leader is.
Sporting ni kukubali kushindwa kwa wale wameshindwa. Simeona? Na nimwambia yule mtu wa kitendawili. Unaona hawa 11 stars vile wamekubali kushindwa. Raila ajifunze na wao, si ndio?
But DP Ruto steered clear of the Madaraka Day celebrations controversy, saying instead that the forthcoming general election will be won on only one agenda.
This election is about one thing. It is about the economy. Everything else is a sideshow and everything else is a distraction. This election is about the economy and the people who know what to do about the economy. Our competitors have no track record on anything to do with the economy. They are just politicians.
From the president's backyard of Kiambu County, the Kenya Kwanza team will take their campaigns to Machakos and Makueni counties on Thursday.
What is DP Ruto's track record on economy? If I would throw that question to Abuya, you are not only listening, you've been looking at William Ruto's politics. What role has William Ruto, or what part of economic development has William Ruto initiated, pushed for, and caused to happen since he joined politics in 1992 to date?
Thank you. If I try to look at the political journey of the deputy president, I have no recollection absolutely of any project that he has initiated that has made any impact economically to the Kenyans. The projects that he gave us promises that he will deliver, he will steer as the principal assistant of Uhuru Kenyatta were the dams, the stadiums, the laptops, and many others. And I don't think there is anybody who in the present panelists who can give us any that he has accomplished as a principal assistant. He had the opportunity being the chairman of IBEC. He had the opportunity with the members of parliament who are chairing the budget committee, and we saw nothing. So this track record is talking about is just some imaginary story. So we should just treat it as pure rhetoric. Yeah. Now, if you look at that video, the body language of the deputy president was very telling. He was withdrawn. The crowd did not do him any favor. It was not enthusiastic like there normally are in his rallies while in central Kenya. So he looks a battered an individual. The people who are shouting more than the bereaved, are his foot soldiers. And his foot soldiers know very well that majority of them may sail through in terms of member of parliament, some probably senators, some probably governors. And I think they're just trying to give him some shoulder to lean on. But indeed, these are people who do not mean well for him. Because for once, I think they should have advised him that today being a special day for Kenya, not it shouldn't have been a day for continuing with campaigns, because in as much as he would want to portray like he was supporting the youth agenda by attending a football match, a local football match, he should have put it, maybe set it aside for probably for a weekend. But they still cheer him on to continue making blunders. And that was not a very good idea from my own opinion. And conspicuously absent is his deputy. I don't know where his deputy is, because he did not attend the celebrations at the grounds. And as well, during that function, he was not there. So maybe there is something behind, something happened behind the scenes. And maybe they're trying to do some damage control. Yeah, I can see the
So
other.
is he demeaning his own deputy and complaining that the president is demeaning him?
Yeah, let me leave it at that and invite other panelists to come in.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Abuya, tunashukuru. Interesting times in Kenya, where somebody claims to be demeaned when he is already deputy president. If you're already deputy president, you don't need to say anything. You just need to be deputy president. And the deputy president is mainly there to be seen and not to be heard. From the fact that he was in the function and he made his patriotic responsibility to be present, it's enough. There is no constitution requirement for the deputy president to speak or address the people. It's not there. Hii vitu vyetu tunajijengea wenyewe, tuache mchezo. Inji inaongozwa na mtu mmoja, wengine tunafuata. Sio kwenda kubishana hapo eti wewe pia unataka kuongea, pia wewe unataka kuaddress. You want to address as who? Let people relax. Presidency is one. And what the president says is what the deputy president has said. The deputy president has no his own saying. Everything the president says is what the president has said. This new interpretation of William Ruto saying that he has to say something before the president says something, it is irregular, it's unconstitutional, it is unnatural, and we should bash it. That is it. The moment your boss has spoken, you don't speak. Everything he said is what you said, even when you did not say it. But now when you come out and say you are not given an opportunity to say, which other opportunity? Boss ashamaliza, sasa ni nini ingine imebaki? So Wetangula being senior lawyers and the other people are busy misleading the deputy president. The deputy president spoke at the Madaraka Day through the president, full stop. Hii maswala mengine apeleke Sugoi. Asanteni lakini. So,
Sorry.
Yes, Kip.
Forgive me. Ukionanga Ruto akiangalia watu na meno, unajua iko shida. Anafanya
Sorry. Wewe Kip, wewe. Kumbuka you are in the diaspora. Huko Wazingishu wewe utatembelewa na Mandago.
Atakuangalia na meno tu.
It is well. It is well. I want us to make progress. I want us to make progress. Tumsikize Felista. Twende kwa Peter alafu mzee wetu. Felista, vipi?
Mambo, habari zenu nyinyi wote?
Tuko salama.
Asanti.
Karibu.
Asanti. Mi swali langu ni moja. Sijui mambo ya politics sana, but I do follow. Hii mambo ya social fund ya baba. I kind of feel that he's not selling it well, but it's good for the economy. First of all, it makes the money circulate. Nimeingia hapa niulize kama kuna mahali naweza soma the logistics about it. Itafikia aje watu wenye mashinani? Kama niko huku, I work with the Department of Works and Pensions in the UK, and there is usually an eligibility criteria where you have to look at people. You understand what they earn, what they do. Do they earn a certain amount of money to get it? People don't take it as seriously, but it's very good for the economy. Pesa kucirculate. Unawapatia wanarudisha. So ni wanda tu kujua logistic yake venye baba ameandika itafikia watu waji mashinani. If somebody has somewhere that I can read and just understand, then it will be easy to sell to people so that they understand it's a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Felista. I think we'll provide that information as soon as it's ready. But my understanding and from the initiation of the program, it was not from the air. It was as a result of the census we did. It was the last census was more elaborate than the usual census that covered every Kenyan with everything that every Kenyan owns. So from that data is when they realized that we have 2 million Kenyan families that don't have any form of income. And so it was from that data that the issue of 6,000 came up by Baba. He said these 2 million families should be entitled to that amount of money as they come up with other programs of securing jobs for them through the economic zones and all those industrialization programs. So industrialization program is a long-term solution, but the 6,000 is a temporary solution in the meantime as they work out this other investment, where each member of the family, as they earn this 6,000, they are looking for how to get at least one member of the family to get a sustainable job, and then as soon as he gets the job, he gets off the list of the people that that are being sustained by the government on the same. So it's not something that's imaginary. The government already has the data through the census, and then now through the framework of the county government and the Nyumba Kumi initiative. The information on the people is already with the government, the vulnerable families. So it's just rolling out the plan. Ile imebaki ni hiyo pesa ipatikane, wakishafunga hiyo mfereji vile baba anasema pesa ikaingia kwa kikapu, itaanza kuendea watu. The same way they are taking care of the elderly, the senior citizens, they are receiving their 2,000. So I'm sure it's a workable program and easily sustainable if we only cut off these middlemen and the thieves. You know, even ile ya wazee inakula na vijana.
Yeah, true. That is why I was worried about the logistic. Itafikia aji watu wa mashinani na mtu mgani ataenda kuitisha? Mtu atakuja danganya aseme akuli na kumbe ako na pesa analipwa cash in hand. So vitu kama hizo ndio nilikuwa nashangaa mtatako laje.
Haitakuwa mtu kuvolunteer kuleta information ile serikali iko nayo tayari through the census. Okay. So the data was collected without the money being announced, so that there will be no people coming to cheat, saying they own this or they don't own this. So through that data is where now those families will be set aside, and then the responsible person for the family will be receiving the money either through M-Pesa or through the administration, the last part of the administration block in the remote areas. And
Okay,
with M-Pesa, the controls are high. You will get right people getting the money. The problem arises where the money has to be sent to the DC. Like I'm told that the relief food will be sent in, let's say, Turkana, and the person, the PC, will take the food, and if it's 100 sacks, he will keep 70 sacks in his store. Then call the people and distribute to them the 30 sacks. You know, we have people who are heartless in this country, and we just need to up the game. Yes, Jakindube, unasemaje?
Nasema nataka tu kumjulisha Felista kusema kwamba hiyo jambo ambalo anasema ni hiyo 6000 ni nzuri sana, lakini kusema kutakuwa na watu ambao watajaribu ku abuse, lakini Felista anajua hata hapa Uingereza kuna watu wana abuse, lakini ukipatikana unapata adhabu ya kutosha. Unaona, hiyo lazima tujue. Kuna watu wengine labda watajaribu ujanja, lakini inatakiwa serikali make sure kwamba ukipatikana unapewa adhabu ya kukomesha mtu yoyote ambaye anaweza kufanya hiyo udanganyifu, kwa sababu wanadamu huwa wanapenda hiyo kujaribu kupata udanganyifu. So hata sehemu kama Uingereza, popote wanapokuwa na hizi vitu, wengine wapo wanajaribu kudanganya, lakini huwa wanafanya investigation. Wakikupata unadhibiwa ya kutosha. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. And Kenya being Kenya, we just need to up the game. As long as tuko na strong, Kenyans are very good when it comes to following laws, as long as the punishment is high. I've said the greatest cure to corruption is make corruption not profitable. Mtu akiiba mali yake yote ichukuliwe iende kulipa hiyo corruption. Hakuna mtu ataparticipate into corrupt deals. So let's work on that. Giving the example of my mother. My mother is entitled to that 2,000 from the government. But she does not receive the money because our chief in the village is our kinsman. And when my mother went to be given the money, he said, you have sons in Nairobi, they will take care of you. You are not entitled to that kind of money. So we have those kind of things that people play locally to frustrate a government program. But I think if it's given, that docket is given to a good minister, the Michuki style, hiyo kazi itafanywa vizuri. Ndio nataka isipeanwe kwa mtu hohehohe, ipeanwe kwa mtu kama Madaraka hivi, ama Mama Ngilu, afanywe minister for home affairs, na hiyo maneno isimamiwe vizuri. I'm sure it's going to profit this country than all this madness of kuanzia hapa chini tupande hapa juu, tukianzia hivi tunafanya hivi.
Let me finish with this.
Naomba hivi nani huyo Abuya, what is it? Tumsikilize Wainaina.
Wainaina, mute. Okay. I just wanted to inform Felista that I have posted a certain link on the comment section. That link is where you can get that information on how the 6,000 will be rolled out. It was something that he had consulted some technocrats, and I want to believe that it's something similar to what is happening in South Africa.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I wanted that information.
Okay, so you can also share the link on the private chat so that we can share with the other people. We can also add it to our archive so that in case somebody requires that information, it will be readily available. But all in all, let's keep the focus. Abuya, you talked about somebody claiming that the Kamba vote can be cancelled by the Kiambu vote. we are not looking for how to cancel votes. We are looking on how to get a president or a leadership that has the majority of support. We don't want to have a president that has legitimacy issues. We want to have a president who can be owned by all Kenyans equally, not a president that has one region and the other region is against that president. And so when everybody voices out their vote so that they can lay a claim to that leadership, then the leader will be secure on the seat and be able to make decisive decisions. But if it's under siege, that there is always a region that wants to walk away if it does not decide a certain way, then that makes the functioning of that leadership unable to do what they are required to do. So the more we get the votes from all over the country, the better for this country. For long, the leadership has been taken to be of a particular region, and the other region have to scramble to get something from that particular leadership because it's perceived to be from a particular region. That's what we need to walk away from and be able to have a president that can go to sleep in Kakamega, wake up and go to sleep in Marsabit, and wake up and go to, without having to make prior arrangement and all these other things. Why? He's the president of Kenya. He doesn't need to apologize for going to Kisumu and things like that. So let's not get caught up into the issue of the Kiambu vote is better than Kamba vote. Tunataka kura zote wa Kenya sauti yao isikike katika uchaguzi huu, ili kila Mkenya akitembea Nairobi amefika ako nyumbani, akienda Kiambu ako nyumbani, akienda Nanyuki ako nyumbani. Kwa nini? Rais yule anayetawala si wa sehemu fulani, si wa mtu fulani, ni wa nchi nzima. Asante. Naomba tumsikilize Wainaina dakika mbili. Alex, yuko nini?
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia huyo mama ndiye amefanya nimeingia haraka. The social welfare bill, because it is not going to be a presidential decree or something of the sort. It will be comprehensively discussed in parliament. And it's already a bill that I think Baba has entailed, and ni bill ingine iko refu sana. Some of us have seen it. It is going to be very contentious in parliament because it has to be streamlined. And part of the issues you're asking is the main contestation in the bill. The issue is not if it's going to benefit people or not. The issue is going to be, is it going to be another cash cow? Now, they are coming out on ways whereby it is going to have to be protected. And one of the ways they have proposed is you're going to see the influx of the social workers' jobs. For every 10 families, you're going to have one social worker. What you are doing there in the UK. And these people wanaenda kuapa na Biblia kuwa chochote inaenda kufanyika katika hiyo fair, they will be eligible. The only people ambao wanachukuanga Biblia hivi wakishamaliza shule are nurses and maybe doctors. But this time around, the social workers wanaenda kushika Biblia kwenda juu na waseme kuwa they are going to protect these people. So as Baba becomes a president, I think one of the first bills that is going to be discussed in that parliament, it's going to be the social welfare fund. And this social welfare fund, by the way, is going to be connected to the Ministry of Interior, because the chiefs, the police, the security and the intelligence must vet these people, and it's going to be like affirmative action. The purpose of affirmative action sio that sasa nyinyi kwenu hamjasoma, wanawake hawajasoma, so women continue to be women the rest of life. No, hata Martha Karua amesema when we reach proportional representation of women at a certain level, the issue of affirmative action of women's seat must get out, so that like in Europe, in the Scandinavian countries where now you find there are more women in parliament than men, and in the future, men are going to have affirmative action to get into. You can imagine. So what we are saying is, this is a bill that is going to uplift people. Its purpose is not to help people to stay where they are. Report and research must be taken. Kama miaka tatu imepita and you people just want to be where you are, there will be some ways of kicking you out or some way to uplift you. And if you are not upliftable, there are also consequences. So I think that is the main, the question you have asked is now what is remaining? How do you make sure that this thing works and those who are being helped are uplifted? And thanks for asking that question, because we must task Baba. If this thing doesn't work in the first year, that will be the biggest scandal of Baba and the worst undoing of Baba, because people will hate Baba for life. So you can imagine how Baba, this thing is tied to his heart, that it has to work, it must remain there, such that it was like the Social Security Fund of America of 1935 by Roosevelt as a president. He intended it to be there during the Depression only, but it is working until today. So I think it's something that is going to outlive you, to outlive your children, and to outlive even the children of your children. And therefore, its rollout must be the best. Thank you for asking that.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you for that elaborate response. And we look forward and pray for the best outcome. We want the country to move forward, and the country that cannot feed her own people cannot be moving forward. So it's important that we keep that in perspective. Can we listen from Wainaina, please? Mbio to Song Mbele. Karibu Bwana Peter Wainaina, unmute your mic and to move on. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on it. Bwana Peter Wainaina, you click on that crossed mic, and then you'll be able, your sound will be able to come out. Hey, Bwana Peter, you seem to have a challenge. Sorry, you'll work on it. Just don't panic. Don't panic. Just take your time. I think you keep trying. If you go through, you will pick it up. Let's get
Naona sasa imetoka.
Jackie Dube.
On. Naona inakuwa on. Alafu ukipress.
Yes. Umeanza mafundisho huko nyuma. Okay, here we go. Yes, Wainaina. Sema kitu.
Oh, hi guys.
Hi, get you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Wainaina na nimewafuata sana. I'm in the US. Nimekaa kwa muda kabla nirudi Kenya 2016, lakini nimekuwa na uoga venye my community imekuwa. I'm from Kiambu and I've been so depressed because we could clearly see through the screen kuona vyenye politics zilienda hapa ndio zilikuwa zimeenda kwetu. Sasa venye tuko tunaona pande ile ingine ya kioo, nimeshukuru sana venye kunaenda na venye mmechangia hiyo maneno ndio watu waone mwangaza, na sina mengi, tashukuru tu ile kazi mnafanya na twende tu hivyo. Keep, mmejaribu sana ni watu na mama ameenda wapi na Bernard our keep au wote mmejaribu sana. We hope conclusion itakuwa sawa sawa. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tuendelee kusukuma, mambo itanyoka. Wajibu ni wetu, na tukichukua wajibu huo tukiutekeleza, inji iko na utajiri wa kutosha. There is enough in this country for every Kenyan and those Kenyans that are yet to be born. We just need good governance and good management, and that good management is coming in with a new government and us taking responsibility of keeping them on toes so that they deliver. on everything that they have envisioned and promised. Jakindu Bey.
Sorry kidogo, tuko huku nje.
Yes.
Kama kufukuzwa tulifukuzwa kwetu, si vile tumefurahia. Kwa hivyo every good success ya huko, we are counting over 20 years, you will never feel at home. So we are looking forward for a successful country. Turudi, kila mtu anaenda kazi, ukifikiri wakati mmoja itafika ujipate ukirudi nyumbani. It never happens because things keep changing so rapidly. Kwa hivyo tunajikuta tuko safari, si ya kwenda, hatujui kama ni ya kurudi. Asante.
Sawa sawa. Mtarudi. Nchi tutaitengeneza na kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. I believe
that is very true. That is very true. We are all economic refugees, by the way. I think I am.
Keep wewe. Sawa. Thank you Bwana Wainaina. Jakindu Bey, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard. Amjambo, Selina, habari? Omwana, Abuya, Rip, utumaga salamu bwana. Wewe bwana. Julius, Isaac.
Ajanunua kadi ya KBC. Zituma salamu.
Peter amezungumza jambo ambalo ni la kuhuzunisha sana. Mimi namuunga Peter mkono kabisa, namuunderstand kwa sababu saa zingine ukifikiria nyama choma huko nyumbani ama chai ile ya kiosk ile unasikia vibaya sana mahali huko.
Ile lunch ya Bama. Sema tu vizuri.
Nzuri sana. Unasikia mahali huko unachukia. Unasema kwa nini niko hapa? Kwa hiyo namuelewa Bwana Wainaina, lakini mimi nataka kumwambia Bwana Wainaina ni lazima.
One moment Jakindu Bey. Omwana, children are not allowed to feature on the screen. It's against YouTube rules. Italeta kizaza. So Junior, pereka yeye kitandani kwanza. Alafu kuje. Sawa. Asante. You're not supposed to show children on the screen or even them being heard. Asante. Jakindu Bey, go ahead.
Asante. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba namuelewa kwamba vile anavyosema, kwa sababu nyumbani ni nyumbani, na nyumbani ukiangalia kuzuri sana, lakini ndio hivyo. Na mimi nataka kumwambia Wanaina kwamba Wanaina lazima ufanye juhudi sasa, upige simu nyumbani, uambie watu watoke wakapiga kura, wapigie Azimio. Kama ndio upande unapenda, wapigie Azimio. Ndio tuna matumaini kwamba wataweza kurudisha nchi yetu mahali inatakiwa, na tuendelee mbele na tuweze kurudi nyumbani. Wale wanataka kurudi nyumbani, turudi nyumbani, au ujue kwamba nyumbani ni kuko kila kitu ni nzuri. So ni jambo la muhimu sahihi. Uwapigie mtu yoyote yule unakuambia waache, waelezee kwamba maoni yako, unajua kwamba Azimio ndio ngao ya ulinzi, ndio ngao ya economy yetu, yani maendeleo yetu. Nataka kuanza tu na kwa mfano hii 6000. Mkitaka kujua watu ambao wanajua economy, ambao hawa watu wanasema eti bottom up. Hawa watu wa bottom up hawajui economy maana yake ni nini, kwa sababu ukiwasikiliza matamshi yao, ukisikiliza matamshi ya makamu wa rais, ni matamshi ya mtu ambaye hajui chochote kuhusu taifa. Kwanza anasema hakuna wajinga Kenya. Kweli? Hakuna magonjwa Kenya. Kweli? Na hakuna umasikini. Hiyo ni mtu wa namna gani? Hizo vitu vitatu ndio nchi zote duniani zinapigana na hizi vitu. Hakuna kitu duniani nchi zote zinapigana na hizo vitu vitatu. Vitu hizi vitatu ndio dunia mzima wanapigana nayo. Wanapigana na magonjwa, ujinga na umasikini. Ndio nchi zote, hata Amerika inapigana na hiyo, hata Uingereza, hata Ujerumani, hata Fransa inapigana na hizo vitu vitatu. Ni lazima upigane nazo ndio uweze watu wako waweze kuishi vizuri. Lakini sasa kama makamu wa rais anasema hizo vitu haziko Kenya, na watu unajua wa Kenya kuna umasikini, kuna ujinga, kuna ugonjwa kwa sababu kuna ugonjwa, kwa sababu kuna magonjwa ambayo yanaweza hayafai kuua mtu, au haifai kufanya mtu akae bila kwenda kazi kwa sababu ya ugonjwa fulani, kwa sababu tukikosa madawa hospitali, hiyo ni aina ya kwamba iko katika docket ya maradhi. So mtu kama huyo hajui nchi inatakiwa kuongozwa namna gani. Hiyo 6,000 ni kama kupatia nchi check kila siku, kila mwezi, na hiyo inarudi ina circulate kwa system, na itafanya pesa kwa mifuko za watu. Itakuwa manake mtu kama akipewa 6,000 na ni mtu ambaye hana jambo lingine, hiyo pesa ataenda kutumia dukani, na hiyo dukani ukienda kutumia nayo tayari umeweka kwa economy, ina circulate. Na hivyo ndivyo nchi hizi kama Uingereza, Amerika, Ujerumani, Japan, hizi nchi zinafanya hivyo. Ndio maana unaona ziko stable nchi zao, manake hawataki mtu wao kulala njaa. Sasa Kenya, kama mtu mwingine analala njaa, alafu wewe unasema hatuna wajinga. Na unaona tuko na wajinga wengi, kwa sababu tuko na wajinga ambao wanadanganywa, wanaambiwa reli hauwezi kuchukua port upeleke Naivasha, alafu huyo anasema ataenda kutoa hiyo kitu Naivasha arudishe Kenya, arudishe Mombasa. Sasa hiyo ni maana gani? Hao watu ni wajinga kwa sababu hawaelewi, wanadanganywa. Na sasa kama unadanganywa na uelewi, wewe ni mmoja wa wajinga, na tunataka tusiwe na watu kama hao wa kudanganya. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu, kwamba mtu kama makamu wa rais Ruto hafai kuongoza. Hata ukiona wale watu ambao anafuatana nao ni watu ambao hawafai kuwa viongozi, na Ruto hafai kuwa kiongozi kwa sababu ni mdanganyifu. Na mimi nimewaambia hapa mambo ya watu kusema kwamba propaganda sisi hatutaki propaganda, kwa sababu mshaona propaganda ukisema katika kati zetu, propaganda hufanya sisi tunapigana. Waafrika hawataki hizo mambo ya propaganda au uongo, hatutaki uongo. Kila siku inaua. Wazungu walipotaka kumuua Gaddafi au walianza kusema ameua watu, amefanya nini, na nia yao walikuwa wanataka kumuua. Unaona, mambo ya porojo tuacheni. Tusiseme eti mtu anasema uongo alafu tunasema ati hiyo ni siasa. Nchi yetu hatutaki iongozwe na uongo, tunataka nchi yetu iongozwe na ukweli, na siku zote iwe na ukweli. Ndio maana ukiwaambia watu jambo wanajua hiyo ni ukweli, kwa sababu ukizoea mambo ya udanganyifu hatutajua kwamba nchi inaongozwa namna gani. Unaweza kwenda tunaweza kuamka siku nyingine tukakuta labda mke wako amekwambia hilo jambo halitakikani, na wewe unakuja kutuambia haitakikani. Sisi tunataka nchi yetu iongozwe na ukweli na katiba yetu. Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu. Jambo lingine ambalo nataka kusema kwamba niliona watu ambao wanamsupport makamu wa rais wanalalamika kwamba hakupewa nafasi ya kuzungumza. Si lazima apewe nafasi ya kuzungumza. Alikuwa anataka kuzungumza nini? Na hafanyi kazi, hajafanya kazi. Mimi nasema makamu wa rais ni mtu hana heshima, ni mtu hana nidhamu, ni mtu ambaye hafai kiongozi, kwa sababu kama alikuwa anaona anafanyiwa makosa, hajapatiwa kazi, anakula mshahara wa bure. Kwa nini? Anakaa nyumba ya serikali ya bure, anatumia pesa zetu za bure, na hafanyi kazi. anasema amenyimwa kazi. Sasa kama amenyimwa kazi, anataka kuzungumza ya nini? Mtu kama huyo ni mtu ambaye hafai kuongoza nchi. So wananchi wa Kenya, tafadhali msidanganywe na mambo ya upuzi kama hiyo. Ati mnakuja wengine wanakuja hapa kutetea uongo mtu ambaye anatudanganya machoni kwetu, alafu saa hiyo mnampigia makofi. Hiyo saa zingine inanifanya nataka hata kulia. Saa zingine nikiona vile watu wetu tunafanya, mtu anatudanganya alafu mnapiga makofi, alafu tunasema ati ni siasa. Hapana, siasa hiyo kitu ambayo tunasema siasa siasa ndio chanzo ya kuwa nchi kuwa na thabiti ya kwamba nchi yenyewe iko na amani, ni siasa. So siasa ni lazima tuichukulie kitu cha maana, sio kusema uongo eti siasa, kwa sababu siasa ndio inasema kodi tutatoa ngapi. Maana hao wanasiasa ndio wanatunga hizo sheria. So hatuwezi kusema kwamba siasa mtu anaweza kusema kitu anachotaka. Hapana, lazima ufuate vitu, useme kitu ambayo ni ya ukweli na inafuatana na sheria na katiba ya nchi yetu. Hiyo ndio inafaa. Lakini mambo ya kusema ati makamu wa rais lazima azungumze, mimi sioni haja yeye kuzungumza wakati wa madaraka na hafanyi kazi. Kwani leo ndio siku ya madaraka ndio anafanya kazi? Hatukumwajiri kuja kuzungumza siku ya madaraka. Tulimwajiri afanye kazi. Kazi yake ilikuwa ni kumsaidia, tulimwambia amsaidie president. Hiyo full stop. Penny, yule mtu alikuwa anaitwa Penny, hakuna mtu anamjua, na alikuwa makamu wa rais wa Trump. Hata Trump akisema nini, hata siku ile alikuwa Trump, watu wanasema wanataka kumkata kichwa. Penny hakusema chochote, yeye alifanya tu kazi yake. Hakuwahi kumtusi Trump vile huyu makamu wa rais anamtusi president. Hata kama ni wewe, hata ninyi wale mko hapa kwa panel, amwezi kutaka mtu kufanyia vitendo ambavyo makamu wa rais amemfanyia president. President anakuambia waachana na mambo ya kampeni, njoo tufanye kazi. Asikizi, anakusanya hao wabunge wale ambao wanampenda, wanasikizana naye, alafu wanaenda kumtusi president. Hiyo hatutaki. President wetu wote, si president wa Central Province, ni president. Uhuru ni president wa Kenya, ni president wa Kenya mzima. So hii mambo ya kusema ati sijui hajafanya kitu sijui Central Province, president ni president wa nchi nzima, anafanya kazi kwa nchi nzima. Na watu kama wale ambao wanamfuata Ruto, watu kama kina Igade, anasema kwamba president ametoa vitu fulani zilikuwa zifanyike, zijenge Central, eti imeenda kujenga Nyanza. Nyanza ni Kenya. Hana haki ya kusema hivyo. Nyanza ni Kenya. Hata ikijenga Busia, ijenge Mombasa, ijenge Kajiado, hiyo ni Kenya. Si kwa hiyo president akiamua ni inaenda kujenga wapi, inajenga hapo, kwa sababu yeye ndio tulimpatia mamlaka ya kuongoza. Asante sana. Asante Bernard. Bali bwana Demba, karibu.
Okay, thank you Jackie Ndube, we appreciate it. Let's keep rolling. Bwana Temba, vipi?
Niko salama, labda wewe.
Happy belated Madaraka Day.
Naona tayari mshaamua.
Yaani watu wamelia machozi mpaka wakaenda Kiambu. So tuendelee kukata miti ama tupalilie? Yes, so I think you should make your submission now.
Yeah, I'll make my submission and then I'll be back. Unajua wewe atuemea masaa manne, bado ni mapema sana. You cannot go right now. I want to just comment on one thing, because I know people will comment on so many others. The issue of the protocol. Bernard, hebu tuchambue protocol. Is it written anywhere that the deputy president must be the one to invite the president? That is one. Two, protocol is normally just an unwritten rule of diplomatic or social behavior. And normally it just shows the hierarchical nature of how people are going to interact. So the question comes in, if the person who is the highest in that particular scenario is talking, there's generally no broken protocol. Generally no broken protocol. So even as we are saying, I think what has happened a lot and what happened today was we have been used to. We have been used to the idea that when the president speaks or before the president speaks, the deputy president invites him. Now, one thing happened at the prayer breakfast, and I think that must have informed the deputy president. Behaved generally when you go to a place and there's a person who protocol is actually on basis of him, because in terms of hierarchy, he is the highest. The only person who can go against the protocol is the highest person in that place, and that is the president. But now the deputy president comes and breaks protocol at the prayer breakfast. So that, in the first place, was bad manners. You know, was bad manners. So I think the organizers must have felt that we need to manage this situation, if possible, manage the deputy president from himself, because they realized that giving him the microphone at that particular time is like allowing him to hit himself, or even to make himself err the more. So they decided that let them throw it away and have the president just address the crowd. And I think that was good, because it kind of removed the embarrassing situation that was witnessed, one at the Kibaki, funeral ceremony, and then at the prayer breakfast, where for some reason the deputy president has chosen that he does not want to play by the rules, and he doesn't care anymore. So I know it was kind of very uncomfortable for his supporters, because they hoped that they were going to take advantage of that situation, probably shout more. And maybe for him, he was going to take that advantage to break protocol again and start saying, I apologize for those in charge of protocol. So when he was pushed out and he was not allowed to apologize for breaking protocol, I think it became a bit uncomfortable. And I also hear that he wasn't invited to State House before and after, so it became a little embarrassing for him. But one thing is clear, though, that the rift between them has widened, and it has never been clear. It was clear today. Two things he mentioned. One, about corruption. He said that he is hoping that one major thing and development that can take place, it has to take place in a corruption-free environment. And that is one animal that he has not been able to slay. So I'm thinking that was very well timed and targeted. Another one was when he talked about Martha Karua and female women, of course, raising the glass ceiling. Breaking the glass ceiling. So I think those were two very important messages that came from him. I know that he's going to receive a bashing because of apparent broken protocol, which was not actually broken, because when the chief guest, the person whose protocol is made about, takes over, that is no broken protocol. The owner of the protocol taking it over does not mean any protocol has been broken. And there is maybe the way we have been socialized to believe that since it has always been repeated. Now, let me ask you, Bernard. Moi did not have a vice president, I don't know for how long. Who was inviting him to speak? There was a time Moi stayed, I think, for, is it 5 years or 2 years, 3 years?
It was some months, but the concern was in case something happened to him, there would be a constitutional crisis.
So the only concern was if he dies, but there was never concern on who invites him for functions, because he was always speaking. So I don't know why this is coming out like it was such a strange thing that had happened. Let me stop there for now, Bernard.
And the people crying most were the ones who are part of the Moi government. Kina Wetangula. Why are Kenyans so hypocritical to this extent that they want to appropriate the selective amnesia? That in the 90s, when Moi worked without vice president, there was no problem. But right now, that somebody was in the meeting and was not allowed to speak or did not speak is now a big issue to be taken to a rally. And what did they want the Kiambu people to do? The Kiambu people to go and take them to Uhuru Park or wherever, Uhuru Gardens, and give them opportunity to speak? Watu waache kutubeba wajinga.
I think that was you know, like it was obviously arranged. So I hear word in the wire was that he was going to make some embarrassing statements in that particular platform. And of course, the intelligence report decided that they're going to scuttle that. And it didn't happen. So they thought that, how do we recover ourselves from this? Let us go to this rally in Kiambu and pretend to try and castigate the government for that. If you realize, even the crowd wasn't so responsive. They were just lukewarm. When they tried even to speak to the crowd at that place, it was just another normal match that was playing. But I think for some reason in the past, like 1 week, the deputy president has received a beating in terms of his strategy, and he's been pretty much outwitted by the Azimio side, and basically the people he has been thinking that he's outwitting. They have always got him off the foot, and I think even. Remember, Bernard, for the past few days, they have been photoshopping crowds. It was discovered, and they have the guy who was photoshopping had to take a break for a few days to go and see how best again to come and undo the damage. So it is getting a little hot for them, and for the Azimio side, I would just urge us to continuously still push people to get their votes, and also get ready for the big day. Not to sit pretty. It is not over until it is over. Yeah. Back to you, Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Yes, Abuya, iko nini?
I just wanted to add to what Themba was talking about. And something that I think we have forgotten is that he talked about the debt ceiling. And whether debt is good and whether it is bad. And the statement there was a real blow to the DP. I want to believe it was directed to the DP, because he said that the only time debt is a burden to the nation is that if a nation is led by looters. But in the hands of visionary administration, debt is a catalyst for rapid development. That was a very, very major blow to the DP, because you can see all the infrastructure projects that have been undertaken. Most of them, yes, they could have been overpriced, but they took off and something was done. But now the two the Aurora and Kimwarer is painting a very bad image to the Uhuru administration, and he attributes that to looters. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, asante. Yes, tusikilize Alex kwanza alafu tuende kwa Seth.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Themba said. But Themba had a quick question. Does the deputy think that the president does not have intelligence? I mean, when you're doing such things in a national event and you pre-plan it, you even try to ship the crowds, and is he aware that the president is the president of the Republic of Kenya, or the deputies has become a loose dog to a point that he thinks he's in control? What is his problem? Does he think he's in control or what? That is what is disturbing me. Does he think he's going to succeed in castigating or undermining the president throughout?
Respond.
Alex, you remember when we read that when the gods want to finish you, they make you mad. So you see, you cannot have more intelligence than the government of the day. Anytime you'll ever have more intelligence than the government of the day, you can overthrow that government. And the government cannot allow you to have more intelligence report than you think you have it. Forget about what people listen to a lot, and then they say Hustler Nations for Intelligence Bureau. That is just a blogger trying to guess. And even sometimes the government can even decide to even put people to you, give you the information you think they want you to get. But you're right. The deputy president has, in the few times that he has been given an opportunity, you realize he has misbehaved. You see, he misbehaved in Kibaki burial. He chose to start acknowledging certain people. Then he came and misbehaved at the prayer breakfast. Ideally, the Raila had called the president. And in any, Alex, you know, in order of protocol, you cannot break the protocol when you are not the one who is the highest in that hierarchy. When the protocol is about the president, the other things come in order of the person who is the highest in that particular gathering. So he's the only one who can choose, because there's nobody else who is coming after him. He's the only one who can choose. Now I can call Alex to come and say something, because the protocol is about him. But now if you choose to break protocol, what is the perception? The perception, number one, is you're treating yourself as equal to the other person who is basically, the protocol is about him. And if you notice that day, Alex, you realize Martha Karua was a little, caught off guard, because that was not what she expected. But all the same, she walked in front, and if you could read the body language, she could see, oh, so she didn't want to embarrass him, but again, she had to go in front. Then when she finished, you hear she said, and thank you, William, for inviting me. You know, that was not necessarily a message of, I really appreciate that you gave me the chance. That whatever embarrassment you are trying to bring, thank you. So I agree with you that he probably has gotten to a point. Two things, Alex. Maybe he's too frustrated. I know when you reach a point of frustration, you don't care anymore. It doesn't bother you anymore. That is one. Or two, is trying to play the card of, since now you have made it bad, let me now play it in the public domain so that I can reap the sympathy that might come thereof. I'm sure he was told that this thing, if you go, the president knew everything. And he must have been told that if you go there, you'll be embarrassed. Because when did they plan the Kikuyu thing, the Kiambu thing? When was it planned? They were aware it was going to be there. Why didn't Gachagua even come for that thing? So it was already planned that, okay, he was told this thing is not going to work. Then he said, let me just go, let them do what they're going to do. And then, of course, I can reap out of the embarrassment. And that is what he's trying to do. So he's imagining people will, and of course, immediately that happened, you saw the way it came out. How is Uhuru doing that to him? You can't be so bitter with, it was well planned out. And that is what he was hoping will happen. That is what I can say, Alex.
And I think I thought Atwoli was joking, but Themba, I'm just now getting the truth that when power will get out of this man, when honestly nobody will be around him, when the phone calls will go away, when the security will go away, I swear, the way now I'm seeing, because he does things as if he's the president and yet he's not the president. So I think he has gotten to a point that he's totally mad. And I'm believing now it wasn't a joke what Atwoli was saying. The guy might take his life off. Secondly, I'm believing what Matiang'i said the other day, that these people are doing things and saying things even fools can't believe. Can you imagine? So I think I'm agreeing with what Matiang'i said. Thank you.
So, Jose, karibu. Themba, you can chair for a while. Thank you. I'm coming.
Unaenda wapi Bernard? Weka hapa. Kaa hapa. Kaa hapa.
I'm not
Good evening, everyone.
Anaenda kutengeneza chai. Ni time ya chai.
Good evening, everyone.
Niko hapa kama dakika 25 hivi.
I have questions for him anyway. I have questions for him. Why is this thing just, why are issues just being run as if these are teenagers? The leadership, they are just behaving as if they are teenagers. Why should Ruto be in tears? Surely. But do you know what? I think the president can also be blamed to a good extent. As much as he wants to say that there's no problem with the debt, yes, there is no problem. And I think everybody across the country agrees so. The challenge is what happens to the money after the borrowing? And he admitted. He cannot go on TV and tell us that we are losing 2 billion a day. 2 billion a day. We all know what happened to SGR. It was also on debt. You are quite clear about the Eurobond. Eurobond was not just one, there were two. Now, you remember in State House, when the president was so frustrated, he's throwing his hand saying, what do you want me to do? And pinned the Auditor General for wanting to go to the US to follow up was it Eurobond 2? Now, if I were him, today I would have avoided that talk. Because we know if the money is used properly, everything is okay. But where do we put the blame of the money used badly? And the list is a full page, 2 pages of scandals of all the money that was borrowed. You can't just say looters. And you know what? He knows who the looters are. He cannot, he's exiting. But then, what has he done about the looters? You see the difficult questions. Those are serious, difficult questions. Well, the issue of Martha Karua, I think some of these things looks like blessings in disguise.
Mimi nataka kukujibu kidogo, Abuya.
No, this Osea.
Osea.
Just go ahead. Yes.
Nasema hivi, hauwezi wale mimi naweza kublame katika hii ni judiciary. kwa sababu wamefunga nani? Kwa sababu president hawezi kwenda kufunga mtu. Kila siku mtu akishikwa wanasema oh, hiyo ni politics. Watu wanasema oh, na president akisema shikeni huyu mtu fanyeni, mnasema dictator, kwa sababu marehemu Magufuli watu walikuwa wanasema ni dictator, yet ukiwacha watu ifanywe kesi ifanywe vile inatakikana, hiyo kitu inakaa kwa nani, kwa koti miaka 5. Ile mambo ya Anglo-Listen, wale watu ambao walikuwa wanahusika wale walikuwa Uingereza walishikwa na wakafungwa na wametoka jela. Wale walikuwa wa Kenya, hiyo kesi yao haijafanywa. Sasa president ataenda kwa koti? Hawezi kufanya hivyo. President akienda kwa court, mtasema ni dictator. Akisema fungeni hawa, mtasema huyu president ni dictator. Sasa mnataka afanye namna gani? Ndio maana saa zingine president anakuuliza, mnataka nifanye nini? Mimi nimewaambia, tukitaka kutoa mambo ya corruption, lazima sisi tuanze, sisi wenyewe. Sisi ndio culprit wa hiyo corruption, kwa sababu wale watu ambao wanafanya corruption ni wana Kenya kama sisi. So ni lazima Wakenya wenyewe waseme hatutaki corruption. Hiyo ndio itasaidia. Hata president akiwa mkali namna gani na wananchi wa Kenya wamekubali corruption, bado watafanya tu. So lazima hiyo kitu sisi wote wana Kenya tuseme hatutaki, na sio kusema president akisema funga huyu mtu mtasema president ni dictator. Akipeleka kotini, akiwapatia watu wengine wafanye kazi, wasipofanya vizuri mnamlaumu president. Sasa zingine lazima tuangalie hii kitu. Ndio maana nimesema ni lazima sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya tuokoke, number 1, kwa sababu ukienda sehemu hizo zote wanafanya kazi, unakuta wale watu wanafanya corruption ni wasomi. Watu tumewapeleka shule kusoma, wamesoma, alafu wanarudi kuibia watu wao. Hiyo haifai. Ndio maana mimi nilisema kama ingekuwa ni jukumu langu, kama wewe ni mtu tumekupeleka umesoma na tunakurudi tunakuta unafanya corruption, tutakufunga miaka nyingi zaidi kuliko yule mwingine ambaye hakusoma, kwa sababu umeharibu pesa zetu ambazo tulikupeleka nazo shule kufanya ili kwa sababu ukisoma tunategemea ujue kwamba kuiba ni vibaya, kutumia mali ya serikali vibaya ni vibaya. Lakini kama hujui hiyo, unakuja kuhunjumu, na tumekupeleka tumekusomesha na pesa zetu, hiyo tutakufunga miaka nyingi sana. Asante sana.
Unless you want to add something, I can quickly respond to Jakindube.
Kidogo kabla Hosea hujaongea. Jakindu.
Okay.
Jakindube. Jakindube, kuna jambo nataka kuelezea. Unajua mambo ya corruption, kukosa kufanya corruption, hakuna syllabus ya kukosa kufanya corruption shuleni.
Hapana.
Uliza nyumba hapa. Nyumba kuna syllabus ya anti corruption.
No. Shuleni unafundishwa kuwa na tabia nzuri, unafundishwa unatakiwa kupata elimu. Unapata elimu. Ukiwa shuleni unatakiwa upate elimu, na kama wewe elimu ile umepata unarudi kuiba, hiyo tutakufunga miaka nyingi, kwa sababu tunataka wasomi ndio waongoze nchi yetu. Sasa kama wewe ni msomi alafu unarudi kuiba, umulienda kusoma nini sasa?
Okay, point of information, Jakindube. I fully agree with what you are saying. The only thing is that what you have talked about is just half of what is happening. If you have done more research, you'll find out that on the charge sheet, the president is number 1. Take it from me. On the charge sheet for corruption, he's number 1. See, you are aware of the Eurobond, which has taken the debt ceiling to that high. You are aware of the SGR. Jakindu Bay, don't go away.
Siendi mbali, siendi. Mimi niko.
Are you aware of the Eurobond?
Yeah.
Are you aware of the SGR?
Ndio.
You are aware of the dams, Aror and all the others?
Adam, nasikia ziko zilifanyika hivyo. Na niko aware of those things.
I'll pick on the Eurobond, on the dams to start with. On the dams, when the matter was hot, the president appointed a committee to investigate the matter. You know, they did so. They did so, and they gave a report. And the report actually established that a good proportion of the money was used to furnish Western Hotel. Drinks, mattresses, pillows, beddings. Now, do I need to go to the Eurobond? Do you remember the State House meeting where the president was
How is the president connected to Western Hotel? You know, you said the president is at the top of the charge sheet, and I want you to prosecute that, not just to name those kind of. Then just prosecute the president. There.
Listen, Alex. Yeah. He set up a committee to investigate. The committee gave him findings, and you know it is his government. The findings from Aror were sufficient for him to take action. He cannot today come to say that.
How is the president on top of the charge sheet? You know, I want you to connect. I don't want you to throw words. You know, we know the accountability stops at him, but on the charge sheet, that's what I want you to substantiate. You said the president is on top of the charge sheet.
The Auditor General put him on the forefront and asked him, was following up the lost monies in the US. Do you know he stopped him?
You know, you are throwing, Mr. Fair.
Let
me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you,
Alex, unajiingiza kwa shimo na Alex anakuingiza hapo tu, anakuuliza swali.
Let me help you. You should use other words instead of using words that with that magnitude, and you cannot even substantiate your words. I think you are you are a better educated person, and you should educate people in a better way. Being on top of a charge sheet, it's like the ticket. Now, when we say the ticket of Ruto and Gachagua, it's like a charge sheet. There is nothing except the truth that is there. So since you said the president is on top of that charge sheet, and then you started from Kimwarol, I expected you to tie the president to Kimwarol on how that money, the president took it to those pillows that you are saying, and therefore we start prosecuting the president. But if it's accountability, then you should have used other words, because remember, we are also educating people here. So you are arming. You are arming.
I'm responding to his,
you are arming Kenya Kwanza. You are arming Kenya Kwanza that even us, we have a charge sheet.
No, Alex. He said the
Jose, you need to understand what Alex is saying. And you might be having a different meaning on what you're saying. But when you bring it the way you're bringing it, Alex is trying to give you a point that I think also Bernard is going to emphasize in just a little while. It's okay. It's also wisdom to appreciate correction. You might be having a point, but the way you're bringing it out is changing the meaning, and that's what Alex is trying to put across. Okay,
I follow what you're saying.
Yeah. So just hold on right there. I know you're going to be given a direction in a bit. Let's hear Abuya, and then Abuya has been having his hands up, and then Nyomba also has been having their hands up, and then Alex Osea had not finished. Amezua tu moto hapa na imeleta kizungumkuti. Sasa tunajaribu kupoesha. Acha tupoeshe hii moto, then I give it back to you. Yes, Abuye.
Mine is just short and just a comment on what Jose was saying. You know, Jose, you, in as much as you have put it that way, which not only Alex did not appreciate, even myself, and that statement that the president gave today is that I mean, the only time a debt is a burden is to the nation is if the nation is led by looters. For me, how I interpret that statement is, yes, he was definitely talking about some of the money that has been siphoned from the infrastructure projects. But again, I also understood it to mean that he is warning the Kenyan public that going forward, whoever you're going to elect will determine whether the debt ceiling will go up or down. That's what I understood from him. Yes, he acknowledges that there is a debt. And he also acknowledges the fact that the debt is up there because of, one, the looters, and going forward, it might go up because of looters, in as much as he is the CEO of the country. Thank you.
Okay, Nyumba.
Thank you, Bwana Themba. Today you came a few minutes earlier than me. It was in the background. I saw you coming in. Mine is like Alex has answered. Hosea, we know English is a borrowed language, but the words you use are also very important. When you talk of the charge sheet and Uhuru, you have to connect Weston and all that, and even the Kemarol. What has Uhuru to do with that? So, and actually, Themba, you have clarified it. It's always nice to own up for any failures or misgiving. Yeah? Hosea, just agree what Alex has told you and what Themba has actually explained further. Just agree that the word Uhuru being on the charge sheet and number one in the charge sheet was not right. Sometimes you don't keep on resisting when the truth is come out clearly. Thank you.
Well,
hold on a sec. Welcome Kasudi, and welcome all. I want to take it back to Bernard so that he can prosecute and allow you guys to speak. I'll be Bernard. Najua umekunywa chai, sasa endelea na kazi.
Asante sana kwa kusaidia, alafu kusaidia sisi tuelewe masuala mengi ambayo yanajiri katika mji huu na katika nchi hii. Swala la Jose na charge sheet na hiyo masuala ingine yote. Jose, are you aware that the former Minister for Finance is or Cabinet Secretary for Finance is in court? What is he in court for?
Yes, I'm aware. Maybe I should not have used the word charge sheet, but me, I was concerned by what the president said today about the debt being bad so long as they are looters. My issue was that the looters are accountable to him. That was my point.
How do you mean looters are accountable to the president? Do you take permission from the president to go and loot? What do you mean is accountable to the president?
Okay, let me say answerable.
They are not answerable. Looting is a crime.
You see what I mean? There is officers. There are officers. You see, when we say that the government has lost XYZ, the two scandals, it is his government.
Yeah.
It is his government. That's what I meant. That is why I'm saying he did a good thing to appoint the committee to investigate Aurora and Kimore.
Let me help you understand what the president meant. The president said the debt there's no problem with borrowing as long as the money borrowed is spent for the right purpose for which they are borrowed. If we borrow for infrastructure and use it for feeding the people, we have abused the borrowing and that money will never be recovered. But if we borrow for infrastructure and invest in infrastructure, the infrastructure will be able to pay back the money. The problem in Kenya is that we borrow for development, but we end up developing stomachs only, nothing else. And whatever the stomach eats, he will never bring it back to you in returns.
Hello, can I also talk something?
Yes, Dixon, what is it?
Now, I think the problem we are having in Kenya is one. We borrow, for example, you borrow to buy a banana, but on the way you find an orange. You use the money to buy that orange instead of buying the banana. So by the time you reach where you are supposed to go, when you are being asked, where is the money that you are given for the banana, you end up saying that this money, I used it, I found a very enticing orange, that's what I've eaten. So the money is getting rose. So the idea of corruption in Kenya is as old as Kenya itself. And the only way we can get it, we need, sometimes, some of us who live in diaspora here, we say that in Kenya we need a benevolent dictator who can actually make things straight so that the others can actually follow. As of now, everybody is scrambling to say, I can fix it, where they have been there. So the only advice, the only thing that I can say for us who are in this forum is, we need to pray to get somebody who knows what is supposed to be done at a given time. Not somebody who is going to protect what they have acquired, but somebody who is going to dig, who is going to know, who is going to upright the road the way it's supposed to be upright. But as of now, when something goes, I can hear most of the friends are saying that now you hear cases are going to court, then there's an injunction. Today, you see they gave a list of 200 and something who have got integrity questions. But you hear people are saying, I listened to another show by Soleil, was saying that, if you have not been, if your case is in court, you are as good as anybody. So that's what is destroying us. And remember, chapter 6, when the constitution was enacted, was watered down. So there is nothing we can do even if we talk and say, so long as we don't get people who will actually say, who are going to hold the horn by this, who are going to hold the bull by this horn, we will say nothing. That's why we need to tell those people, our dear Kenyans, that let's try to select people with integrity. But if we are selecting people that the one who gives money is the one I'm going to put my foot there, we will still remain in that darkness forever.
Okay, thank you, Bernard Dixon. Your statement is right, but I don't think the situation is as hopeless as it sounds. In Kenya, we don't have insufficient law. What we miss is the software to apply what is required. And
that's
when the president cries out that borrowing for right purpose and money utilized for right purpose is what will enhance the development of the country, in my opinion, that is accurate. But if you, for like the example you gave, we borrowed to build extra classrooms. Like now we have a new education system that wants us to build what is called junior secondary, added to the primary school that we are ordinarily having. So if we borrowed money for extra classrooms, then you came, instead of you building extra classrooms, you bought food for the children in the school to eat. Okay? Children eating food is okay, is necessary. But now, will the food they have eaten take care of the extra classes? No. Without the extra classes, are we developing our education? No. And so, let every money that is borrowed be used for rightful purpose. And whoever that wants to mismanage the money that belongs to the country, it should be held to account. Ajibu kwa makosa yake. Ulipewa pesa ya kujenga classrooms 10, ulijenga 2. Where are our 8 classrooms? Okay? If you can't produce the 8 classrooms, return the money for the 8 classrooms. Sio story ya kusumbuana tena, oh, you know, the cement went up, oh, you know, we had COVID. No. The money you received for 10 classrooms, we want 10 classrooms. If you can't produce 10 classrooms, give us the money, we'll get another person to do the job. Using the law to defend your folly is the main problem in Kenya, where people find their way around the law. Nakina Sholei, hao ndio experts wa hiyo maneno. Mtu amevunja sheria vizuri, sasa sahi ati tuna debate maneno ya Sudi. Headmaster amekataa hakuona Sudi shule. Sudi anasema alifanya mtihani shule. Tunazungumza kuhusu nini? If the principal did not see Sudi, the class teacher did not see Sudi, never did any assignment in that school, what are we discussing? Yes, Alex.
You know, Bernard, what saddens me is you make a submission, you advise us what we ought to do as a country, then your conclusion is there is nothing we can do about corruption. You know, then why then do you submit about corruption? It's not as bad as he wants to put it. Remember Judge Ogoti, in the case of the Marsabit governor, the guy gave him he slapped him with some heavy fines. Was it 20 million? Something like that. And people started complaining that that's too much bond. Do you understand? So what is the right bond for somebody who has stolen county money? Somebody like Waiguru, who takes the whole finance ministry and puts in his personal account. What kind of bond is he supposed to get? Something that is almost impossible for her to get out. So I think we have the mechanism, we have everything, but we want to believe in ourselves that there is nothing we can do. That mentality must go. There is something that can be done, and it should be done.
Thank you, Alex. And the people pushing for that narrative that there is nothing we can do about corruption. They are the perpetrators of corruption and beneficiaries of corruption. There is always a way out. And corruption can be arrested, and we take back the money that has been lost to corruption. We just need people who are serious enough to get that done. And let nobody deceive themselves that they will get away with the corrupt deals. Not in the current Kenya. We will follow you. We will get the money back. If you can't pay it, your children will pay. Your children's children will pay. It is enough for that we have put this country in already. So if you think that you could preach the gospel of corruption is so much entrenched in the country, corruption can never stop. Oh, Kenya is most corrupt, so we should accept corruption as a way of life. We are not going to buy into that. Even if it's going to take 50, 100 years, we must arrest that monster called corruption. And when we make corruption too expensive, nobody will partake in it. If you're a police officer, you participate in corruption, you lose your job, you lose your benefits. Nobody's going to participate in it. You are a contractor, you blow up the prices of things, and then you don't deliver. Umepewa barabara kama yetu, Navaholo Nambacha, okay? You come and pour black things on Maram, and you say you have tarmacked the road, and you took the money for tarmacking the road, and you came and painted it black on Maram. Alafu wewe ni member of parliament, you want us to call you honorable member. You are the one in charge of that company. Please, let's wake up and demand what is right, not explain what has happened and accept it as a way of life. Kenya deserves better than that, and we need to push for the same.
Something quick, I Let me noticed that.
complete
my submission.
Hold on. Since you started the fire, hold on. We will come to you. Yes, Alex, then Jakindube.
10 seconds. I noticed that, and this is really worrying, that in the list of those who are corrupt, almost every contestant in Kisii County is in that list. Almost everybody in Kisii County, except for Simbarati, from the senatorial to Chris Obure to Tongi. We are having only criminals running for Kisii County. You can imagine how grievous that is.
Take it easy, wewe. Yes, Jakindube, quickly.
Nataka kumwambia hivi hii juu ya mambo ya corruption. Nimewambia we have to start with ourselves. Lazima tukatae, tusiseme eti tumeshindwa. Lazima tukatae. Na mimi nasema corruption ile mimi naona wale watu ni usisi. Kwa sababu mtu tunaambiwa huyu mtu ni corrupt. Alafu huyo mtu mnamchagua, mnampatia ofisi kubwa. Huyo mtu Uhuru alisemekana ni corrupt, alafu wanaenda wanamchagua governor. Saa hii kwanza alikuwa anataka kuchaguliwa hata makamu. Wanasema labda anafaa kuwa makamu. Na mtu ako na corruption. Huyu jamaa umemchagua UDA. Jamaa ako na kesi. Na unaona tunamchagua watu wanapiga makofi. Sasa ni lazima sisi nimemwambia bwana omba wa Kenya sisi wenyewe tubadilike, tukatae hawa watu. Manake kama Uhuru hangechaguliwa huko kwao, angejua amekataliwa na kila mtu ina send hiyo kwamba inatuma signal ya kwamba Wakenya wataki mtu corrupt. Lakini kama mtu corrupt mnamchagua alafu mnalalamika, huyo mtu amechaguliwa na sisi kwenda tena kukaa kwa pesa, alafu kumake it worse, mnakuta huyu mtu mmemchagua amechukua pesa ameweka kwa account yake pesa ya county. Bado huyo mtu mnataka kumrudisha kwa governor. Ninyi ni watu wa namna gani? Sisi ni watu wa namna gani? Alafu mnakuja kusema ni president. Sasa president alikuwa huko kwao na huyu mwanamke, huyo mama alikuwa huko. President alienda akamwambia chukua pesa uweke kwa account. Hiyo ni sisi. Watu walimchagua kule ni wananchi, sisi ndio tulimchagua, na alikuwa tayari ni mshukiwa ambaye ana kesi kotini, lakini bado tunamchagua. Hiyo maana yake nini? Alafu mnasema president hawezi kusema mambo ya corruption. Atasema corruption ukipeleka kwa kesi kwa kotini, hata mtu kama angalia mtu kule Mombasa, mtu ana kesi ya mauaji, anapatiwa, inakuwa postponed, amalize kufanya nini? Amalize kucampaign. Maana yake nini sasa hiyo? Hiyo ni hawa ni judiciary gani ambao wanafikiria mambo ya campaign na mtu ameletewa mashtaka? Campaign hiyo inawahusu na nini? Kama wanasema wao ni independent, campaign inawahusu na nini? Mtu ashafanya makosa, mwadili na mtu. Huwezi kusema eti hii case tubadili ndio campaign. Ndio kusema sasa akishachaguliwa na yeye ni mshtakiwa, kama vile Uhuru na Ruto walichaguliwa kama wana mashitaka. Kama wangefungwa je? Unaona makosa ya sisi wa Kenya. Kama wangefungwa je? Tungefanyaje? Sisi wa Kenya ndio mimi nasema sisi wenyewe ndio wenye makosa. Hatuwezi kumlaumu mimi simlaumu president, najalaumu mimi kwa sababu sisi ndio tunachagua the same people. Hata mkisema sisi ndio tunachagua hao. Kama sisi wananchi wa Kenya tukisema hao hatutaki mtu yeyote ambaye anashukiwa. Tabia mtu, lazima tuangalie tabia mtu, ni tabia. Wache kusema eti mpaka aende ashitakiwe afanyiwe nini. Tabia mtu, anaweza kuwa yeye ni mchawi, anakimbia usiku, hatujamshika, lakini inaonekana ni mchawi. Hauwezi kusema ati mpaka tumshike. Hapana, tabia ya mtu. Hata ukitaka kuoa, hata ukitaka, unauliza tabia ya huko namna gani, ndio upate huyo mtu. Kama usipoangalia tabia, utakuta uko na mambo mengine ambayo ungezuia. So hizo ni vitu ambavyo lazima tufanye sisi wenyewe, si tusingojee eti mtu ngani atakufanyia. Ni sisi, we have to start it from us. Bernard, omba Wakenya wageuke.
Sawa, asante. Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru. Naomba hivi, nataka debate isonge mbele. Nikiendelea na maneno ya maswali sioni tukitoboa. But this is what I will say. Kuna Kikwetu Ventures anasema pastors are corrupt, and I must respond to that. Okay? Jesus had 12 of them and only one was a devil. So not all pastors are corrupt. We may have one that is corrupt, but there are 11 that are doing what is required. So we will not brand people and communities and say they are corrupt. But despite the fact that we have pastors who are corrupt, it doesn't make corruption right, and it doesn't make corruption acceptable. Corruption is bad anywhere, in the church, outside the church, on the road, at home, and every other place. For us to have a society that can be relied upon, we must refuse corruption at all levels. Thank you very much. Tunarudi directly kwa Jose. Maliza submission yako moja kwa moja, twende kwa Kasuti, twende kwa Martin. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Some of us, personally, get so pained with this corruption thing. And we really had a lot of hopes when the new constitution came into being. The chapter 6, it was messed, but personally, I think it can be resuscitated. It can be tuned. It can be made better. Unfortunately, the people to make it better are the MPs. Now, I brought up the issue of the Auditor General on matters corruption. And the leading people on the auditors list are actually the members of parliament. Now, some time back, I did say that it will be maybe not get far if you try to have the members of parliament try to tighten the issues around chapter 6 and corruption, because they are on his accused list. They are on his accused list. So it looks like if you want to tighten chapter 6, the matter will have to be a referendum thing. But I think it's not too big a price to pay. It can be paid. You see, this all the MPs who are because of the CDF, only about 15% of the CDF money goes to wananchi. Now you imagine 85% is always just looted, the way the president is saying. Now, if the chapter 6 ever finds its way of being reviewed, it should be that all MPs who have issues, corruption issues, should not be allowed to contest. Let it be straight away. Chebukati's work in disqualifying them will be very straight. You have corruption issues pending, you can't contest. That is how it should be. I personally think that's how it should be. Now, to go on, my last matter is the issue of the deputy president. I think I did hear something like at his current house these days he's not so busy with his political activities. I think there was saying that they have moved the political meetings from current house to UDA headquarters. That they should have done long time ago. Somebody did say that that you remember, for example, the running mate issue, which was purely a UDA matter. Everything was conducted, and actually the meeting all the resources there were used to finance that UDA's meeting. And then, of course, the announcement of Gachagua, it all took place at the current place, which I think misuse and abuse of government resources. I think I want to end there. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Bwana Kasuti, karibu.
ya msani we namba chavoche
cheve ambulire
mnyala wola cho no nyako cheve chevoche
ambulire.
Hey, things are getting hot. Hot and hot every day. And I'll just start by saying that not once, not twice, what I have said here, it is still coming to be fulfilled. I told you, when the day of Chronicles book will be called by the king, bring that Chronicle book to me. Yesterday was the day of going through the Chronicle book. And you saw what happened. He went through the Chronicle book by starting to acknowledge everything. But alikuwa akishika mahali anashika mahali. Do you know why the Uhuru Garden was the chosen venue for Madaraka Day? It was politically significant. Why? Because hiyo Uhuru Garden, it was ni mojawapo ya ile ilikuwa nani mbunge wa pale alikuwa amekrap pamoja wakiwa na Millicent Omanga, wakaweka nini yao ya wine and spirit pale. Ili beat rais mwenyewe aende mpaka kwa Nixon Korel, ndio hiyo kiwanja ianze kufanyiwa kazi. Ama wewe unafikiria kusema story ya opposite, which is opposite land, which is opposite Wilson Hotel? It was specifically, ilikuwa Uhuru Garden, it was meant to spill out the beans. Na before hiyo Uhuru Gardens, before hiyo mkutano iendwe, rais alikuwa na intelligence, my friend. Wewe unakumbuka the day Vashiti alikuwa amependwa sana, na alikuwa amepewa mbawazi zote, na hiyo power zikaingia kwa akili yake, akasahau ya kwamba kuna Esther mahali anangojea tu ufanye mistake moja, alafu she will take over. That's what happens. Vashiti alipewa all opportunities. Mfalme alikuwa anajivunia Vashiti. Unaweza angalia from history ya hao majamaa wawili, president na deputy president. Those days walikuwa wanaitwa duels, dynamic duels. Hiyo ilikuwa ni ile moment ya Vashiti na mfalme. But all of a sudden Vashiti akaingiza kiburi, akaona ya kwamba sasa mfalme, you cannot do anything. Mfalme naye akamwambia, I graced you with honor and I can even naweza kutoa hiyo honor kwako na ubaki bure. Then that's what happened.
Itakuwa mute kelele,
watu wanaomba, watu wanaenda kazi kidogo tu. Kama inasumbua naweza nyamaza kwanza, alafu mta
No, kamilisha tu.
Okay. So hiyo ilikuwa specifically Chronicles book ilikuwa inasomwa jana, na ujue ya kwamba mimi nataka kuambia hawa watu, corrupt people, they didn't start it today, they didn't start yesterday. All the way from the Bible, God knew very well that Saul was corrupt. That's why the picture of David came into play. God knew very well that Saul is not a faithful servant. That's why David came into play. God knew very well Saul that will not carry out the instruction. Ni mtu ako na kiburi. Na akamwambia go and do it. Huyu jamaa kwa sababu alikuwa corrupted mind, what he did, akafanya kila kitu ingine yote, alafu akaanza kujiwekea minovu. Anaona vitu vile vinono anaweka kando. Alipoulizwa na Mungu akasema nilifikiria. So this is what happens with the deputy president. Ati nilifikiria hii nitakuja kukutolea kama dhabihu kwa sababu hii niliona imenona sana. That was not the aim. Hii haikuwa instruction. Instruction was destroy everything. So expect there is somebody who is coming to destroy this giant of corruption. You are thinking mnasema ati haiwezi. Hii inakuja kufagiliwa. Ngojeni tu kidogo. Daudi bado anachunga ng'ombe huko. Bado anachunga kondoo. Lakini nafikiri saa hii wameenda kumtafuta. Wameenda kutafuta Daudi akuja anyoroshe hii mambo. Msijali. Things are going to be good. Na wacha niseme tu kitu kimoja kuhusu hii tweet ya hii story ya TB, ya watu kuferi watu Uhuru Kade. Unajua watu wanafikiria wao ndio wako na intelligence, lakini walikuwa wanatumia kitu inaitwa reverse psychology. When Ole Itungi aliposti pale akasema ya kwamba ati mmepanga, wao ndio walikuwa wamepanga. Na wao ndio walikuwa wameferi watu. Watu wa Nairobi wanaamkanga saa 12. By saa 8 uwanja ilikuwa imejaa. Kwani watu walitoka wapi? Na hiyo event ilikuwa ni ya Nairobi because watu walikuwa all over the country, watu walikuwa na celebrate Madaraka Day. So there was no reason why mtu anaweza toka from all the way from a different place kukuja kuattend Madaraka in Nairobi, whereby in the counties kulikuwa na hizo occasions. So akatumia reverse psychology kusema ya kwamba ati watu wamepanga, and then wao ndio walipanga. Na because Uhuru is very smart, akajua ya kwamba nini mmefanya hivyo. Sasa waje niwaonyeshe ya kwamba we have intelligence. Hakuna politics, hakuna mwanasiasa ataongea hapa hata mmoja peke yake. But he changed the occasion kuendorse the ticket of Martha Karua and Raila Amolo Odinga. Very smart move, whereby wale walielewa, na kama haukuelewa. Na hata ukiangalia the way rais alipotoka State House, mimi nataka kukuuliza swali, hiyo barabara yote unataka kuniambia hakuna billboard ya Ruto? Hakuna. Lakini nataka kukuuliza swali, hii ni kitu iko very well designed, very well calculated, ikakuwa very well articulated to achieve certain political objective, and that objective politically was whereby mama aliendosiwa na hiyo tiketi kaendosiwa, na jamaa akaruka mara ya kwanza na kukimbia kwenda kwa ile mkutano yake. Nilijaribu kufuatilia nione kama kutakuwa na kitu yenye atashikilia hapa aseme, lakini alivuliwa nguo hadharani kama Naaman. Alivuliwa nguo kama Naaman na akafunikwa kunia na akaambiwa wewe sulupisheni huko nje, akafikwa nguo nyeusi, sulupisheni huko yeye huko nje aarifikie huko nje. Wacha nimalizie hapo Bernard. So tuko pamoja, wacha niendelee kusikiza.
Asante Bwana Fred Kasuti, tunashukuru sana. Ningependa tusonge mbele tumlete Martin, but kabla Martin, I want to respond to Kikwetu Vengers hapa. Maswala ya pastor mimi ndio nitakuwa najibu. Then what if one pastor is a crowd puller and is having massive following, and he's bribed? Most definitely his following will really affect us. Any person breaking the law should be treated as one person breaking the law. Okay? Kama mchungaji anafanya utapeli, tuna kesi za mapastors wako kotini kuna huyu nabii wa South Africa, Malawi, lakini anakaa alikwenda South Africa akaanza kutapeli watu. Sasa anatafutwa na polisi. Kamata huyo mtu, ajibu mashtaka yake kivyake, asijifiche kwa upasta. Na asitumie jina la pastor. Pastor is not a plea. Pastor is a calling for function, and it's a divine calling, but it doesn't give you immunity from being prosecuted for breaking the law. So let's not also become so much, focused on who is breaking the law and getting away with it. Nobody should break the law and get away with it, whether it's a pastor, a reverend, a bishop, a head of whatever. Each one of them should be treated equally before the law. And so if you have any cases of which pastor has embezzled, which money has been bribed where, provide the evidence. Kulikuwa na exposure hapa ya Kanyari, okay? When the police took over the case, everybody refused to go and complain. So the police said nobody has complained about the Kanyari fiasco. So if you don't make a formal complaint, you don't provide the evidence, how do you want to help the society? But let's not become too much into looking for how to justify corruption. There is no justification for corruption. Corruption eats our tomorrow, finishes the following day, and leaves us with nothing for the future. We shouldn't allow it. What belongs to all of us should not end up in the pocket of one individual. There is no person who is going to die for Kenya. Jesus died for all of us, and his death is enough to save all of us. Hakuna mtu aliye na ruhusa ya kuchukua mali ambayo ni ya Wakenya aitumie kama yake binafsi. Hao watu ndio wanarudisha maendeleo nyuma. Wakamatwe, hiyo mali irudishwe, inji songe mbele. We must develop this country to the optimum. Tusicheze na uchaguzi unaokuja. Amua watu wote ambao ni fake watupwe nje. Wote watupwe nje. Hata msingoje hata Chebukati akiwapitisha, mkifika kwa ballot warushe nje. Wao watu wako na makaratasi fake. You cannot forge your education status and not forge the CDF wherever check and the other things. The moment you begin to forge, you become forgery yourself. Thank you. Martin Ndeto. How now? My own prophet. Prophesize of man.
Wewe niko sabbatical, bado unanisukuma na nilikuwa ukinisukuma huko nyuma. Nilikwambia niko sabbatical for 2 weeks.
No problem. I'll give you the sabbatical. Go ahead.
Ni next week ikienda kuisha hapo sasa ndio tutarudi sasa. Uniulize vipi? Na kuona hapa tu utumishi iko, tunashukuru sana wewe hapa kila siku kutuletea neno mzuri ya Injili. Na unatuacha tuendelee, saa zingine unatukanya tukianza kukimbia kutoka kwa maadili ya Mungu. So we really appreciate you, we love it so much. Asante sana, umeleta Wakenya wengi sana karibu nasi. Watu wengi wenye wako hapa Demba, Buya, Jakindubei, Nyagaka anatupatia mawaidha mzuri. Kasuti yeye anakuja anasumbua tu anapotea.
Hata uwezo ukaniita mimi jina kwa sababu unanijua tu. Bali ni furute tu chini.
Nani Kasuti? Fred. Wewe unajua ni msumbufu kila mahali, lakini wewe ni mhubiri pia. So wewe ni wetu. Na Jose, mimi hata kitu imeniingisha saizi sikuwa niingie sana Bernard because time yangu unajua kidogo, na poleni sana kwa wenye watazamaji, hatukuja on the time that we needed to do. Weekday inakuwa noma kidogo. Nimesikia mkiingilia Jose hapa, hiyo ndio kitu imeniingilia because I just got home, alafu kuna vitu nataka kwenda kufanya. But again, Bernard, I think today I'm going to be a devil's advocate actually in a minute. Sitaongea sana, most of the things mshasema. Ruto kunyimwa kuongea, that's hiyo ni story yake na sijui kwa nini alikuwa hata sijui. But what I hear is that immediately after the guys that were walking out, when walikuwa natoka, there was buses zenye zilikuwa zinawapeleka mahali wameenda huko Kikuyuni where they went for the march. Ilikuwa buses zilikuwa imewangoja because they expected Ruto to talk. Watu walifika huko 4 a.m.
of course, Nairobians don't go anywhere 4 a.m. my friend, wamelala. Hiyo wameletwa. Na niaji wako na basi, but they went there. That's how that crowd was there. And if you realize, most of the Kinandini Nyoros were there. They were waiting because they expecting something else, but they got beat by on their own game. Sasa, let me now become a devil's advocate. Mimi sijakuja kusubmit, nimekuja kudefend Jose kitu mmesema. Na hii nitagongwa leo mpaka nikimbie. I'm just going to be a devil's advocate. Jose was actually right in what he was saying. Do I say fully right? Maybe not. You see, at the end of the day, yes, we're in a campaign period. And in this campaign period, we know where we're going and we know where we want our country to be. But when we talk about corruption, and I'll give Uhuru a leeway before Nichome. Uhuru has had a hard time because he's not dealing with the kawaida person like me, mwenye nikishikiwa pale na niliacha DL nyumbani napatia karao so moja, which I'm also a part of the problem. Nikimpatia hiyo so moja, badala ya kumwambia nipeleke koti nitakuja kuletea hiyo DL, I'll fight it. Na hiyo pesa nikimpatia ifiki koti, tunamalizani hapo ati nipatie chai. It's happened to me, and I did. I gave. But when you talk about Uhuru, Uhuru is dealing with these big ones. When you tunaongea billions, which we never used to talk about billions. Going back to what Jose was saying, yes, the buck lies with the president. So even though he's played it nice and changed the country at the time he's been, but when it comes to corruption, and that's why we have to hold Baba accountable, Yena Mother, we have to hold them accountable to, hey, we need you guys to deal with these big people who go kill Kinamusando, who go do this because of corruption, who change these things. We're not going to sit here and say, oh, Uhuru didn't have a way to do it. He had a way. He's the head of everything. But he did a good job. But then now moving forward, and I think that's what Jose wanted to say, at the end of the day, he has some accountability to be held on him, because at the end of the day, the guy is the head of everything. He should have been able to fight them, but saa zingine unajua pia you don't going to fight, ukienda tu ukipiga kila kitu, you start from somewhere. So I understand that. Nile nisikia umechapa Jose sana, and I was like, yes, Uhuru had something to do, and that's what we're trying to do, so that now Madaraka na Baba wakiingia, they are not telling us hawa watu wa Kimorel walikula na nini walikula. What are we doing? Do we have a system? What are we doing? They need to be in jail. But I understand where he's Maliananzia. Just for me to support Jose, that's the only way, because nilisikia umemchapa sana venye aliingiza Uhuru. Bernard, wherever you live, you have a responsibility. Your house is your responsibility. Mtoto mmoja akiwa mtundu, wewe unajua kumchapa na venye utamchapa, ama kautamchapa venye utamkosoa. Na hatuwezi kuja tuseme huyu mtoto alikuwa mgumu sana, alikuwa karibu kunigonga, sasa mimi siwezi mkosoa. Nisingeweza kumkosoa hiyo time mpaka afike 18 years old. At the end of the day, you are the head of the house. You gotta do what you gotta do. Kama ni kumfukuza ende akakae na nyanyake for some time, achapiwe huko. Kama wewe huwezi mchapa, aende akachapiwe na nyanyake huko. So at the end of the day, even though we're in a political system and we have a narrative where we want to, we know where we want our country to go, again, responsibility never runs away from you just because you have a certain way, a certain thing that you want. Yes, Uhuru should have done better on the corruption part, but I think he did good, because I had written here, like we've seen for the first time since independence, people like, we've seen, what do you call this? Watu wana impeachiwa, Sonko impeached, Waititu impeached, anitwaje, Waluke went to jail, Wambora tried to be impeached. These are things that we've never seen since independence. So he did a good job. But for me, I feel he could have done a better job. And that's where we need to push Raila and Karua now that they get in at that amepatia nani justice that now venye mnachekaga hapa Bernard, kama ni Manyani ama ni Naivasha ama kule watapelekwa ama tufungue zingine ama tutoe wale wa kuku, watu waanze kuenda, and that's how you bring people to really not do matope, because mimi najua kama najua nitashikwa, like even the places that we live, like you can just go to a stoplight na hakuna mtu anakuangalia kabisa, or even a stop sign, my friend, you stop na unajua hakuna polisi mahali popote, but because anaweza tokea tu pale na ukishikwa, my friend, utalipa, you pay dear. So that's why nilikuwa nataka tu kutetea Jose about that area, that yes, Uhuru has failed a little bit on that side, but now we need to hold the ones that are coming and tell them, now you need to be serious, tighten these belts, and sasa hakuna mchezo, watu wapatikane sasa na watu waende, na hakuna kucheza, na hakuna tujui 2, 3, 4 years alafu tena tunapata like today 100 and was it 42 people have been told you cannot run by EACC. And then look at it. Soon utaona tumewachagua, most of them 80%, you know. So that's what I'm trying to say. Na hapo ndo nilikuwa tunataka kutetea Jose. Uhuru also has his responsibility mali amefeel kidogo on that corruption. Haya, gongeni sasa.
My problem with you, Martin and Jose, is you have not told me what Uhuru could have done that he did not do.
Do you want me to reply, or do you want Jose to take it?
Yes.
Let me give an example.
What is it that Uhuru could have done on matters corruption that he did not do?
Martins, you let me give an example, then you take over.
Go ahead, save time, Jose.
What I wanted to say, if all of you, I hope the panelists are conversant with the Eurobond. Eurobond 1, not just 1 Eurobond, 2. Now, when that issue was hot, I think due to public demand, the Auditor General himself was to travel to the US. The President's office did not facilitate him to go. In fact, they discouraged him. That's all I want to say. They discouraged him. And to that extent, I'm not saying that the President has done what and what have you. I know during the first term, he even forced some ministers to resign. That was a good sign. But all you can say, he could have done better. He could have done much more. All that, I think that's our point.
You're not telling me what he could have done. You're telling me he could have done better. By what?
They persuaded the Auditor General not to follow the lost funds in the US.
The Auditor General?
Yes.
To follow lost funds?
Yes.
Are you listening to yourself?
He was armed with audit trails to go and show how the money that was borrowed, which has caused the debt we are all complaining about, was misused even before it landed in the country.
So he was to go and follow it on the streets of New York, or?
Then it's a joking matter. If you are not aware, maybe say you don't know.
When I understand what auditing is you are served with the records of expenditures and income and all that. Then it's for you to scrutinize and tell this amount is seen here, but it's not seen here. Where did it go?
I'll come tomorrow with the facts.
Investigating of how money disappeared.
I'll give facts in camera tomorrow.
You are coming in camera tomorrow. Okay, let's do this. Thank you. Hii maneno ilikuwa na Martin. Wacha Martin aongee kwanza.
So Bernard, I mean, like I'm also saying, I mean, he's not a bad guy. I think also us, when you're doing the politics, we have to think. I'll give you a good example. You asked for a good example. And I think, and that's the difference between Uhuru's first term and his second term. Because I think at the first time alikuwa under Sieke. Because I'll give you a bad example. There's a time when, hiyo nani amesema, I mean, especially let's talk about Chicken Gate. when at one point aliuliza sasa huyu anataka kwenda kuinvestigate huko nini. You know, but I think that was the pressure that he was under. At the end of it, the second term, he's done a good job. And like I said, I think most of these convictions and of Kinawaluke and all those ones have come in the second term when really things got serious. Because I think at the first time he was really being pushed by the other people to get this and that and that and that. And I think that's the thing that we need to walk away from, that again, in the history of Kenya, we never go to a place where the president is held hostage to where he can never do anything for, you know, anything that he wants to do. Because at the end of the day, the president has the executive order that he can order anything as long as it's in the constitution. And sometimes with a lot of places, you actually, some of them go off the constitution a little bit. Like if it comes to war, they can order anything at that point. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, he's not a perfect person and nobody is perfect. He's done a good job. But also, he has some accountability to do with that, even though ametufikisha mahali saizi, and my biggest part is not to venture on Uhuru's downfalls or anything, is for the people that we're about to get, that we want to change this country, that we hold them more accountable than we did with Uhuru, so that way we never ever have somebody that wants to change a country but cannot do it. I guess that was my own question, that was my own point, and that's why I came in to support Jose on what he said. He has a little bit where he has to be blamed a little bit. Kidogo tu, sawa, nimemaliza.
Asante, wacha tumalizie hapo. Nani huyu? Roba Buya.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention there is corruption and politics. I want to believe, this is just my own opinion, but I want to believe that if there was any kind of corruption that was pointed at the president himself, I don't think Kenya Kwanza would be babysitting him, or UDA would be babysitting him. But there was corruption that was linked to people close to the president, and the president was merely protecting his image, and that is why he could not facilitate that Eurobond thing. So that was political. But you realize that in the second term, is free. He has been free, and he was not under some kind of hostage. Therefore, he was able to operate and run the government freely. But now, you know, a criminal offense does not disappear. And I want to believe that having chosen to support Raila Odinga, the president wants to free himself, even from his own close buddies. And if there is going to be any time that people are going to be uncomfortable, including close associates who have been mentioned, this is the time, because the choice of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's running mate is definitely causing ripples in both Azimio and UDA. So there are definitely going to be something that will be done. And secondly, the issue of cases which I have seen a few people have commented, have taken years, like Kikwetu. You see, we can the president can employ more or recruit more judges to ensure that these cases do not go anything more than 6 months. So something can be done. I don't believe the situation is that hopeless. So I think we are on the right track.
Okay. Yes, Kasuti.
Mi nataka kuambia Hosea kitu kimoja. Hiyo story ya Eurobond hakuna mahali ingelienda, kwa sababu katiba yetu I don't know if you people you are seeing this.
Bernard, I'll propose to leave the Eurobond alone, surely.
Wait a minute. Lazima tukuambie ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba the story of Eurobond, wacha nikuambie ukweli. The only person who implicated Eurobond before hata ifanye chochote, he was assassinated na akakufa. Alipigwa marisasi mingi sana. Sasa ulikuwa unataka nani aenda akatoe ushahidi? Na ule alitoa hiyo issue ya Eurobond when everybody was cowards, everybody was silent. Jacob Ojuma was killed in a cold blood, my friend. And then you expect nobody was yani go enda kwa internet, because internet does not lie. Iko pale, you will see when everybody walikuwa silent, Jacob Ojuma came up boldly na akaspill the beans. Did he finish the day? Hakumaliza siku. Akafanywa nini? Akakuwa eliminated. Ushahidi kafanywa nini? Ikatulia. Sasa mlikuwa mnataka, na constitution yenu iko na shida, inasema ya kwamba you are not guilty until proven guilty. Wewe unless you are being proven guilty, there is no way utakuwa persecuted ama utahukumiwa. Huwezi ukahukumiwa until ithibitika ya kwamba sasa ushahidi umeenda. Wewe mlikuwa mnataka hii Eurobond imalizwe namna gani? Ni hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kuambia.
Sawa, naomba tumuokoe muda. Jakindu Bey, in half a minute please.
Kumwambia Ndeto kwamba mambo ya kusema eti Eurobond, hata kama angechukua president alikuwa anatakiwa awapeleke kotini, ndio? Na kama hiyo Eurobond ilikuwa iko na problem, mbona wa Kenya wale wanajua vile ilivyo, mbona hawakupeleka hiyo kitu kotini kama vile walipeleka mambo ya BBI? Si walipeleka mambo ya BBI kotini na koti ikasikiliza? Mbona ninyi wananchi ambao mnajua hiyo, mbona mjapeleka? Mbona mnapeleka tu BBI ndio mnapeleka kotini? Mbona hiyo hamkupeleka kotini? Kwa sababu inatakikana, kama ukiona jambo ambayo halifai unapeleka kotini. Kama umesema unaona haifai unapeleka kotini. Lakini mimi nataka kusema koti zetu ndio the weakest link, kwa sababu hawa wanaweza tu kuadhibu kuangalia nani ya BBI. Unakumbuka wananchi wa Kenya ndio wanataka wahalifu. Unakumbuka President Kibaki na Raila kuna wakati mwingine waliambia wabunge kwamba hii mashtaka ya kupeleka huko The Hague wafanyie hapa. Si walishindwa na hao watu kabisa, wakaambiwa hapana, walikataa. Sasa ukisha kataa, president unataka afanye nini? Hakuna kitu anaweza kufanya, kwa sababu wako bound to constitution, kwamba kila mtu vile mnasema eti mpaka ujajiwe kule kotini ndio unasemekana una uhalifu. Lakini kama ninyi wananchi, mbona hamkupeleka hiyo kotini vile walipeleka BBI?
Thank you, Jakindu Bey. A very good, interesting angle to look at. You know, Kenyans, at times we are very good in buying into rumors and stories. If you have credible evidence on a matter like Jakindu Bey is saying, you go and table it before the court of law. Secondly, looking for who to blame for corruption in the country. You can't miss who to blame, okay? What we need right now is not to find who to blame for the corruption, but how do we stop it going into the future? Because what corruption is doing to us right now, it is the future. It is stealing from us right now. As long as we are finding who to blame, who did not do what, who did not, we are falling right in the trap of what the corrupt people want us to fall into. For example, we have been treated to a narrative that anybody associating with the deputy president is the one being investigated. Without associating with the deputy president, you will not be targeted by the DCI or the anti-corruption. That's the narrative they have been selling to us, and they want to use that to win sympathy votes. We can't allow that. Let us be able to rise above that and be able to demand what is required for the country. And what is required is, given public office, your number one responsibility is to take care of public resources, not to loot it, not to share it with your friends and those that are around you. And so if the president and Uhuru Kenyatta has been a hands-off president, we don't have any record of any case, corruption or otherwise, that was taken to court and Uhuru Kenyatta called and said that case should be thrown out. We don't have any of that complaint, not from the opposition, not from the civil society. So we are dealing with a situation whereby the thief steals, then the thief cries, thief, thief, and the whole public believes that he's not a thief because he cried, thief, thief. We must be able to do what? Get facts right and be able to place the blame where it belongs. But more than that, recover the loot. Recover the loot. Ile pesa imeibwa irudishwe, mashamba ile imechukuliwa irudishwe. We can't move forward by letting go what should be rightfully belonging to all Kenyans. Trivialities should be ignored. Let us focus on the main thing. And the main thing is keep corrupt people out of public office. Keep them out of public office. If you allow hyena to take care of the goats, don't complain about the missing of the goats. Don't cry to Kenyans. Wewe chukua fisi, muachie kondoo, alafu kubali kwamba fisi anakula kondoo. Usiseme ati ni huyu fisi alisema Bwana asifiwe, kwa hivyo alisema Bwana asifiwe, inamaanisha aliacha kula kondoo, ameanza kula nyasi, kwa hivyo kondoo siko sawa chini ya ulinzi wake. Hakuna shida. Kama hiyo ndio imani yako, endelea kutumia imani, lakini wakati kondoo zitaanza kupotea, usitulilie. Usitulilie tafadhali. That goes from MCA to the member of parliament, to the governor, to the senator, to the women rep, to the president. Tutakuwa hapa kama Mtembei TV. Kazi yetu itakuwa to scrutinize everything we are saying here, na kile tuna insist ni kwamba hatutaki kusikia Mkenya yeyote kuja kutuambia hapa gavana yule alichagua ameanza kukula kondoo. Hatutaki kusikia hiyo. And that's why I supported the Waiguru impeachment, okay? The Senate did well. Why? Because we told the Kirinyaga people, this person, when he was at NYS, this happened. Don't give her public office. Sema kama ni mwizi wetu. Sisi tumefanya nini? Tumemchagua. So baadaye akaiba tena, wanasema sasa wakuje ODM iwasaidie kumfukuza. Hatuwezi kumfukuza, tutamuhifadhi, tukupalie vile ulivyomchagua. Enjoy the party until the party closes. Kuna cha kurukia kwa dirisha. So as Kenyans, make sure when you go to that ballot, you are making a decision that you will live by for 5 years. If you are not sure about it, inquire, research, investigate, so that whoever you give power for 5 years, he will take care of your resources. Lakini ukimpatia hyena, don't come to cry to us.
Na tuanze na kwa hii pana inatakiwa sisi tuanze na Ndeto. Ndeto ndio amesema awache kupatia polisi shilingi 100. Stop it. Wewe ndio uanze. Umesikia?
Haya, Ndeto, kazi kwako. Naomba tusikile Wycliffe.
Asante sana. Thank you. I love the discussion. I think the problem with Kenyans, I think the way they always say it is that we are very short-sighted. Something happens today, tomorrow we forget, right? What you're forgetting is the first time the presidency is not just Uhuru. The presidency is Uhuru plus the deputy. So he was part of that presidency. And I think when you look at the calculation that maybe Uhuru had made, is that this is within my space. And that's why he said, in his speech today, he said, the next administration, watch the people you put around you, because they're the ones who will make or break the issues that you've created. Sasa he's letting the next administration know that when you come into the office, remember the first term, it was 50-50 government. So kama ilikuwa 50-50, angefanya nini? Akona only 50%. But if the next administration comes in, they're able to weka mikakati from the get-go. So msianze kusema ati Uhuru this, Uhuru that. Yeah, you know that you have a devil within yourself, but you cannot do anything about this devil because they are part of the presidency, right? And he did not want a one term. He wanted to go in for 2 terms, and that is why once the second term came in, he changed the way he did things by one, making sure that most of the major projects that he was doing, he engaged the military, because some military were precise and they did what they needed to do. Sasa, I think he did something wrong, and I think he realized that's why I think he was owning up to that mistake that he did. But moving forward, he's just telling the next administration that when you're setting up your government, know these things so that you set them up from the beginning, and we're able to eliminate this. The issue about Asemati, that he should have done this or that. This year, the DPP walikuwa. So those are the guys who are supposed to take people to court. But that's an issue nile. The entire system, wakishajua kuna issue ko juu, then they're able to create all these loopholes and shenanigans that brought us to where we are today. But I think now that we know, and as we move forward to the next administration, I think once we get that done, then whoever is the DC, who will be the DCI or the DPP, they will know that the 2 top people, they are no jokers. So whatever they do, they'll say the trend is set from the top. Remember, it's not a president, it's a presidency in Kenya. And that's what I wanted to contribute.
Okay, thank you very much. I wouldn't want to battle that. Fanyeni, what Penny? Penny has dropped out again. Kasuti ni nini? Nataka tutoke kwa hiyo kona.
Hapana, mimi niko tu hapa, sijainua mkono, ni Ndeto ameinua mkono. Sijui anataka kusema nini.
Ndeto, sema kile unachosema.
Bernard, nilikuwa naangalia comment section. If you can actually go there, you'll see what I was trying to say. Like, I think all of us know where the corruption is. Like, there's a guy called Kikwetu there, and they are moving on with it. And they're also talking about all those people that have done everything. And, that's the funny thing, because all Kenyans, we know these things, but then again, we are putting them in the back of our minds. Everything is right there. Those people shouldn't be there. There are 142 that got declined today. Shouldn't even be there, but will be there. But all I'm advocating is that we move on to a better Kenya, where watu kama hao wenye tunajua hata kwa comment section watu wanaweka hapa na hakuna mtu anaweza mtetea, then those are the things that we need to work on now. Especially I wish Baba Mother candidacy will be dealing first of all with that corruption. Kwanza we maliza these things so that we don't have people just playing games with us. Just because you went for corruption for $1 billion and mtu wa kuku anaenda ndani. So I guess that's all I'm saying. I am hoping that we can really hold them accountable because they are the incoming government. Watu wapende wasipende, miti zikatwe na mweke fence kwa mito pia. Na msiache mtu apande kwa roof.
Asante. I agree with you, Martin. And one thing to safeguard the presidency is let the presidency be owned by Kenyans. The moment we have our president as Kenyans, we will hold him to account to do what we require him to do. But when we make the presidency a reserve of the chosen few, that's when we become helpless. We can't demand from a president we didn't make president. So it is important that as Kenyans, we own up this government. Serikali ni yetu na serikali ni sisi. Tusiseme, let's not treat government as if some other entity out there and we are out there. We give them power to transact on our behalf. And when they begin to mess up, it is our responsibility to hold them to account. Tusikae hapo helpless ambia ni serikali imesema. Ni serikali imesema, serikali ni sisi na sisi ndio tumeweka hapo. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tuanze kuuliza maswali yanayofaa. Let's not separate ourselves from the government. And if you are a government worker or public servant, you sit in that office on behalf of the 49 million Kenyans. And those 49 million Kenyans expect you to deliver, not for you to sit there and begin to terrorize them. So from these elections, when you go to public office, you are the boss. The person sitting there is your servant. You shouldn't be scared. Go to the police station and say, I want to check what is happening in this place. As a serious citizen, I want to know the security situation of this place. How come phones are being snatched in this vicinity and you people are seated here? So that everybody knows the government is ours. It is not for those people, and we are outside. We are the ones that have made it to be, so we should hold it to account. Maswala ya corruption yataisha tu siku ile tutaamua kusema kwamba mali ya umma ni mali ya umma. Yeyote anayepatikana nayo ikiwa imefanywa private akamatwe, afungwe na mali rudi kwa umma. Maswala ya kufanya biashara na serikali, kama wewe ni ofisa wa serikali, ikomeshwe. That law was changed in 1975. It is irrelevant today. We don't need it. If you are a government servant, you cannot be doing business with the same government. It doesn't work. That's the avenue for corruption. So uamue, either unataka kuwa mbunge ama unataka kufanya biashara na serikali. Lakini ukiamua kuwa mbunge na unataka kuwa contractor au kutengeneza barabara, ukikuja kutupaintia rangi ya black on Maram Road because you have protection as a member of parliament, hiyo ikome. So the new government has a lot of work to do. That work begins with legislation. If you are a public servant, you have no business doing business with the government. Let the government do business with the private sector, so that if anything goes wrong, it is the private sector with the government. Shule hivyo hivyo. Masomo yaongozwe na wale watu wamesoma, sio wale watu wako na makaratasi. Naomba nisihubiri sana.
Sio kama sambuli ya kinasuti na Titimas Barasa.
Sambuli Katitimas na na Bernard, watu wote
Bernard, kuna kitu hapa, we are not talking about it. Unakumbuka tyranny of numbers? Tyranny numbers, we are not talking about it, but now we have tyranny numbers of 60%. Na watu wengi sana wanapishana hiyo 60%, hawajui inatoka wapi. Tunawaambia waende from 2007 44%, 2013 44%, 2017 44%. Okay, sasa hii 60% wakiendelea kupishana, hawajui kule inatoka, inaletwa na mama 20 tu. We need only 20, but right now we are in 50. So hii tunaenda kupita nayo na 90% for information.
Asante. Najua Mama Selina alihubiri injili nyingine hapa nzuri sana. Huwezi kutumia meno ya mwingine kucheka. Deep revelation. Wale ambao wameboro meno ya wenyewe, rudisheni wenye meno wamerudi. Amwezi kuyatumia kucheka. Wait and see. Stony PK, vipi?
Poa sana Brother Bernard and wale wengine wote, mzee Jakindube namuona lakini hayuko pale. Robert Abuya ndugu yangu, jambo. Wycliffe, hey Fred Kasuti ulienda bwana?
New Jersey man, we mwaro bai
bwana waulire kwe
tulioba bai
sawa. Jose, mambo? Yeah, today I think is my happiest day. Ama ni jana, depending on where you are. If I can quickly say, for example, that Hapo Kasuti ameongea hii 44%. Ni ukweli, hiyo 44% ni ile walikuwa anatugawia. Unajua kitu ya walikuwa anatugawia. It's not ours, for your information. What we were getting was over 60%, and it is known. Na baba akiingia hiyo yote, you know, it is true, Raila never got anything less than 60%, truly speaking. Si siasa, it's not because I support baba, but that was the truth. So hii 44 ni ile walikuwa wanasema wacha tupatie hii mjinga hii ndio to impress international community and the rest. So what you had now, hii 60 is what belongs to baba. Hata Uhuru ni my witness. Na Ruto pia is my witness.
Kibicho is your witness. Joe
No.
Mucheru is your witness.
Ule witness kabisa ni Ruto na Uhuru. Na sasa Ruto ile kana inamuuma, anajua dawa ya kidonda hiyo. He knows the truth. The guy is about to commit suicide right now because anajua. You know the way you can't lie to yourself. Nyinyi Kazuti na Bernard, watu wa Biblia mnajua. You can lie to anybody else, but not to self. Self, you know the truth. So Ruto knows the truth kabisa. Anajua kabisa. So Kazuti, you are right. I mean, hiyo nilikuwa tunataka kuongezea hapo. Hiyo 44 walikuwa wanatubandika. Yetu ilikuwa ni 60 toka zamani. So na hii kitu tumechukua. You know, sasa na nindi alikuja kuvunja Marika. Huyu Kibicho alikuja kwa TV kuambia watu wacheni shida. Hii kitu iko hivi bwana. Hata the way he was talking. Aliwaambia wacha kelele bwana. Hii mambo ya kelele wachana nayo. Take what I'm telling you to the bank. And that's it. All right? Ungeona kina Ruto leo kwa ile meeting yao walipoenda kule Limuru. They are like beaten whatever. Isipokuwa tu KJ ndiye anapiga kelele hapo na ni mfupi kama mavi ya asubuhi. Kijana mdogo is killing his career, his political career. Na Ndidi Nyoro, ati Ndidi Nyoro ndiye anatukana Uhuru. Na huyu mzee wetu huyu
twaga Ndidi Nyondo. Ndidi Nyoro.
Ndidi Nyondo, Haya, Weta. Unaona Weta mzee mzima unaenda kusimama mahali unajiweka aibu. Where will these people go? Anyway, let me make my contribution. Let me say I had not liked Uhuru so much. Mi Uhuru tulikosana naye 2013 alipotuibia kura when I was contesting. Yeah, that was when I really have never loved him so much. Kalav niligeuka alipo support baba when they confessed the way they confessed. But today now I love him 100%. The 10% ile ilikuwa imebaki na nilikuwa na doubt. Leo amenijenga. Amenijenga kwa sababu amesema mtadu. Ameambia deputy wake akiwa amekaa hapo. It reminds me of when Moi refused Saitoti in broad daylight. Kamwambia kuna urafiki na kuna uongozi. Openly, if you guys replay that clip at your own time. It is exactly the same picture. Ruto is seated there. Uhuru is telling the Kenyan mass that you'll be so lucky that you'll have the 5th deputy president who will be a lady. Na sasa huyo deputy president a lady si wa Ruto. Ruto wake ni Rigathi mwizi mwenzake.
And CPC is here to stay. CPC is here to stay.
Exactly. So Uhuru, in fact, the second biggest message was to Mulima, which has been in a yumba. Oh, hatuna kiongozi. Oh, we are not being shown the way. There are those who have been giving that excuse. Oh, now we don't know whether it's Rigathi or Mother. So Uhuru today amesema ni kama usiku na mchana. Mtu ni Mother. Kwa hivyo mkienda kupotea kule mnapotea. Remember he used such terms like he used some very strong terms. Kama ile kusema alisema there is a term I had noted. He said the naysayers. wale ambao they are everything they are saying no. You remember he articulated issues, and out of those development, infrastructure development, Mulima has the lion's share, and that is what he's telling people. You don't expect to see Uhuru on top of vehicles aki campaign akisema huko juu. Uhuru is talking, and it's akitaka, he knows where to meet people, he knows who to talk to, okay? And now those who will not come with us wataka. Asubuhi aliwaambia hivyo when he had the Kaleka meeting Kandani, yeah, when before he went to Gardens, he asked them who is with me after he got the briefing verification of his speech. The last question he said was, if you are not going to walk with me when we get out of here, tukitoka mlango wa State House, wewe piga gari yako uende kule, unaona ndio mzu. Aliwafungulia leo. That is something that people have not known. And they were told, it is either or, not in between. And people don't know Uhuru is Uhuru is worse than his dad. Only that he has a lot of patience. But when he strikes you, my friend, utaamuka. Wewe unaona Ruto ana apologize, Uhuru anamwambia wewe hiyo tutaongea siku ingine. You know, I come to apologize to you and then you brush me off. Weston PK wachana na hiyo tutaongea siku ingine. Wapi? Hakuna mahali So my friends, those who are listening to us in Mutembei, anytime you are in any place and you have your supervisor, you have your colleague, avoid to do anything that will demean authority. Respect authority. Hata kama wewe ni super kuliko your boss.
Amen. That hiyo injili iko sawa. Amen kabisa.
Yes. The day you disobey or demean or think you are more educated than you are, mtu anaitwa supervisor yako, you are doomed, my friend. At you go competing, una compete na mdosi na anaweza decide kuanza kukutafutia makosa from within 10 minutes atapata 120 mistakes. Oh, unaleta paper umechora hivi, anakuambia I told you to bring it in portrait. Why are you bring it in yeah? Anyway, in short, what I'm trying to say is today Uhuru made our day. He aliweka msumari ya mwisho. Okay? I know there are those sympathizers who are saying, just like the sympathizers of corruption, those who are saying, no, you know, he should not have treated his deputy like that. He broke protocol. What protocol? What is protocol? Who is the custodian of protocol? Ukija kwangu, who is the nani ana hold protocol? It's me. It is my house. It's me who decides where you will sit. Utakula nini? Kama utaongea ama utanyamaza tu usikie vile mimi naongeanga kwangu. So Uhuru did not, hizo ma protocol, I will not even if for example, if you don't obey me, I will not share that. Same thing. If you offend me, I cannot be able to greet you in the morning, because greetings is humbleness coming from me and the way I feel towards you. Ndio inaitwa salam. Waislamu wanasema asalamu alaikum. Yani salama, salamini. Sasa umenikosea, nitakuulizaje good morning? Do I even have if you say good morning to somebody you don't feel like talking to, you are pretending. Today Uhuru said enough is enough. Yeah. Sasa na akasema mupende musipende, you can do whatever you want. In fact ni vile alisahau sheng ile ya mutadu. Na ndio mjue kesho Raila akipewa hiyo sword, mjue hiyo sword si mchezo. Usiende kujikwetu ukisema ati we are joined at the hip. This is the nonsense I had in Kenya. Kenya we try to build for vocabularies hazina maana ati you are joined at the hip. Joined by the hip by who? Why wasn't the sword given to two people? You are deputy, my friend. It is said you only do what I delegate to you. Hata Martha Karua na baba, katiba ijabadilishwa, anaenda kunyenyekea baba. Uzuri baba amemwamini na amemwasainia already. This is where Kenyans should need. Kenyans, We are so educated, tumejua hata wengi wetu tuna makaratasi ya fake. No wonder our things are not going the right way. We've been governed by people, by idiots. Can you imagine, Dindi? Imagine this man called Sudi. He has been shouting the most, insulting Raila the most. He should be even stoned to death. I withdraw that for the sake of Mutembei. This man has drawn money from us, taxpayers. He has insulted us. He has the worst mouth. The man does not even have a CPE certificate, my friend. Thank you. Acha nisiendelee Bernard, acha nipoza hapo kidogo. Nitapanda hasira nikijua hiyo hela vile imepotea.
Haya, pole pole, hiyo ndio Kenya mpya, lakini Mungu atasaidia sisi. Ose iko nini?
I think today, if somebody was listening to the president keenly, he kept hinting on what's going to happen. And you saw the crowd around him, especially the Azimio people who are there, the Kina Sifunas, I saw Kina Simbarati and all these fellows, even the way they were behaving there, they were behaving like they are already in government. I think somebody once said that the fewer the days, the more they behave presidential. You could see what was the way they were conducting themselves. They were behaving very responsible. And I must say that to that end, Martha is really leading them. Whenever she opens her mouth, it is always, you always learn something from even her approach to issues. She is not antagonistic. She's down to earth. She's just concentrating on explaining what you need to do to get a good leader. Now, that brings me my issue with the members of parliament. Hey, I have no faith in these people. Year in, year out, they waste all this money. And when the election time comes, they are the first one to go to Chebukati to be cleared. Personally, I would like a law to be introduced. All the people who have issues with the money, the resources which they have been put to their responsibility, they should never be allowed to contest again before they clear themselves. And as a matter of urgency, I've seen Martha saying, mchapakazi. And people know what she will do when the corruption goes there. I'm sorry to say, as far as I'm concerned, current chapter 6 is aiding too much irregularities in the judiciary, and you find sometimes the judges' hands are tied. They're saying the law says you should bring this, you should bring witnesses. Anything else does not matter. Innocent until proven guilty. If the MPs are receiving 100 million a year for their CDF, and according to records, they can only account for 15%. Now, the court process itself can take even 2 terms of parliamentary sitting before the matter is concluded. Now, this, you realize we are getting hurt from this innocent until proven guilty law. We need to have a moderate. If there is more than 50% of probability that you are
that is where Mother Kamish is coming in now.
Good. You see, some of us keep taking consolation, saying, Marao, there is no goodwill, no this. No, that is very, very lazy and tired excuse. Let's have corruption cases, not more than 6 months. To that end, sometimes they use the excuse that they don't have enough judges, more or less throwing the blame back to the president. That you see, you are denying us more judges. We are not able to prosecute these cases on time. But personally, I still think these injunctions, somebody has got very serious things. People are excited to see how the court will handle it. The next thing you hear, the same day injunction. And then some of them go blasting around that, why even get a lawyer when you can buy the judge? You see when Kibaki came around with the radical surgery in the judiciary,
That is enough. That's enough. Okay. That's a problem we have. We need to find a solution to it, not to impound it further. I believe with the right leadership, we'll get things done. Corruption is supposed to have a parallel prosecution system, not the ordinary court system.
I
So
fully
that these
support.
other issues can be handled on this, but corruption should be treated as a special case that needs the urgency needed, and with the required resources, with manpower, that's going to be done. The problem is in the mix-up where the file is lost. Oh, the case was to be it was in Mandera, now it has been pushed to Kakamega. Oh, now the judge is in Mombasa and things like that. All those excuses are not going to come into play because we really want things to be done. And we shouldn't even prosecute corruption if we don't intend to recover the assets. In my opinion, it's waste of investment. If you are going to invest in prosecuting corruption, the aim should be in recovering the lost assets and for the profiting of the country. Kama ni kupeleka tu mtu kotini atumeona mtu amefungwa alafu ndio hivyo imeisha hivyo, hakuna haja, kwa sababu the judge anakikaa hapo kwa meza analipwa, prosecutor analipwa, watu wamesimama hapo, askari wote wanalipwa. Why should you invest money in prosecuting a case that is not going to result into the profiting of the country? We stop the corruption, but the prosecution should also not be for punishment only. It should be for recovery of assets, and that law needs to be expanded, that we should get our assets back. Whether it was swallowed by a hyena, the hyena should be able to vomit it. So let the law be strict enough to pursue the thing. When it was transferred from the father to the son, and from the son to the grandson, we pursue that to the last person. Sio maneno at all, we have checked the man is bankrupt, so we declare him bankrupt and we forget the case. No, we follow his generation. God follows, he says, he visits iniquity to the third and fourth generation. When it becomes that strict, everybody will advise their father, don't steal anything. We don't want our life to be messed up.
We have to be careful how you get that law, Bernard, because
the law is already
who
there.
are supposed to pass
If the constitution does not allow it, let's pick it from the Bible, literally the way it is, and prosecute it. Tusumbuane na story ya kusaidia corruption. Corruption ni mbaya. Naomba hivi Kasuti, tulia hapo hapo, ni time ya wazee. Tumsikilize Peni kwanza, amekuwa hapa mara nyingi akitupanga nje akirudi. Mzee Peni, vipi?
Salama kijana yangu, habari yako?
Niko salama.
Salamini, mimi naendelea mzuri na show yako ni mzuri. Na ni jana yangu mmoja aliniambia alikupatia sadaka ya Madaraka Day, that's good. Sasa ngoja niwaambie. Hii Kenyatta anafanya kama mtoto kabisa. Yeye is a symbol of national unity. Ingawaji, I mean, he brings stuff that we used to do in standard 3. Lakini constitution ya Kenya inatufanyia mzuri sana. Hii ndio Moi alikuwa anafuta watu any which way he wants. It has been 4 years. If he wanted never to work with Ruto, he could have gone back to the election. But he could have not stay inside the house and then start fighting his assistant, where the constitution protects him. Because this is exactly why we wrote this constitution, to be where every one of those who wins the election rules Kenya for as long as it wants, which is 5 years, and then you go for another. But this gentleman did exactly, he knew from the beginning that he was going to get rid of his assistant. But that's history. Let's go forward. Another thing you have really confessed in the show is Ouko and the Eurobond. Ouko wanted to come to New York. When Americans are under oath, they will have to say everything. Who discouraged it? It was Kenyatta who said, are you going to ask the people in the streets what has happened? My friend, he discouraged it, Ouko can retire, and that was over. That's stealing. Why today give an example of South Korea? South Korea, the president who took it in 1959, was borrowing money from even Kenya and the United Nations. Park Chung-hee, whose daughter is in jail today, took over and continue to make South Korea as developed as it is. We have to have a direction. That's why I say very verbatim that even if Raila wins, we have Mother Karua. I don't see how Mother Karua will defend all those criminals that are surrounding around Kenyatta. So that's a very good idea. Hiyo ndio mimi nawaambiaga hata watu wangu ya Azimio. Hata mkichukua, that's good. We'll just be an opposition for the next 5 years. There's nothing wrong.
Welcome,
So,
Azimio.
Ati?
Forever, not 5 years. Forever, forever you'll
Hold
be
on,
in
Kasisi,
opposition.
wewe.
Welcome,
Penny.
Penny.
So national unity is in the recognition of the vice president.
National unity is in having whoever you have under you, and under wraps. But this, accepting what it is that you're doing, and you guys talk to each other. This is what we wrote this Constitution of Kenya for. But
so,
he knew before 2017 election.
Bwana Penny, mimi nikikualika kwa birthday yangu ama anniversary yangu, okay? Ukuje kwa anniversary yangu.
Madaraka Day is not your birthday. Madaraka Day is
ngoja. Na ukuje na nini? Ukuje na vice wako, okay? Aidha madamu wako ama vice wako. Alafu wewe utoe speech. Okay? Itahitajika kwamba kama umetoa speech mpaka vice wako atoe speech.
That's not your birthday. That's a national day of Kenya. If your birthday, you're right.
Kenya's
your birthday,
it's Kenya's birthday. Okay?
Yes. And Kenyatta is the leader.
If your boss has spoken, have you not spoken through your boss?
Ati?
When your boss speaks, has he not spoken on your behalf?
No, because he embarrassed him in Nyeri, where the people wanted to hear from Ruto more than Kenyatta. So today he didn't give him any time.
Which people are these that want to hear from Ruto than Kenyatta?
Everybody. You saw what happened in Kibaki's barrio, where
that
everybody
is,
for Ruto.
That is the mess we were stopping. Okay, people going to gather some hooligans to come and demand that they should be addressed, not on a national day. National day, we do national things that have something to do with the nationalhood of the country, not serve somebody's ego and babysit somebody's feelings. That if he's not allowed to address people, he will be grieved. He feels lost. That's the wrong way to go about it. Na wewe ni senior citizen, unajua hii maneno. Wakati mzee ameongea, wamama wote wananyamaza, watoto wananyamaza, mzee amemaliza mambo. Hiyo ndivyo tunaelewa Kiafrika na desturi zetu. Lakini wewe ukiwa na mtoto wako, hata akuwe mtoto wa kwanza, wewe umepeana ruling, familia inaenda hivi. Alafu mtoto wa kwanza anasema kwa nini huku nipuuliza, kwa nini huku nipatia nafasi ya kuongea? Wewe kama baba utafurahia? Hiyo boma itakuwa na uongozi.
This is the last time we will have a president like this, and I behave kama mtoto. Even like that.
Mimi nataka uniambie vile unaongoza kwako. Wewe unaongoza pamoja, watoto wako huwa wana overrule what you have ruled?
Sometimes.
When that happens, what happens?
You have to listen to what they are saying, and if they make sense, they make sense.
No, you will have conflict. It's not you have to listen to what they say. You will have conflict. Every time you lead this way and your children lead this way, it results into conflict. And when there is conflict, the family suffers. So the best way for us to have family unity is for us to follow one leadership. And that leadership is started by the head of the family. The head of this country is one Uhuru Kenyatta. When his deputy does not follow him, it is the deputy that's on the wrong. It is not Uhuru Kenyatta.
That's why I told you that some of us hope that even Raila can take over power, and he will never behave like that. And I just said earlier that this guy knew from 2017 he didn't want a Ruto, and he has mistreated him ever since. But Ruto knows that when Rugingo Dinga
do you know what mistreatment is? The person who was mistreated was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga under house arrest. Has Ruto been under house arrest? No. Ruto has paid salary fully, has been staying in government house. He has police. He has everything going for him. What you people call mistreatment?
No, the constitution
When you
right
unalala
now.
bure, unakula bure, unaoga bure, mafuta yako inakuwa fueled bure. Now we call it mistreatment. What will Jaramogi say if you call what Ruto has had as mistreatment? What do you want Jaramogi to say?
That's why I'm telling you that Ruto, I mean, Mzee Oginga Odinga did not have the constitution under him to protect him. Ruto has the constitution to protect him. That's why he has stayed where he is up to now.
No, the
Right? The one that
mistreatment is the same. Mistreatment means somebody being taken advantage of. There is nothing that has been taken from one William Ruto. If there is anything, Uhuru Kenyatta needs to be given an award to be the most gentleman, the most lenient president ever. Because if I was President Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto should be in Sogoi. With the backup of the law or without the backup of the law, by mere misbehavior of trying to undermine the president, talking too much before the president talks, taking over government and trying to behave like he's the one who calls shots here. That insubordination is too much. It cannot be accommodated anywhere, including in your own house. So we shouldn't support it. But thank you for now.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me a question quickly before I hand over, please. My time is up.
Yeah. Ndugu yangu Roba. Lakini, do you think that if this constitution of 2010 did not protect Ruto, he could still be there from 2018?
That's my problem is even Ruto was against that constitution. So he's benefiting from what he couldn't allow to come into fruition. The truth is, Uhuru Kenyatta has a way of getting rid of his deputy. The only reason why the deputy has served fully in the second term is because Uhuru didn't want to get rid of him. Full stop. But if he wanted, he would have succeeded to do it.
And
we know how we go about such things. So it is Uhuru who has been lenient, forgiving, and enduring and patient. But if he wanted William Ruto out, he would have gotten rid of him anyhow, by any means.
Enough to say that Kenya loses $200 million, shillings a day, my friend. This is the worst government we ever had. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Pendi, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Bwana Temba, take over the starring. Wale watu hawajafanya submission ni kama ifuatavyo. Nani huyu Wycliffe aliongea lakini hajafanya submission. Tutaanza na Makiadi. Yes, Makiadi. I always call it the other way around. I don't want to mispronounce it. Richie, then Roba. So sijui utaanzia wapi, lakini hao wengine wako juu wao washamaliza ya kwao. I mean, they have made their submission including yourself. Stony PK aliongea. So wewe jipange vile mnajipanga, unaweza kuanzia kwa wiki ama ukuje kwa Richie ndio urudi hivi. Shauri yenu. Tuonane hiyo masaa ingine wakati tutakuwa tunaanza kipindi kingine. I think that is that. Unless kuna mtu na swali lolote.
I was the one nitaka huyu Mzee Nyagaka before and I don't know where they left, but he keeps on saying
anakuanga tu background utadili na yeye.
Yeah, alikuwa anasema he said this was the worst government. Who was the deputy president of Kenya? Is Ruto. You know, these people, the problem is they can't look beyond their head. The government consists of the president and the vice president. And who is the vice president of Kenya? Dictator Chamadari, Krugman, Ruto. Who else? Mr. Nyagaka, sometimes you can't just keep on, you are just mnataka kutufanya sisi watoto kuja hapa tufunge macho, muangalie tu Uhuru, lakini msiangalie huyu jamaa ambaye alikuwa makamu wa rais. That's wrong.
Point made. Thank you very much. Yes, Temba.
Before you go, I think sometimes I hear Nyagaka talk and I'm wondering, where are we headed? You've had someone eating your taxpayers' money for all that time. And even most recently, the other day, Bernard, Ruto was in a rally somewhere and asking, si wamejaribu kunitoa, wameshindwa. That statement was really, really telling. You know, like mutadu, I'm here. Sifanyi chochote, sita attend nini, na mutadu. Until the other day, he had the audacity to call IBEC meeting and then issuing instructions to the government that I'm ordering ministries to pay. You know, I was listening to the deputy president, and I was. Does he ever get to a point where he listens to himself, his pronunciations in the rally and pronouncements in the rally, and when he comes and sits and pretends that meeting, I wonder how he was imagining that governors will turn up. And the only governor who turned up, I think, was Nanok. And you could see Nanok, his campaign manager. Nanok is the campaign manager of Kenya Kwanza, UDA, comes, and then the two of them are now pretending to issue instructions to the government ministries. I don't know which billion to be paid where. It looks like a comedy in some form. It's kind of comical, and then Nyagaka, of all the people, is coming here to and I like what Robert said. The guy is saying that this is the worst form of government, and yet the person you are supporting is in that government. So what are you essentially saying? Sometimes I wonder how well Nyagaka sleeps after he has spoken some words here. I think for me, I would get nightmares if I speak certain contradictory statements. But I mean, it is what it is.
Thank you.
Bernard, before you go,
times, people who are looking for excuses, they will always find it. But truth be told,
Bernard,
we need better. Yeah.
Yes,
Bernard,
Robert. Before you go, you guys, I was listening to about Osea, and I saw the other guy came in. I support Osea when he brought up the thing of the President Uhuru could have done better. I think I support him 100%, because if I was the president right now, I could call a commission. Or Raila, when he comes in, call a commission. We find out what happened, all this corruption, the Eurobond and other things. We found it in a public hearing.
You should tell Robert and Osea, you guys, we are at the 11th hour. You guys need to decide which side you are.
Yeah, Temper. You know what I'll do? I'm Papa. I'll campaign when I get in. We are going to have a commission hearing in public. What happened with this Eurobond and other things there? Hearing. We want to find out if we want to end corruption. But if you want to sit on it, everybody comes and you sit on it. I mean, it's not to happen there. We should have an open hearing.
Robert, there are so many pending issues in this country that we need to unearth and bring to conclusion. It's not just the Eurobond. And so I am sure that there is an elaborate plan towards that. But when we leave it to who to carry the blame for what happened, it ends there. So my discouragement of trying to find who to blame is the reason I'm against that is because the moment we get who to blame, that story ends there.
Now, Bernard, now,
we don't want that story to end there. Yes?
Utaki ukweli?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
PDP.
Yeah, but you are saying that we should not find out what happened because you don't want blame.
I did not say that, Robert. You're not listening to me.
Exactly
You're not listening to me. I said we shouldn't look for who to blame. We should look for the lost money.
You know what? I'll look for both.
If you look for somebody to blame Banaroba, you will get somebody to blame, and that story will end with blame game. It will never yield the lost money.
That's
So
what I'm
the
saying.
best way to go
Kenyatta had
about
power.
it, let's look for the lost money.
Executive power. He calls on a commission to sit down and find out what happened. Instead, he appoints people. How
many commission of inquiries did Moi conduct?
What happened to KEMSA? He had
How many commission of inquiries did Moi sanction? We had even a commission of inquiry into devil worship in this country, for heaven's sake. We paid people to sit down and inquire about devil worship.
Yeah, Bernard, we had KEMSA.
Where are the findings for the devil worship? Where is the findings of the Ndungu report? Where's the findings of the DGSR?
And that's what, you know what it tells me? We are the stupid people. We are not doing the right thing. And that's why we are saying, when you are a president, you have power, you have executive power, you can call, you know what? Let us sit and get the bottom of this. Even this red coat, what's her name, Uhuru, she got away with all those millions. Even Raila was supporting him, supporting her. Everybody here, kuna mtu ambaye kila mtu kuna ngozi ambaye
your approach will never get us anything.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is
that's the wrong approach. It will never get us anywhere, and it will never get us anything. If we want to get to the bottom of this, we must give it a proper approach, and the proper approach has to be within the law, the framework of the law, and it must be substantial. The president calling for a commission of inquiry, the commission of inquiry will only inquire and bring facts that will be rotting on the shelf. We need a proper drawn-out approach that has an end in recovering what is lost. That's what I'm advocating for.
Bernard, where on the pastor, man? Where on the pastor?
Not mayor.
Pastor, our country has been rooted to death. We need somebody to come up. We need Raila to come up and say, you know what? Some of these things we have to investigate and get to the bottom. Because
let's do this. Let's do this. Panatemba, take charge. I'm out of here. I've been here 7 hours.
Good night. Good morning, Bernard.
I don't want to go any further. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you, Bernard. I think we can now move on to a more logical discussion. Yeah, I think generally we are agreeing that we don't want corruption. Where we are differing is on the approach. So that's good enough. At least there's a place to start. So let's start there. The others we can always follow through. So Robert, uko tu sawa. I mean, we are agreeing. All of us do not want corruption. So I agree with you. We've had systems that have failed us before, and maybe even the president alluded to that fact. So you're just in order. And he said also that what is passing to the next regime is the concept of the fight against corruption. So you okay? We may differ on the approach, but the basis of it all, we are agreeing. We are agreeing corruption. Even the president agreed with you. Corruption is a problem. And Raila and Martha agree with you that they are going to fight corruption. So I think we shouldn't look like we are differing so much. We are not. We are just probably, some of us are louder in what we say, and some of us are calmer on how we say it. But the difference is the same. Wycliffe, Abarigan, Karibu.
Abari, I love the discussion that's taking place over here, and I wish more Kenyans would be listening to this channel to hear the very healthy discussion that takes place. I think what I want to do is I want to take us back a little bit. Let's go to the first term of the Uhuru Ruto administration, right? So during that time, the trick that I want to say that Ruto used was he once they got into the presidency, he told Uhuru that you lead the government, let me deal with the party. And his plan was very simple, to get his way through to the mountain. And it gave him access. Because of the name Uhuru, he was able to travel to the mountain, create the connections that he had in the mountain, fill himself up in terms of saying that I have enough people following me that if we wanted to do a vote of no confidence on the president, I could get it. And that's where his ego started to really rise up. So when you look at Ruto, just don't look at him as a vice president. He was a very ambitious man from the get-go of the presidency. His goal was not to be a vice president. His goal and still his goal was to become the president of this republic. And his means was to use whichever means necessary. Look at the way he talks about Raila. What does he say about Raila? He says that if it was not for him, Raila would never have gotten the prime ministership. This is a man full of ego, and he wants this ego stroked by whichever means necessary. So when you look at even in terms of disrespecting his boss, Uhuru himself told him that, we need to wait in terms of campaigning. I'm one of those people who knew that when Uhuru said that kumi yake na kumi ya Ruto, I knew that was going to be actualized. There was nothing that indicated that there was no way that Uhuru would not do the kumi yake and then kumi for Ruto. But what did this guy do? When Uhuru told this man, wait, campaigns itakuja, because of the trick that he did at the beginning, thinking that because he was left for the Jubilee Party, he took that Jubilee Party and thought that now everybody in the Jubilee Party will speaking his language. He disrespected his boss, thinking that, oh, now I already have, if I have these people on my side, then this is a done deal. And that was the beginning of his end. So when egos come between you and where you want to go, the way you fall so quick that gravity even gives way and says just go. You will keep going down, and that is exactly what we are seeing with Ruto. Let's go to the first term. Most of the government contracts that were done were done by let me rephrase that. Most of the government contracts that were issued, they were issued with the knowledge of William Samoei Ruto, and he directed most of those contracts to where he wanted them to be. So the other aspect that really brought his downfall is, the money. He thought that now he has all this money, he can challenge anybody in the country, and when he thought that now he has amassed enough, he can buy anybody he wants to, he can do all these things that he wants to, then his ego swelled even further. And he became more antagonistic to the presidency, where he's supposed to serve as assistant to the president. But he forgot that fact and thought that now that he has managed to gain a little bit of wealth, then he's able to now command a little bit more than what the president would do. What did he decide to do? So every time Uhuru took a position, Ruto took the opposite position of his boss. Why? Because he knew that plan A is that he was the head of the party, and he had all these MPs who would sing his praises. And since he had resigned Uhuru to the head of government, then that would give him an easy path to if anything that went through parliament. He had all those members in parliament that could really speak or defend the position that he was going to take. You see, when power blinds you, and you think that because somebody says yes sir, then they are loyal to you, then you kind of forget that there are systems in place that, especially when it comes to politics, that you cannot just skip and brush over and think that, oh, because now that you feel important, then you are that man that will have to make the decisions that have to be done. Then the worst thing that I think, to me, I think that Uhuru did was introducing him to the mountain. Once he went to the mountain, I mean, you can see the number of times this guy keeps going there, and he now claims, as much as he exists from the Rift Valley, he claims that he has climbed the mountain and owns the mountain. How many times has he gone to even his own hometown, to his own area, to even just popularize himself? Because he knows that, oh, that is locked. Now the only place that I need to my presidency is going to be within the mountain. And all of us know that within that mountain, there are people who are 14-year-olds, 16-year-olds who got IDs at very early age during the previous elections that happened. The numbers in the mountain moving forward, they will not go as high as what they were before, because they exhausted all the numbers that they needed to exhaust in that mountain. And because they had even with the census, creating the mountain to be a place where there's a huge number, there are a huge number of voters. So the perception that he had is that if I control this mountain, then I am going to basically have an easy path to the presidency. Wrong. You see, you cannot come to my house, act as the father of my children, and then kick me out and expect me to just sit and clap for you and say, okay, fine, you're doing a good job, continue. It was just a matter of time before Uhuru would have changed tactics and went after him. The other thing that I think Ruto forgot is that Kenya is still governed by tribal kingpins. The Rift Valley has its kingpin, which is Ruto himself. I mean, after he managed to really dismantle the name of President Moi. Why? I don't get it. I don't get why he went after Moi so hard. Yet, I mean, if we when you look at age, if you look at a lot of things that between him and Moi, there was no way that he would bridge that gap that was between him and Moi that quick. But because he thought that since he had amassed all this wealth during the first term of the presidency, then he would marshal or come close to the wealth that the Moi family had built up for 24 years. I mean, if stupid was a word, then it was a person. This is it, because you cannot put those two things that within 5 years you would amass the same amount of wealth that somebody had been in power and amassed for 24 years, and decide that you are the person who now is going to replace them and do what you need to do. So those are mistakes that if you look at what Ruto was doing, going back to the first term until where we are today, you could see the pitfalls that he instead of going around the pitfalls, he would jump straight into those pitfalls just to show that he is the man. Then now look at this the second term of the presidency. Every national event that took place, he took an opportunity to embarrass the president at each and every one of them. And then he is bold enough to think that the president will just sit on this very last event and say, okay, now embarrass me again on this last one. Because, I mean, you know that, or say that the last impressions, whatever the last impressions last the longest, there was no way that President Uhuru Kenyatta would give Ruto an opportunity for him to embarrass him on the last event of his presidency. That one, you could take it to the bank. And that is exactly what Uhuru Kenyatta did. Made sure that he did not have any place. From there, he left and went to Kiambu and talking about that, oh, the only issue in this election is the economy. My question to all of us in here is, from 1992, when Ruto came into politics until now, what has he done for the economy that he can proudly say that the only issue is the economy, and that all of us should clap for him and say that yes, he has done this? See, these are pitfalls, and these are traits of an arrogant man who thinks that having money would buy you your ticket to heaven. There is no ticket to heaven this time around, Mr. Ruto. And last but not least, in Kenya, we know that we have thieves, right? And people have stolen. We know this thing. We know that people have stolen. But there is no one who has stolen at a rate that this man has stolen to get him to where he is right now. So those are facts that we have to deal with. And if that is the fact that he used his stealing to get him to a position and for him to think that now he has enough money to vie for the presidency, I think that the arrogance, that's why I keep saying that the arrogance that this man portrays is the one that's going to be his downfall. And that is the reason why today, I think there are about 4 nails that were put in his coffin, and the rest of them are coming. And they're coming they'll be coming very quick. And as we move towards the election, he will realize that, there are times when you have to, if you're playing a role within a government, then you have to play your role correctly. And the only reason is the powers of the government rests with the president. And once the president or the government dictates in which way we are going to go, and that is how it's going to happen. And if you decide to go to the wrong path of what the government or the president wants, then you will be taught a lesson. And I hope that Ruto, his kids and his grandkids will learn this lesson this time around, since they never learned it from Jaramogi when Jaramogi played around with the Kenyatta #1. If I take you back to that particular story for Kenyatta #1, Jaramogi told Kenyatta that the only thing that the Kenyan government, if they put the money for the Kenyan government and they put his money on this side, the only amount of money that the government will defeat him with Ndururu, 5 cents. Those of us who are old enough to know what Ndururu is, because nowadays I don't think it's in circulation. And what did he do? And what did Kenyatta do? Kenyatta said, "Sawa, if that's what you think is okay." Jaramogi had a lot of buses out on the road. When it came time to renewals, what happened? None of them were renewed, and those things were getting off the road. And as I say, I always say that I think Jaramogi died a poor man because of the decisions that he made, and that's exactly what the path that William Samoei Ruto is taking, and he will die a poor man, because once once he resigns from the presidency, then he will know that the things that that he did were to the detriment of himself, and I think Kenya as well. So that's my submission for today, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I can see Robert has a question before I go to Makiadi.
So, Wycliffe, I think I agree with you what you have represented. You have said about the first term and the second term. So now we can go to Ose's point, which tells me from your submission that Uhuru, if it was not like he was thinking about, Uhuru had something good for the country. He wanted to have something there. But because he didn't want to lose second term, he wanted to go for re-election. And that's why he kept a blind eye on these guys who are rooting. He didn't have the guts to come up and say, you know what, people are stealing here. Don't you think that's a point there we can say because he was thinking about the second term, and that's why he never wanted to say anything about when they were stealing all this money?
Yes, Alex, is it a question or a comment?
Just a quick, I want to know the stand of Mr. Roba. This is a debate of records. There's a day I was here saying that at some point as a president, when you're not capable of moving your agenda forward, you have to go the Magufuli way. And Roba came blazing and telling me that Magufuli was a dictator. Magufuli did not do anything for Tanzanians. And I begged him, I told him, as a president who has given a country the manifesto and told them that he is going to deal with corruption, if it is endemic and systematic to a point that it's institutionalized, you have no option than to go even to the ground the way Magufuli went and start monitoring himself those kind of scandals that are going. Roba came blazing on me. And today I'm wondering, he's changing the position on how the president should handle these things. So I want Roba to clarify, was Magufuli a dictator or was a leader who could not stand corruption?
To answer your question, Magufuli was a dictator 1,000 times because he did not use institutions to govern. What he did, he just came forward. He's the judge, he's the prosecutor, he's the president, he's the chief justice, he's the minister. That one did not happen in Kenya.
You were advocating a few minutes ago about Raila.
Alex, I did not say.
What you just told us a few minutes ago.
Alex, I did not say Uhuru Kenyatta is going to go out there and start doing what Magufuli did. What I said was,
you said Raila, we were talking about Raila.
Please? Can I talk now, please, Alex? You asked me a question. Can I answer, please? What I said was, Uhuru Kenyatta came in today from his own mouth and said the first time, he never did a lot of things because A, B, C, D. But the second time, he achieved that. But you know why? The first time, he was worried of this war, his re-election. When this man was being rooted and when people were stealing all this money, he never had the guts to come out. But you know what? Let's look on this. Let's the judiciary. Oh, let's have a commission, the way I'm calling for a commission to investigate. He was worried about the election. There's a difference between us, our constitution, and the dictatorship down there in Dar es Salaam. You cannot compare that one. Point blank.
Alex?
No, it's okay. I mean, Roba is having two stands, and he just
no. You see, I'm not saying.
I'm talking now.
I did not finish. Alex, I have not said when Uhuru comes, Uhuru stands there and say, you know what?
Robert,
yes,
you told Alex to allow you to finish. You finished, you kept quiet. Now when I tell Alex just says one statement, you are coming back.
I'll take my own medicine. Alex, quiet.
Can you just the same kikombe unasaviwa
I stop.
serve now mwingine?
I agree, Alex, quiet.
Okay, Alex.
No, I played the fifth. It's okay. Now I know his stand.
Thank you, Alex. Now, Wycliffe, you know, sometimes just before I bring Wycliffe, and we go to Makiadi, sometimes I wonder if we forget also our debates in this platform. We need to have a consistent stand on an issue. You don't need to have at one time your stand is here, at another you are changing the goalpost. You cannot you know, advocate for institutions and then the next time you're saying you need something else to be done. If you are not a respecter of institutions and you totally think that the president without suspension of a constitution can do anything, stand by that. But if you think the constitution has mechanisms that needs to be used, and the strength of those institutions depend on the citizens and the citizenry and the political goodwill, then you need to also follow that. We don't need to be double-sided, that now we want the president. The president cannot accuse, investigate, prosecute, determine the judging, and even sentence the person. That's not the place, the society that we live in. There are only two things: democratic institutions and democracies. They have both the good and the bad. Constitution democracies. And if you want to follow this, build institutions, not individuals. If you want to build an institution, build institution. If you want to build individuals, build individuals. Those are the choices, and choices have consequences. So when we come to debate here, we should not come and only debate with the debate and then tomorrow we are changing mind. We just debate for the benefit of us pushing the time. No, Alex has raised a very important question. And by the way, Robert, I've been sitting here just like Alex, and I've been wondering, where is your stand? Before we come to you, you will say your stand when we'll be talking. Now, Wycliffe, 1 minute, and then I bring in Makiadi.
Yes, Roba. I think Roba is playing defense, but that's a problem that Kalonzo has right now. Just watch out so that we don't put you in the same category as Kalonzo, and know that you can't have a stand that you can stand on. Let me take you back. I mean, when you talk about Uhuru Kenyatta in the first term of his presidency, remember that was a 50-50 government. I hope you understand what 50-50 means, right? That 50%, you only control 50% of the government, and the other person controls 50% of that particular government. And sometimes when there's a saying in Swahili that something about, I don't know what the first part of it. It says, "Wacha something ijikaranga na mafuta yake." I don't know which one is that. I'm asking for somebody to help me. So whatever it says, wacha jikaranga na mafuta yake.
Wanasema nguruwe huwa inajikaranga na mafuta yake.
That one. So because Uhuru understood that he wanted to go for 2 terms, but he wanted to see the true face of this person that he was working with. So he gave him some leeway to see what this man was going to do, and he truly karangaed himself, because we know that the most corruption that has happened within the Uhuru presidency happened the first term, and the person who's been taking credit for that first term successes, which were overpriced projects, projects that they never done, stadiums that we are still waiting for, laptops that are not even there, is one William Samoei Ruto. So I don't know why it takes you a while to figure out what a pebble is and what a rock is. You have to see this difference and call it as it is, because this man, William Samoei Ruto, he is the person who has committed or done the most corrupt deals within the Kenyan government has ever known. Not just this term, ever known. Why you're defending that, I don't understand. But
Did you say I'm defending William Ruto? You
yes.
can't say that, my friend. Never.
But why are you talking about putting the blame on Uhuru? Who?
I said Uhuru did not have the guts. He could have investigated.
But it's 50-50 presidency. It's a 50-50 presidency. Do you understand what that means?
You guys, you are wrong. I'm telling you, all of you are wrong, because you know what? You cannot be one-sided. Tell the truth. You're one-sided.
No.
You're one-sided.
Which one-sided are you talking about? Okay, so
you know what? I support Uhuru, but you know what? When he did something wrong,
calm down, gentlemen. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, you are saying I'm supporting Ruto.
Calm down.
No, I would never support Ruto.
Calm down, Wycliffe. Calm down, gentlemen. Order in the house. Thank you. Robert, you can make the same point without shouting.
If my mic is too high, then I'll put my volume down. I'm not shouting.
We can hear you.
No, I'm not shouting. I think my volume is too high.
Okay, just mute then.
Okay. I'm not shouting, my friend.
We have heard you. Thank you. Makiadi Karibu. Let's leave the two gentlemen to calm down for a few minutes. We'll come back to them. Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. Kwanza nisalimie panelist wote. Stone PK, Abuya, Ndemba, salamu kwako, Wycliffe, Alex, Jacob, Roba. Good discussion you have there. I'll try to walk away from the discussion on corruption as much as possible, because I don't think we are going to finish that. First of all, I just also want to try and avoid the discussion that people have been having today here with regards to William Ruto being sidelined. I've keenly followed William Ruto's campaign trail, and most of the time he controls everything. He has always decided who to speak in his meetings and who not to speak, and that has never been news anywhere. So I like the lady who was here earlier today. I think it's Irene, and she said that when a dog bites a man, it's not news, but when a man bites a dog, it makes all the headlines. So that is what we are seeing today. William Ruto has just got a dose of his own medicine, and I don't think that should be news anywhere. I think I'll go quickly over what I wanted to speak, and mine will be, first of all, about IEBC. So, you know, after every election, there's something called an audit report that goes on at the IEBC. KPMG was doing a voter register audit, and preliminary findings indicate that 16,000 BVRs were used in registration of voters. Yet, IEBC purchased only 15,000 kits in 2012. This implies that some kits, which are almost 1,000, were used in voter registration, and they were not under the commission's control. Think about that. 1,000 kits, BVR kits, were used in voter registration that were not under the commission's control. If you are afraid of news, that should hit you hard. I'll leave that there. I was analyzing, I was listening also to the president's remarks today, and there's something that I really took note of, and that is the diaspora remittance for 2021. I really was impressed, because it looks like the president and the government of Kenya knows what weight the diaspora has in terms of upholding the economy of Kenya. He even went categorically to state that Kenya is almost among the countries that has the highest number of human resource export. The amount that the diaspora sent back home is over 400 billion. 400 billion Kenyan shillings. If you take an equivalent of that, you are looking at almost the amount that coffee and tea farmers were paid all the tea and coffee farmers in Kenya were paid in 2021. So I like the way people come here and make their points, and the way they try to talk about governance, because it looks like if the government takes the diaspora seriously.
Mom's coming.
Roba, your mic is on. If the government really appreciates what the diaspora is doing, then we have a voice in the decision and the direction of the country. Another thing that I really noticed, and I want to congratulate the Uhuru Kenyatta government, is when he spoke about passports, licenses, marriage certificates. Now you can do all this online. He even gave the time frame that can do a search within 4 to 5 hours. Search ya shamba na upate majibu. And the things to do with the title deed. I also heard him talk about 48 hours, I think. Some of you that have bought land know how tedious it is to acquire title deed. It takes a while before you can be able to push this transaction through. I don't know if this is going to be a subject of discussion, but I was really concerned, just as Uhuru Kenyatta, he said there's a big rise in the number of single families. I don't know why that is a concern to the to the government, but he was very categorical that something should be done, especially with the church. The rise of single families from 25% to 38%. I don't know why that is significant to the government, but I believe that is subject to discussion. Also, another issue is the pardoning of petty offenders, 3,900. I don't know if these people will be facilitated, but then if you are releasing people in the name of pardoning and giving them a second chance, most likely most of these people just go back to prison because they come out and do the same offenses and maybe different and go back. Another issue that is very much, yesterday we discussed about the comments that Sakaja said, and I thought that these young senators, we call them the dynamic super senators, were progressive minded, but it looks like the same mentality that Sakaja has is the same mentality that Murkomen has. Murkomen posted a tweet today and he said Uhuru Kenyatta is praising security agencies and parading expensive weapons while people are being slaughtered in Kerio Valley. What a shame. That's a young senator, one of the people that we are thinking is going to be a progressive leader in the coming years, who is actually castigating the president because of some parade. I mean, if you read the constitution, and I know Murkomen is a lawyer and he knows what the military does and what the military cannot do. It was a stupid statement coming from Murkomen, somebody that is held in high, high standards in the society. And I think sometimes when politicians get petty like that, they actually lose focus, because even if you don't like Uhuru Kenyatta as a person, you cannot lower the debate. You have to maintain the debate and the caliber of talk that you use, especially on social media. And that is why I think sometimes we say here that there's something that changes when somebody moves from their normal political inclination to UDA. I don't know. I saw some cartoon somewhere in the social media where there's a person who was an open part of the head, and they take out the brain and they put a new. It's like they say, you don't need. Welcome to UDA. You don't need this brain now. Somebody will think for you. Those are the kind of statements I'm looking at. Coming from the likes of Sakaja. Finally, I was just going through my points, and I think somebody else will say something on that. Finally, I want to talk about the list of criminals. These are criminals that has been forwarded by EACC to IEBC. I don't know what you guys think about this. Are we looking at situation? Are we looking at a situation whereby almost 100 plus candidates from both sides will be barred from running for office, or is this just a PR by the EACC? Because I was looking at the list there, and names that came up, the likes of women rep for Wasin Gishu, the former registrar of the courts. I don't know what her position was, but I think Gladys Sholay. You know, she was one of the people that was charged with mismanagement of funds. She's there. We have the likes of Governor Sonko. I think I saw that. I saw Nandi Alfred Keter. Are we looking at a situation whereby finally the EACC and the IEBC will crack the whip, or is this just the normal political gimmick that we Kenyans are always used to, to seeing? If they are serious, then I can tell you that I also expect to see Gachagua, because Gachagua has the same manner of case that some of these people are charged for. And also, if you talk about integrity, we also expect to see William Ruto on that list. Otherwise, if they bar these people that they are mentioning without mentioning Gachagua and William Ruto, then I don't think the fight against corruption and the standard of good leadership is being held. So let me leave that there. I hope to say more later. Thank you.
Yes, Jose.
Hello, thank you for the chance. Some of us are very disturbed people. You see, unfortunately, for corruption to be dealt with, the issues must go to parliament. My biggest worry, I think member Alex is still there. He has just expressed how disappointed he is with the current people who are on the ballot papers. Now, I personally believe we need to, chapter 6 needs to be tightened so that automatically, so long as you have a case, there is no need to waste your time going to Chebukati for clearance, because you are giving Chebukati unnecessary headache. People who are culprits simply have to clear themselves first. This idea of through the judiciary, the cases get held there at you are innocent until proven guilty. The money is lost. You have squandered 80% of the CDF money. So now you want to set up a court with, again, taxpayers' resources to prove you guilty. It is this very, very wrong. Some of these laws were borrowed from abroad, but in abroad, the issue of morality alone, which is not even legal, is enough. And everything, you can see everything falls in place. Our country, so long as we are electing, you can imagine 80% of the members of parliament have issues. Surely, where are we heading? I only pray that what the matters are saying, they need to tighten the law so that the institutions which are in charge, at least the laws will take care to make sure that people don't find ways to go around. I did mention earlier that what do you say of people who say that why waste my time hiring a lawyer when I can buy the judge? You can then tell you, even the judiciary is going to be helpless to prosecute these things. Well, that's what I wanted to add. I'm really a very disappointed person.
Okay, thank you. Now I think it was Robert's turn. Robert Karibu, now it's your turn. And don't make noise. Just relax.
No, Temba, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be very brief on this issue here. I mean, the one thing I want to bring up is I was watching this governor of Machakos, and I told you the governor is my governor up there in Utawara in Nairobi. So he was campaigning with Ruto on the side, and the guy was just saying, you know what? Uhuru is the most failed president ever. And yet all this administration, and yet the guy who's next to him is William Ruto. The same thing happens today in Kikuyu, where they went after the tobacco in Madaraka Day. I think Madaraka Day, they went to Kikuyu. Then Wetangula did the same thing. Musalia Mudava did the same thing. So I keep on asking myself, and we had our friend Nyagaka here a few minutes ago saying, this was the worst administration. And yet, that administration vice president is Mr. Samuel Ruto. I mean, we can't be far from facts. And I keep on just asking myself, what happened to some of us? We want to cross one eye, and the other side, we want to say this and that. If you kill the whole snake, kill the whole snake. So if the whole administration was so bad, then don't even talk about Ruto here, in God's sake. I mean, it comes so, I just see people, oh, I hate Uhuru, but Ruto said, you know what? We are sick and tired of us being small. Let's go and do big things. Thank you, Temba. I'm about to go to work, guys. I'm going to pull out, so I'll see you tomorrow. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, Robert. See you tomorrow. The next person that was to come after Robert was who? We all Julia karibu.
Asante Demba, inakaa mmeongea sana. Sasa mnaenda round ingine.
Ya, tulikuwa nataka kwanza round 2 tukimalizia, lakini sasa kwa sababu umekuja, wacha tukusikize kwanza.
Asante. Me too have been around listening. Nikaenda kwa ile channel ingine ya facing the mountain, and PK was there. We had a wonderful discussion of what happened today, and it was appeared so funny and so interesting. And I was thinking that tit for tat is a fair game. Even I think the Old Testament says that a tooth for a tooth, a buya, a nail for a nail. So that's
kwanza
what
Julia hujatusalimia. Unaingiaje bila kutusalimia?
Okay, hello everyone. I saw Abuya somewhere. Hello Abuya. Hello Stone. I saw Stone. Hello Ose, Richie, Alex, Demba. Njiru umenifuata? Okay, karibu Njiru. So it was an interesting day. The Madaraka Day. I will say things you have not seen. I don't know whether you have said this. I loved the choreography of the performance in the stadium. Yes, Alex, uko na swali?
But Julia, the same Bible says vengeance belongs to God.
So yes, just Alex. Hiyo ni verse gani hiyo?
No, the New Testament says we should not revenge.
Yes,
belongs
that was
to God.
Jesus. But you know, Alex, you can choose to quote the old one when it suits you and the new one.
Okay, I see now. Thank you.
So I liked the choreography of the performance in the stadium, the small children. I love the way they mixed up the catches. Me, that was so beautiful. I thought that is what we call Azimio la Umoja, a symbol of national unity. Because they brought in communities, and you know, they mixed the dancers, I think were the same, but the singers were different. And they sang from different cultures of our dear motherland. That was so interesting to me. I loved that organization, and I didn't know what to expect. So I was lucky today. I was not very busy. My students didn't come to school because hii ni wiki ya kufunga. Na principal aliwaambia kama unataka kufunga na mtu, afadhali ukae na mama yako, will not mark you absent. Badala ya ukuje shule ufunge na mtu na sisi tutafunga na wewe. So the principal had threatened to close the school with them if they were coming to close with somebody. Little did I know that someone else was also planning to close with somebody. So I sat there watching. Then I saw people are being given gifts. I wished I was one of them, you know, like the president calling my name and saying EGH. And then I waited. Then I wondered why the president introduced the Sierra Leone president. And then I waited. And the president never stopped talking. And then he spoke and spoke. And I wondered when Arab Samoei was going to speak. And he never spoke. So I realized hata Uhuru aliamua kufunga na Ruto. So as the schools are closing, Uhuru also decided, you remember those days that people used to close with somebody? Sijui kama wewe ulishafungwa na wewe. Closing day. So Uhuru went on speaking and he talked about, he said, he gave a clear message that before we talk about anything in this country, we got to fight corruption. And you know, Ali had watched Dr. Masanga saying, kama ingelikuwa ni yeye, angesema, I'm talking about corruption, na hapa mmoja wenyu ni mwizi. So maybe Uhuru should have gone ahead and said that. But I want that Uhuru was very clear in what he wanted, the message he was trying to pass. But I think also the way the program was arranged was very deliberate. And now I want to agree with Mutahi Ngunyi that probably Ruto planned something. Probably he planned to embarrass the president and he did not get the opportunity. So today he was beaten in his own game. And I think because I think sometimes I'm not so forgiving, I'm very happy tonight for what happened. I don't know whether God will forgive me. Maybe he will. But I'm very happy for what happened to William Samoei Ruto. I watched him later in Kiambu and he was trying to console himself, but he was so depressed. Unajua ni kama bibi yako amekuchapa hadharani. Alafu, you know, if your wife embarrasses you in public and then you go telling Themba, you know, Themba, I don't care, you know what happened. You won't have that strength even to tell Themba what happened. Yani hata tukikuangalia body language, you are embarrassed, you are humiliated, you are frustrated. That is what I saw with DP Ruto. But I don't understand why he was seeking sympathy, because he himself did the same thing in Kebaki's funeral and he has done that several times. In fact, he should be ashamed that he was trying to seek sympathy because he has no respect. DP Ruto has no respect. He went to Kebaki's funeral and said that Kebaki was the best president. He was trying to embarrass his boss. So today he got beaten in his own game, and unfortunately or fortunately, that the last time they are going to appear in such a public ceremony together. So I'm so happy that is how we wound the game. Yani tulifunga na DP. Hiyo ilikuwa sawa sana. Sasa kama I don't know whether he cried, I would have liked a video clip of his tears coming down that I would save in my cloud saving so that I can see it as many times as I want. Now, you people talked about corruption, and that is what the serious thing here, that is what the president was trying to talk about, that we need to fight corruption. And he was saying the issue is not how much money we've borrowed. I think the question is how did we spend that money we borrowed? If we wanted to spend on infrastructure, how did we spend that money? Did we misappropriate what we borrowed? Did we spend it wisely? Now, I think things have been very hard for the president. Now, when I was in the other show, I had a speaker talking about the corruption scandals associated with DP Ruto and how many times and how much he gave tenders to his relatives, his son, his daughter, his cousin, his all that, all the way from the Kenya Meat Commission to other projects. Okay, I don't have evidence for that, but if what that speaker said is true, then I think Kenyans need to know that. And I think even all the Kenyans who claim to be supporting DP Ruto, if they listen to that, it is not personalizing corruption, but it's a very sad story, because this man was going to leave this country to the dogs. In fact, and then looking at the people around him, I want to agree with one of the members of parliament or the ODM politicians that it looks like a charge sheet. Now, I am not trying to say that we don't have this kind of people in Azimio. We have them. That is what Matiang said, that there's a big percentage of politicians vying for posts that are shaded with corruption. And Makedi just talked about the list that was released about those politicians that have corruption scandals. So I think we also have some in Azimio. But also I want to agree with Makiadi that I'm surprised that I didn't see Rigath's name there. And I didn't see DP Ruto's name there. I don't know what formula they were using to decide on who to pin down. Now, going to the Electoral Commission, I don't think Chebukati is going to do anything. I think he's equally compromised, or if he's not compromised, I think he doesn't have the audacity or moral authority to pin them down, or he doesn't have the courage to do so. So Kenyans, we are out for a big shock because we are going to see these candidates in our ballot papers. So the question we should be asking ourselves here, which way forward? Now, I really agree with Robert and Alex. I agree with everybody here. But me, my take is, I said yesterday, I'm going to repeat this, that we need the political will and commitment to fight corruption. So we are trusting that we are going to have Baba and Mother. Now, but even if Baba and Mother have the political will, what next? So they need to put the correct structures that will address this problem. Now, I think we were discussing with Jose and Abuya, the people who are here, we were asking ourselves, what do we do with the judiciary? It means we have a problem here. We need to address the judiciary. Now, and if the judiciary is that independent, then we have a problem with our laws. So it means we need to revisit the constitution. Now, then who are implementing the judgments passed in the judiciary? I mean, who is pushing the prosecution? We need to do something with the prosecution. Then I think now my take is, even as we go after our current thieves, then we should prevent any further stealing. So I expect that Baba and Mother will hold, because you see, everything here, there's one senior person in charge. All the ministries here have one cabinet secretary who is in charge. So the bulk stops at that person. He or she should stop further stealing from that ministry. I mean, all the cabinet secretaries who will be appointed should not tell us 1 year, I don't know how 10 billion disappeared. Hatutaki kusikia hiyo. Going forward, we must stop further stealing. So I think Baba and Mother are going to give their cabinet secretaries a target on what to achieve and what must not be done. And the word will be zero tolerance to corruption. Come rain, come sunshine. Na hii kitu ati bibi yako ndiye anafanya hii biashara na wewe ni cabinet secretary, when the president, your sister is one who is having this tender. I think those are the things that we should stop. But I think the students of law here will tell me maybe we need good laws to enact that and to implement that. So I think we need to go back and look at our constitution and look at the laws. Now, to conclude, I want to say this. This is my dream. I would say that I have a dream, like Martin Luther King. I would say I have a dream. I have a dream where Kenya is going to wake up, where we shall look at you, not as from the tribe you come from, but as your track record, as how your track record is, and how you can have moral persuasion, or how you can persuade us to follow you or to vote for you, because you have the moral authority to do so, because you live behind no scandal. We shall look at you, even how you treat your family, not just how you spend our resources. That is my dream. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. And you need to keep coming, because today when you came, Even Hosea filled the camera. Normally he puts the camera to show only his head. Today when you came, he came and the whole of his face came to Right now, I would be struggling with Hosea to have his face, and he's saying, "People know me." Now today, he wanted Julia to see the face. Yeah.
Remember, don't bring parables.
Thank you, Julia. But Julia, mbona mnafunga na Ruto?
Wewe hukujua ile story ya kufunga na mtu ya shule?
Sasa mnaenda kufunga na Ruto bwana, badala tumwache, ameshaleta watu, amejaza kwa uwanja, anataka wampigie makofi, anataka akikaa hapo kidogo introduce Weta au introduce ule jamii nani ule Weta na nani madvd na bamba yake, unajua unapewa na ya kutuma.
Wewe Kashagwa alikuwa wapi?
Katitimas alikuwa introduce nyinyi, mkamnyang'anya hiyo time, mngempatia tu opportunity at least afeel vizuri, aambie Uhuru vile ukienda ukiretire ile vitu zako yote tutakuchungia, itaendelea vizuri.
That was so funny then.
How can you burst the bubble? The last time na vile alikuwa ameandaa speech mzuri, I was in some forum ambao watu walikuwa wanasema ati sasa unataka Doyen aende aseme nini kwa speech yake kesho. They had already prepared a very important speech. Then you guys decide not to give him an opportunity to speak. Surely
you can imagine them, but he's out there
waiting. Lady alipita hata kumsalimia, yani hata salamu tu ile ya Mungu.
You can imagine he sat there waiting. You know, he must have been so shocked. Unaona jamaa amesimama, ampeana zawadi, so now it's my time. So I'm waiting. I'm not being called. I'm waiting. He's now speaking. He's even speaking about stealing, and I'm there.
Alafu Uhuru acknowledged everybody else. Acknowledge. Kitabu alikuwa anasema my brother William. Yani my brother William ilipotea. Wewe hiyo X ukiachwa achika. Hiyo ni somo moja. Tafadhali kama wewe ni X ukiachwa achika.
Achika. And now I was asking myself,
fanya kazi nyingine. Wachana na stories za kukwamilia ati bado nakwamilia hapo, hata kama jamaa move on, but unakatalia kwa nyumba. Sema pana, I'm not going.
Hiyo ndio kufunga na mtu.
Hiyo ndio kufunga na mtu. You know, I'm wondering what the wife was thinking. Sasa huyu nani anaitwa nani huyu bibi yake? She was seated there.
Rachel.
I think I would have been tempted to walk away if I was Rachel.
No, Rachel, I mean, in the room, but do not ask me for facts. Kwa hii ambayo nitasema saa hizi. Asikia Rachel akiambiwa twende, anaenda. Akiambiwa tufanye, anafanya. Mpaka Rachel nasikia aliambiwa aseme maji imebadilishwa, imeombewa ikabadilika. If the deputy president's water has to be prayed for, sasa watu wadogo kule chini
pray for your water.
Wale watu wengine wako, yani watu wa Nairobi wengine wale ambao yani maji yao sasa kama ya deputy president, nyumba ya deputy president, maji inaombewa. Surely ejewe kweli, hata wengine wameona Kenya tuko wajinga kweli.
Was the president handing over the artillery which we were shown there really, ama what was happening?
We were showing you, jaribu uone. Unaona hiyo ilikuwa show ya kwamba try. Yes. If you have anything, try. Just
yes, try. ama ni vile umekuwa ukiongea ukipiga mdomo sana? Now try, just dare.
Right, dare. Unajua hiyo air show ya army imekuwa kutoka sijui juzi. So imekuwa ikiambiwa ya kwamba jaribu chochote, jaribu. Hii ni show of power. But what I can say is it was a clear communication that the rift, yani imefika mahali sasa Uhuru amesema ni wakati wa kukata hiyo kamba kabisa, na saizi since I don't think there's likely to be any other national platform where they will need to meet, and that's why he wasn't invited. He was not invited to State House before and even after. He wasn't invited.
Then, but let me ask you a question. What was the deputy thinking when he knew the cabinet secretaries are State House? Na yeye amejileta Uhuru Gardens. Sasa, what was he thinking?
He wasn't invited to State House. He wasn't invited at State House, and he wasn't even they didn't expect him to come to Uhuru Gardens. But you know, him being what he is, he came there. Now someone is asking what is the agenda. If you see no agenda, enda kwa channel ingine iko na agenda. What are you doing here? If you see no agenda, just there are too many channels on YouTube. Just move on. Mtu kuja unaangalia unaona sipendi.
You see, Karen is just near Uhuru Garden. Karen house is very near there. So maybe he just took a shortcut. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you see, State House, he wasn't invited. He wasn't invited at Uhuru Gardens. He was invited, but he wasn't supposed to speak because, according to high intelligence, he was today going to aibisha President even zaidi. Amemwaibisha mara mbili so far. Amemwaibisha kwa, you remember at Kibaki's funeral, mpaka president hakuongea. He just stood up, said he took less than 3 minutes, I think, speaking, akamaliza. But the deputy president went over and over and over and even did I don't know what introductions. He wanted it to be political. They wanted a political showdown in Nyeri.
Mm-hmm.
So he took, you know, he liked that kind of thing, you know, like I want to show hata mimi niko. And then he goes to, like we said earlier, he goes to Safari Park. He's given an opportunity. He takes over. So he's the one to introduce Martha Karua.
He was Mother, but fortunately, Mother alimnyamazisha kiasi.
So he those two moments, President akaona sasa hizi ni aibu gani? Yani naweza kuwa ndio nabembeleza huyu jamaa, lakini sasa yeye anaona ni kama I'm becoming complacent. Akaona liwe liwalo leo protocol ni mimi. Unajua protocol inakuanga the highest person. Ni kama sasa huko kwa nyumba wewe ndio protocol.
Yani Uhuru alisema Madaraka Day is me, I'm the Madaraka Day.
I'm the protocol. I mean ni kuongea mingi, unaongea courtesy of the protocol person. Sasa kama yeye amesema hakuna ni mtu mmoja nitaita, wale nitaita ndio wataongea.
That's the purpose thing he was doing with IBEC. You remember the IBEC meeting? He wanted to tell people that he is the one who says what happens in the counties. As much as the other side are the mother, father, baba of devolution, he is the one who distributes things and says what happened.
But so you see now the problem is he's even getting sick himself. You wake up and go and say nimetengwa kwa government. And then you are the one who is chairing the Economic Council. Then you are saying this election is going to be about economy, and yet you are sitting in an Economic Council which was started a long time ago. So the economy has been part of every single election in Kenya. The economy was the part of election in 2002, and we had a great economic development then. The economy has been part of the agenda of every election since independence. Session of paper number 10, introduced by Tom Mboya, was about economy. Which election has not been? Go back, look at Moi district focus for rural development. If you guys remember DDD something, yeah, it was the
district focus for rural development.
Yes. It was part of that. So when you're telling us that now this election is going to be about economy, when did these others, the same Ruto, 2013, go listen to him. Tumetoka analog tunaenda digital. We are going to have a digital economy, mechanized systems. Our women will not have to carry jembes again. We'll be having machines.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's where we need to go.
So every election has been about economy. So what is he trying to say? Because he doesn't want the conversation around corruption, what the president talked about. So Alaenda anasema it's about economy. Waache zao. Na wife ya, kuna mtu anauliza hapo chini ati kwa nini naingilia bibi ya Ruto. Yes, how do you embarrass our deputy president that maji yake inaombewa ndio ikuwe safi? Surely kama maji ya deputy president inaombewa ndio ikuwe safi, ya watu kama sisi wa chini tutaifanyia nini?
We will pray for your water.
We know the next time they'll tell us that they'll be praying for economy to get better. Pesa ikipotea unasikia, unajua tungeona Kenya inaenda vibaya. We prayed for the economy, pesa ikapotea.
Yes, and then if you really follow the details of that man and hear how he fixed his relatives here and there, you will break down, you'll be depressed, you'll break down for this country. So sijui tuseme aje.
Haya, Mise alikuja kabla sisi. Abuya nini? Abuya unainua mkono, nani anasumbua wewe? Sema.
Mimi ninasumbuliwa na mambo Makiadi ameleta. Makiadi badala akuja na mambo mazuri amekuja kutuletea shida. Manake sasa from the time Makiadi finished, I am a very worried man. Regarding the kits that he was talking about that are not in the control of IBC. Makiadi, where one, I want to know where you got this information. Secondly, have you taken into account the tender that was the IBC put out there in October 2021? There was a tender that was in progress to purchase additional BVR kits, to purchase, I think either to upgrade the server because it had reached the maximum. It was holding 19.9 million voters, and due to the new registration, they needed more capacity on how to store the data. So where did you get this information? Because you have troubled me since that time. Makiadi?
Should I answer, Ndemba?
Yeah, go ahead, Makiadi.
Okay.
Abuya is a troubled man.
Do you need camera? He needs to.
Abuya, you know, we are always in this panel together. I will try not to disclose my sources, but if you believe sometimes what I tell you, you remember very well. I also tried to convince our presidential candidate Juliet to drop her running mate because I had reliable information that he was not going to make the cut. And today you've seen the DP candidate for Juliet Amete Mwainje na EACC. So I have a bit of reliable sources, but like I said, this is just a preliminary report. So once we have the whole report, then I'd be able at least to pronounce myself on that. Thank you.
Accepted.
Yaani huyo Juliet Makapila mtu wake ametupwa nje. Sasa hata hao bana.
Richie has been campaigning to get.
Ako kwa hiyo group ya wale watu wanatupwa nje. Na mbona hajaweka Gachagua?
I don't know them, but wewe ndio utatuambia.
Anyway.
No, we want Gachagua to keep on talking. We cannot put him in that group. Let him continue campaigning. We are giving him the mic.
Gachagua should be given the microphone. Gachagua to be given the microphone. We want a lot of goofing. Haraka akipewa akiongea. Leo hawakutaka aongee, sijui alikuwa wapi. Hatukusikia Gachagua leo akiongea. Julia, where was Gachagua?
I don't know. I didn't even see him there. Was he there at Uhuru Gardens?
He was not at Uhuru Gardens. He didn't speak anywhere. I didn't see anywhere he talks to people. Kwani wamemnyang'anya microphone? Gachagua lazima
I think they have zipped his mouth because every time he talks, we gain. And I think we should go on the streets and demonstrate and demand that we want to hear Gachagua talking.
He was not even in Kikuyu today.
Yes, he was not in Kikuyu because the guy is really dishing their votes to Azimio.
Gachagua apewe microphone. We need some agendas to be talking about. Mr. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I can see you next to Julia, your crush.
Hi, Mr.
Hi, Julia. How are you?
I'm doing all right, Mr. Good to see you.
Good to see you. You're looking good. I like that top. It looks good.
No, focus. Wacha kuangalia top. Unaona Mise, wewe umeanza kuona top. Mimi hata sijaona top. Mimi nimeona kichwa na nimesikiza tu what Julia has been saying. Wewe umeona mpaka top. Haya.
And the earrings too, by the way.
Yeah. Haya, Mise, karibu.
Yeah, asante habari ya kila mtu. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you, Adams, and Makiadi. Makiadi has decided not to answer Robert Abuya's worries. It's okay. And Osea, Stone PK, and Njiru, and Themba. Good to see you once again. It feels good to be here. And I beg that you don't throw stones today. I'm just going to make a general observation here. Mine is not to defend Ruto. Mine is to focus on what has been laid there as a protocol. First of all, I want to say that the speech for the president was amazing, focusing on development agenda, reflecting on what he's been able to achieve. But you know, the presidency and the deputy president is a system that is inseparable. So basically, the credits and the minus and the plus that the president gets, the deputy president equally gets that. So I just want to say that sometimes there are trivial politics that we should not play before our foreign guests. When we have invited our guests from Kenya, I mean, Kenya is a respected country that is more admired in the East African country. East Africa. But sometimes our differences, we should not bring them into the public and wash our dirty linen in terms of in the effort of making a point or in the show of power. So for me, I want to say that the intimidation, the national platform, is not good for our country. You know, as a country, every country has her reputation at the international community, and Kenya has earned a reputation, and I believe that what played out today is not very good. It could be making a point, a political point, and score a point and to show who has what power. But at the end of the day, our country at the international community deserves to get that decorum that is gradually earning. So I want to say the intimidation from not following the protocol. The deputy president remains to be the deputy president until that day that the constitution allows them to leave. So it is okay that we are celebrating today. It can be today, tomorrow, that that candidate or that person that we want to that candidate that we are supporting will be the one that will be treated as such. So in all fairness, I think they should allow the protocols to be. If they felt that politics of divisiveness should not be spoken, someone should have advised the deputy president not to use that platform to do so, because today it was about our independence and not about divisiveness. So the other thing I wanted to say, if you look at the president's speech, it was targeting what the criticism from the deputy president. The president talked about the infrastructure and how when you look at what the deputy president has been talking about, hatuwezi kula barabara. So that kind of speech, to me, I found it very targeting the deputy president, as opposed to focusing on what we have the achievement of the president as he's going out. And I believe that at this point now, that the president should focus not to put down anybody, but to focus to exit, just like Kibaki exited. When Kibaki came to power in the second term, it was heated, it was controversial. But Kibaki focused on development. He focused on building infrastructure, improving the economy, and people digressed from focusing on what he did. As we all know that Raila won the election, but it was taken away from him, and everyone was not happy about it. But Kibaki did not focus on that. He focused on building the nation and making sure that when he was exiting, people were looking at the infrastructure, people were looking at the good economy of our country. And then in terms of the president's wife, Margaret Kenyatta, I think from the body language, I just want to believe that it was probably not intentional. Sometimes these platforms, when you're going to where thousands or millions of people are watching you, sometimes you might find yourself doing things because of tension. And I want to believe that today Margaret Kenyatta did not want to snub the deputy president as it's perceived out here. Perhaps it was not intentional, because if it was intentional, then it's very wrong. I want also to believe that most deals are actually done in the absence of the wives of the presidential candidates, or other. Usually, it would be deals between men and men to men. And I think if the wives are taking positions, I think that is very wrong. I think Margaret Kenyatta and Rachel Ruto should be busy doing something else in terms of gender. So that they can help our women and empower them and come up with projects that will help our country in lines of gender. So lastly, I want to say that Ruto, for me, Ruto is not corruption, and corruption is not Ruto. And if we focus that Ruto is corruption, Ruto is just one person who is an agent of corruption. There are many agents of corruption in Kenya. And I want to say that if it is true that he is the one who is vying for the highest office in Kenya, but we should not close our eyes just to focus on him as the only corrupt person in Kenya. We should fight corruption as a whole. It is true he is corrupt, and I cannot exonerate His Excellency, for whether he's corrupt or not. But at the same time, we should fight corruption as a whole. Corruption is what has made our country lag behind in terms of employment opportunities, in terms of good infrastructure, or economy growing, having better services, and so on. So we should fight it as a whole, regardless on which divide of which side of the support that you are. I think we should fight corruption as a whole, and I think that will be my contribution tonight. And I'm not supporting Ruto. For those who are preparing to throw stones, I'm just saying that our focus, we digress to fight one person. Perhaps very many people are misappropriating the public resources, governors, member of parliament, and senators, and all those. We should hold them accountable equally, not just one individual. And that will help us grow as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pale Tanzania wanasema siasa za Watanzania ni tofauti na siasa zetu. Wakati Kenya mwanasiasa atakutusi akwambie wewe ni mjinga, pale Tanzania watasema Watanzania tunapaswa kupendana kabisa. Ila katika hizi siasa hakuna haja ya matusi. Hata nikimwambia huyu Mise ya kwamba ni mjinga, si lazima nimwite mjinga. Ni kwamba yeye ni mjinga tu, lakini si lazima niseme hivyo. Ni kusema hiyo ni pale Tanzania. So Mise ametumia saikolojia ya Watanzania. Unaona, ametumia hiyo saikolojia. Anasema sisemi, I'm not defending Ruto, but you know, we should not talk this way about Ruto. You see, he's actually defending Ruto, but he's telling you, I'm not defending Ruto. But we should not call Ruto, he's not corruption. Even in the Bible, there's a guy called Paul. Paul calls himself chief of sinners. Does it make him the sin? He can be chief of sinners. Now, in Kenya, the face of corruption is one Ruto. So we cannot miss it. Don't be diplomatic about that. And usitupimie hewa. Wewe kama umekuja sema tu unaongelelea mazuri ya Ruto ni sawa, lakini usituambie tusiseme yeye ni face of corruption. The way uko na your right kusema ya kwamba yeye si corrupt, hata sisi tuko na right ya kusema yeye ni the face of corruption. Sasa usituambie ati msiangalie. Your right stops where ours starts. Sasa yetu inaanzia hapo. Yako imeisha uliposema yeye si corrupt ama yeye sijui tusimuite. Yetu inaanzia hapo sasa. The face of corruption is one William Samoei Arap Ruto. Now, Miss, a question I want to ask you. Does the Constitution only defend the Deputy President? At the Constitution is clear, he is still the Deputy President. It doesn't defend any other person in your Constitution.
It does, actually. Matter of fact, you talked about, I heard you talking about, I think it's Julio was talking about that we should have laws. And I actually, when I was looking at that, I saw someone forwarded to me finance laws. And it is interesting. It is gazetted,
no,
I think.
My question is,
today,
hold on, Miss.
It's a gazettement of finance laws. So in other words, the Constitution is not in lower dance of laws that prevent or guide us in terms of finances and corruption.
Hold on.
We have very good procurement laws.
When it comes to Ruto, you come out so clearly. You know the Constitution is clear. He is still the Deputy President. The Constitution is also clear. We have a president, isn't it?
Themba, you have a way of twisting what I said. I said I'm not supporting Ruto. I'm not supporting corruption.
I'm not suggesting that. Hold on.
What I'm saying, among the list of the corrupt people, let us list the rest. If Ruto is number one, let us have number two.
No, you list the others. List the others. Sisi tumesha list Ruto. Now, why are you giving us your work? You list the others.
I don't like Ruto. I already said that.
That is not the question.
Like
Hold on. That is not the question. The question is, umekuja ukasema the way he was treated today. Hold on, just relax. That he is still the Deputy President. He needs to be given, that can't the same Constitution be used also to protect the president?
I mean, what happened today to the president? What is it that the deputy president did towards undermining the president during that function?
Oh, he hasn't done anything before to undermine the president.
No, I mean, we are talking today, we are limiting ourselves of the happening in one of the public functions.
Has he done something before, in your view, that suggested that he was disrespectful of the president?
He's been disrespectful, and of course, the president has been disrespectful.
Hold on.
Honestly, between the president and the deputy president, we have more than what we can see.
Calm down. He's been disrespectful, right?
Both of them have been disrespectful.
Sasa umeshasema ya Ruto. Nataka sasa ya Ruto na president. He's been disrespectful to the president, right?
Many times. Not the president, the office of the presidency.
Awesome. So the constitution only becomes active when it is Ruto's side.
And that's not what I say. You have a right to look at it from that perspective, but I was very particular on what I said and what I'm saying.
Wewe na your people, inapokuja kwa Ruto, mnasema sasa constitution najua ina protect Ruto, nini, lakini yeye sasa afanye tu kitu yoyote kwa sababu constitution na protect. Nini kumbe ndio mmemharibu. Na sio ukikuja hapa unaanza kusema unajua constitution inaku protect with such a kind of an attitude. Would you have a Ruto for a deputy president?
But tell me, Themba, let us.
Would you want another deputy president behaving like Ruto?
No, and that's what we are discouraging. That presidency is bad. We don't want. And that's why I talked about the position of Kenya in the international community.
Hakuna hiyo international community na protocol, hakuna mahali protocol imeandikwa. Protocol, Uhuru ndio protocol. Protocol inakuanga ule mtu ambaye is the highest in that office is the protocol. Akishaingia protocol inapotea kwa sababu sasa yeye time yake.
Well, listen. I just wanted to comment like this. You see, hii serikali ni ya Uhuru. It should all be understood. Some people say 50 this, 50 that. Those are all memoranda of understanding. The truth of the matter ni hii serikali ni ya Uhuru. And we cannot start saying that he disrespected the president, he undermined the president. Then to counter that, you are saying hata Uhuru pia alifanya hivi. You see, that is a zero-sum game. You see, in the recent past, what happened at Kibaki's funeral and in Nairobi and in Nyeri, you know, these are all things which are in the public domain. Now, the challenge here is that it's like he never gets enough. Why are there rumors? I'll call them rumors that even in this one, they had planned other things. Ruto had planned other things. And with Gachagua, and you also know the rumors around his outspoken goofs and what have you. Now, if you were Uhuru, I wonder what you would do. But in any case, I don't think Uhuru just spoke about what he thought was bad. He did not deliberately refer to anybody. He didn't name names. Now, the rest of us are joining those dots, and they are ending up at Ruto. But nevertheless, this having been Uhuru's last day in terms of Madaraka Day and official function, if you are Uhuru, I wonder what you do. But do not use Ruto's the wrongs done by Uhuru to balance the wrongs done by Ruto. But that is not the way forward. Personally, those are my comments.
Themba, let me say one last thing.
Okay, Mr. We will come back to you. Let's allow Adams also to speak, and then we also have Daudi, and then now we can Adams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Themba. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I would just want to make a little submission, but before I go there, my Miss, how are you?
and good, and make sure you're kind to me.
Sorry, Adams. Njiru, I have seen you. I'm sorry, I've jumped you, but you will submit after Adams.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I was listening to Mr. Mrs. O'Kinley, and he's playing a card. He played a neutral card very, very cleverly. This guy is telling you one thing, and at the same time, he's defending. He's saying this thing is bad, and then he turns it around and say, you see, it is good from outside, but inside, it's bad. You know, in Nigeria, Africa, we have one of the greatest writers called Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe once said that when the hyena wants to eat her or its children, first of all, she accuses them of smelling like goats. So he ends up eating them. So when you come back and ask, hey, hyena, why did you eat your children? They say, hey, you know what? They were smelling like goats, and I'm supposed to eat goats whenever goats come here. That is exactly what Misa is telling us. That Ruto is just smelling like a goat, but, it's just smelling like goat, but he's a hyena. So we need to understand he's a goat, but he's a hyena. Come on, Misa, a spade is a spade. He belonged to the WhatsApp group of the corrupt. He is corrupt and is the face of corruption. There is no any other thing there. Moving forward, I think that is cool enough. That is, I've not hit you anywhere. Today, snubbing, Mr. Themba and the panel and the rest of you. I don't really think this. I don't know. My understanding of snubbing. There was a program that was planned or prepared for today's show, Madaraka. The program was there in public. One Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto, was not appearing anywhere. He was not in the program. So if he was in the program and then he was not called to submit speech, then that would be snubbing. This guy was not appearing anywhere. He was not in the list. They didn't plan for him. Actually, something tells me that maybe he was not even invited. He just crashed the show. He wasn't even, he was non grata. It was nothing to those people today. So
it was not a State House meeting.
Yeah,
the first meeting before they went to Uhuru Gardens, there was an earlier meeting for the cabinet.
He didn't appear.
Mm.
Yeah, he wasn't there. He wasn't at the White House. I mean, at the Hill State House. So he was not in the program at all. The program for the day like today is not a one-day event. It was prepared long time ago, and he was not there. He wasn't part of the show. It's like you're playing music, a DJ, and he wasn't. Ruto was not in the playlist. He just tried, but you know what? Yesterday, Mr. Osea, if you remember when we were making our prediction here yesterday, one of them, we spoke about this snubbing thing. And we said here, most of us, that kind of thing is going to happen. So sometimes the things we say here, you remember very well yesterday, including the speech stuff. We said here.
Yes, Adam, sorry for disrupting you. I asked them, but remember, do you think the president will talk about Ruto's corruption? Do you think he will pronounce Baba as his suitable candidate?
Yes,
and
he did.
They did so.
Yeah, so mostly sometimes whatever we say here, like I saw Themba was just talking up to somebody on the comment section. Somebody was saying that, what is the agenda here? Agenda is what we are saying here, because most of the things that we say here and predict here happen. So we are not mad people. We see things here and they happen. Most of our predictions did happen. The protocol, I don't want to say it was breached, but it was well orchestrated and it happened exactly the way they wanted. And this guy ended up looking like a fool. He was depressed. But there is only one good thing. Let's give credit where it is due. Ruto did one good thing today, and I hope all of you did it. That is commendable. And I clap for him. He managed to fix her wife's scarf in public. Did you see that? You didn't see him fixing it?
I saw it. These men are pretending not to have seen.
He fixed it in public. That was good. He did well. That's the only thing he did good today.
Was it deliberate? It was by accident.
Whatever, he did well. I don't know how it came by, but the media focused on it so much. It is gonna happen. It's gonna appear even today's dailies, today's newspaper. He did well. That's the only thing he did well about. The rest of it, no, it did not go up well. And then President Uhuru Kenyatta today, he said categorically, and he dismantled the fake news from DP Ruto, that Ruto say, oh, our first term we did this, they did so much. Ruto and the KK Alliance Brigade, they normally tell us that he himself and President Uhuru Kenyatta, they did so much in first term. Uhuru today came out categorically and pronounced that his second term, he did more in his second term than first term. And he continued saying that all this were done courtesy of handshake. He did say that very well. Ruto did not get, but the rumor has it out there that Ruto wanted to come. If he had been given a chance, he wanted today to come up and call Baba. He's like, come and say something. So when Baba comes to talk, Ruto don't sit down. He just stand there. Like, I'm waiting. Hey, I'm waiting for you to finish so that I go on. So, but these people had intelligence ahead of him. So when this guy left, he went to Kikuyu, the soccer tournament.
Adams, just to indulge you, if that happened, what do you think Baba would say? Nataka kuita rafiki yangu hapa, ndugu yangu, Bwana Raila Odinga. So Baba comes, now try to be Baba. What would he say?
Baba would just come in and just go ahead with this greet, observe the protocol and go on. You know, he's an historian, and he would bring the history. Raila Odinga would give a long history there, and then when he's done, he just leave the podium, just go back and sit down. He would just come up and do it. They would not create a show. He would not create a show like he's trying to dodge. He'll just come and do it the way same thing that Mother did. But you just do it and go back and sit down. But Ruto would have called. So that is what they avoided. And Uhuru Kenyatta is a man who is of high temper. He would be pissed off, like in the way he was pissed off at the prayer function. He would really be pissed off with that. So what made me so happy today, Uhuru Kenyatta elaborated so well. I remember at some point when he was reading that speech, he said like, jamani na ini long today, ini refu sana. It was a long speech, but he explained very well about his legacy, and he said, this is my legacy. But I did much more in second term with the help of courtesy of handshake. He did that one very, very well. But I've heard most of you here saying that today was the last public rally, meeting where the president and DP are meeting. But, I'm not praying for any agony, but from where I see it, I think I see like something might happen, maybe a national funeral or something that will bring these people together again. Something may happen. Funerals do occur. A prominent person can die. Anything can just happen, and they're gonna.
Wait, Adams, no nude. We don't want this.
Adams is right.
Okay,
you're right.
I'm just being hypothetical. This is just hypothetical thinking. It is.
Why do you hypothesize death?
Remember, we are in a real world. We let's be real.
Why can't you say
real does not only have death? Hypothesize other things. Why can't you say there's a wedding that will take place and they will meet? Must it be death?
No, one thing at a time.
That. But I was just giving an example. I'm just being examples. I'm just giving example.
No, we are Africans. We are African. In the US, maybe, but in Africa, my friend, we don't want even to imagine death.
Adams, tell them you are getting to the wedding. You started with
Adams,
death.
in Africa, you don't talk about death. Talking about death is a taboo in Africa.
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand.
You don't wish that there are things about death we don't talk about in Africa. One, we don't talk about the dead, whether they were bad or good. We don't talk about them. Two, we don't
That's why at the funeral,
But
You
Themba, why are you
realize how we
killing?
conduct the funerals.
But Themba, why are you killing the
We
prophetic power of
contribute all the
Adams?
monies for your funeral, but when you are sick.
Okay, let me continue. We may, if, for example, both President Kenyatta, Ruto, one of these prominent people, Baba himself has a daughter, Winnie. She's unmarried. Maybe tomorrow she'll be getting married at one of these prominent places.
Now you're
These guys
talking.
will be
Now you're
invited.
talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now talk about some United.
So you know she's unmarried.
I know she is unmarried.
Or
You
even,
can't be so sure.
Or even Julia and someone can invite Baba.
And Mr. You talk about something that.
Mr.
So, okay. So what I'm saying is, I foresee it doesn't really have to happen, but maybe hypothetically, some function which is national before we go to the polls, something may happen. Mostly good, but anything can happen. That these people may just end up meeting somewhere again together, and protocols are observed. So it's not like done like, I understand what Julia said, like tunafunga na wewe walifungana, lakini labda hiyo ilikuwa shule, huenda wakakutana wapi? Kanisani tena, wafungane huko tena. So maybe there is something else also where they're going to meet and protocols are going to be observed. But all said and done, I'm very happy with what happened today. They are very, very, and then there's a rumor going on here that Raila Odinga and the Azimio team might win this thing by 60%. These people are not joking. It might be 60% because it has to be a wrap. And I wanted to ask Martin Deto, he's not here today. I don't really think, I know all of you don't want to talk about this, but as I finish, I know we don't want to talk about Kalonzo, but he's not anywhere, he's missing, and we wonder if we really need him for what? The time is gone. So
I saw Kalonzo today, Adams. I think so.
Where?
Was he not in the
Wachana Kalonzo bana, Kalonzo ni wetu. Kalonzo yuko ndani. Hatutaki mambo mingi. Kalonzo yuko ndani sasa, wachana na Kalonzo bana. Sisi focus, ukifika wakati wa saa 11 unaanza kufocus on important things. Sasa ni masaa ya jioni. Focus on the most important thing. Vitu za kufocus nazo asubuhi wachana nazo. Sasa tuko masaa ya jioni.
Wacha Adam sasa amecomment ya Ndusi.
Yeah, so
after mentioning Kalonzo.
So I think Mr. Themba and everybody, I think the duo did well today. And my only wonder is why the DP Ruto and his team were so sad because they did not talk. Yet Raila Odinga and the Azimio team also did not talk, and they're not so sad and unhappy like these are the people. So maybe these people had an agenda and something did not go well with them. But we predicted here that mtu ataoshwa na mtu na yenyewe walioshwa na omo. So let them just get out there and dry. Let me stop there for now. Thank you so much.
Njiru alisema ya kwamba tuku predict. I predicted yesterday. You guys need to at least thank me. I predicted yesterday.
I remember who predicted what? We have to rewind.
I predicted the speech. Julia predicted, and the speech came to pass. Julia, you predicted, so what was it again?
That he was going to talk about Baba and was going to talk about Ruto's corruption.
He did very well. Stemba, what did you predict? I forgot.
I predict.
He was to acknowledge Martha.
Yeah, in a way, yeah, he did. He did acknowledge. He talked about a woman. There's a type of woman we voted for now.
Yeah, I predicted that he was going to talk about Martha, and then I also predicted that he was going to embarrass the deputy president. And it came out.
But it was done cleverly.
And
but
I also said that Ruto was going to organize some thugs, and he had done that, you see?
And you see, Njiru came and said that we predicted long. Saizi tumeanza kuwa manabii. Manabii hata kama ni wa uongo, sisi ni manabii.
Wa uongo kabisa.
But our friend, our friend Mise needs to have a stand, because Mise is neither here nor there. But the Bible says, Mise, you're a Christian. The Bible says, and I quote, that you have to choose. You have to either be hot or cold. If you're lukewarming, you will be thrown away. So stop being lukewarm. Just take a stand, my friend. Thank you.
Julia can tell you where I am. So that was done in your absence.
Yes, Mise is in Azimio. We already signed a deal with him.
Haya. Njiru, karibu na ukubali tulipredict na ikafanya kazi. Usianze kusema prediction zetu hazikufanya kazi.
Mato anasema ilianguka sana pande ya Raila. Your predictions.
Mato prediction yake ndio ilifail. Alikuwa amepredict mambo ya Raila. Yeye ndio prediction yake ilifail. Njiru. Njiru, hatukusikii bana. Njiru, wewe prediction yako haikupita, hata audio yako imekataa. We can't hear you. Wacha tusikize Daudi ukisort your audio. Daudi, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you, Pembo, for the invitation. Thank you, the panel, for this very interesting discussion. I think we're all entertained by what happened at the Madaraka Day celebration today. I just have a few points, quick observations from what I saw today. I think the president today realized that Ruto is increasingly becoming desperate, and he had to do something to, curb his desperation. And since this is his last Madaraka Day, and he was going to talk about some of the things he had done, he didn't want the deputy president to come before and talk about, oh, we've done this, we've done that, and pretty much eat into his speech. So I think he had to be contained, and I think those who organized the protocol, I think, did a good job to contain the DP. Well, it was sad for him, but I think the president had a mission to outline his legacy project, what he had done, and what that holds for the country. So it was very good. I like the fact that they had done over 8,000 kilometers of road in the second term, compared to 3,000 that they had done in the previous term, and obviously 6,000 still being done. I think that is really commendable, and I think we are soon to see what that will hold for the country going forward. We may not see it now, but I think that will be a very big catalyst in regard to the development of the country going forward. I think one thing that we all see in the country now is the high food prices and commodity prices going on, and I feel like I think what Raila should focus on is getting oil under check. It's everything depends on oil in a way, price-wise. So I think if we can come up with a refinery or find a way of getting oil reserves high up and also process this in a in a fast manner and in a way that is cost effective would be good for the country. Those are some of the things I observed. I think Raila is poised to become the president. The numbers just don't lie. Ruto had a very good strategy. I saw what was being pushed forward over the weekend about the numbers in terms of the voters who are registered. But if I look at it right now, I don't think Ruto has a path to presidency. He was depending so much on the Rift Valley vote and the central Mount Kenya East and West block. But since that is going away, and even within the Rift Valley, I think he's limited to South Rift, which has, I think, about 4 million votes. And even within the South Rift, you see Raila going into the Narok area and taking a big chunk of that, leaving him with the Kalenjin Rift Valley, which is about 2 million votes or so. And if he takes half of Mount Kenya, the most he'll get is 5 million. So I don't see him really getting that number. So when Kibicho and Musheru talk about 60%, I think they have good evidence. Whether it's right evidence or it's deep state evidence, because when you look at Raila's past numbers, 44, 44, 44, that is just so weird. So someone is in the kitchen cooking numbers. So when they talk of 60, maybe they're cooking 60. But I think also when I look at the real numbers on the ground, when Martha happened, I think Ruto lost the path to State House. It's just, I don't see any way. I mean, he might try to pull something, but there's just no way. I think this is going to Baba, and Baba should just start preparing his speech. And yeah, his suit for the celebration. Thank you, Temba.
Thank you, Daudi. My suit is ready. My dance moves are ready. My Azimio dance is already ready. It's not kunglu kunglu kwangla kwangla. The one from
Why is wapi matena kungulu kwangala?
we are dancing and serious. My Azimio suit is very ready. If it happened, if Ruto for some reason they stole for them in 2013, 2017, kwani baba pia akiibiwa in 2022, kuna shida gani? Si hata yeye afurahi tu.
Right. But I mean, one thing that needs to be done, we don't want yellow sashes anymore. You know, we need blue sashes. So the one who did Madaraka Day yellow sashes, that was terrible.
You see, Baba has been winning this thing. So even if they are going, even if ukienda kuibia mtu kitu yake, Baba aliwauliza, nitaibaje na kura ni zangu? I mean, that's what we are looking at. And Kalonzo amekuja. Nilikuwa nasema Adams to focus. Tunataka kura sasa. Kalonzo akae ndani, hizo kura ziingie zote. We color the country blue with a few dots of yellow. I mean, let's color the country blue. Blue. Yes, let's color it blue. Let the people come out and vote. With Martha ameingia hapo, anacheza pale namba 11. Yaani yeye ni kuchenga watu pale ni namba 11, namba 6. Namba 6 anachenga pale.
But where is he? Yeah? Where is he?
Who?
SKM.
Don't
Adam,
worry.
what's wrong with you? Can you leave my brother Kalonzo alone?
Wachana na Kalonzo bwana. Wewe Kalonzo ni kura yetu iko ndani. Wewe relax. Focus. Usianze kufuatana na squirrel na antelope ndio yule anakimbia. Kimbiza antelope.
Adams anapenda Kalonzo mpaka Adams amesahau akaniita watermelon.
Saizi wacha to focus on getting the vote.
There is somebody in this comment section. It's called Nathan Enthusi. This guy trolls me so much all the time. When he's sleeping, when I come up, it's just everything I say is smelling for him. I don't know who he is. Can we just put him together?
You have mentioned Kalonzo. Just stay away from the name Kalonzo, and you will not be in trouble with Nathan Dusi. That's the warning I'm giving you.
I already warned him. I already warned Adams.
Okay. Mention Kalonzo Dusi hata achana na wewe.
Adams is the same way. When I mention Ruto, you are on my back. So it's
yeah. So,
but you did not behave girlish like this Nathan thing.
Go ahead, relax. Wachana na nini.
Is Kalonzo overrated? Because I mean, I think it's his demands are just too much, you know.
No, what you guys are not understanding about politics is this: there comes a time where now you are more interested in the numbers, and this is it. With when they were making the calculations, I said that two people should be on the same WhatsApp group, Kalonzo and Ruto. Ruto negotiated himself out of presidency when he started fighting Uhuru from the first term. So he negotiated himself out of presidency. Kalonzo negotiated himself out of deputy presidency when he started competing with Baba. So those ones, the two of them, they should be in the same WhatsApp group. It was so near, yet too far. For Ruto, it was so close. The only thing Ruto needed, when Uhuru stood up and said that let us campaign, let us work, and then campaigns zitakuja baadaye. He needed just to humble himself, humility, and follow what Uhuru had said. Support him until his last term. Now, Kalonzo, all he needed was to be quiet. Stop looking as if he's on the same level with Raila. He started struggling with the idea that, I am equal to Raila, Uhuru is our guarantor, things like that. Those were not very good, yet the decision was to be made by Raila. So if the person who is to make that decision is the one you are trashing, definitely it creates another what? And so when they released the list of requirements that they wanted for the deputy president, one of the requirements that showed up so clearly was he needs to have a chemistry with the president. Now, definitely that was now the one that hit him off. Now, numbers-wise, Kalonzo was bringing a lot of numbers, assured numbers, because Ukambani have always voted with Baba, right? So if he was going to come in, we are only going to have one problem in terms of battleground, and that battleground was going to be central, right? But now, the question would have been now, Kalonzo is the deputy president, what was central going to be given for them to come and vote, right? But he negotiated himself out of it. So what happens now? You still need these numbers. You still need these numbers as intact as they will, because Kambas were voting together as a block. So the calculation right now is you need to have Kalonzo on board to still be assured of those numbers. Otherwise, yes, Kalonzo can go, but what happens? You open another area of a battleground. You are not so sure of that block vote from Mukambani, which will mean, therefore, you have two battlegrounds. As much as, yes, we do have Martha, but you realize that we will raise substantially the votes of Baba from Central, but not as much as a block as we would Mukambani. So yes, Martha is coming in with a lot of impetus. She's bringing in a lot of oomph. Baba is gaining in Central, as opposed to Ruto. He's gaining because he's never been voted to beyond 2% in Central. And right now, when you hear Julia talking here, the percentage is going to be so high. Even if it's 20%, that's so high for Baba from Central, which is good. But now you need affirmation from the Ukambani vote, So if that 20 or 30% is added to the Ukambani vote, you are actually adding to what you've always had, and it goes high. So that's a gain. That's where now the calculation of coalition building and politics comes in. Yes, you really don't like this guy. You wish you'd have come in earlier, but there are people who are going to vote because Kalonzo is there. And that is what we need to look at.
Temba, may I say
That's
something?
face value, right?
I think Baba has Kalonzo's misbehavior antidote, and he's not using it. And that is Charity Kalukingelu. The moment he appoints that lady to take over Kalonzo's previous position, the chief minister, I think he will have a sway over the Kamba women. And that's a sizable chunk. So Kalonzo is becoming too expensive to bear. I think what he has done is just causing a lot of heartache to Baba and the Azimio team. So I think that position should be given to Charity, and then Kalonzo could be left to his devices. It's just too indecisive. I can't just decide. I don't know what he's thinking, but yeah, it's my thought.
Who is the chair? Who is the chair now? Is it Makiadi?
No, you are the chair. You are the chair. Go on.
Thank you. Now, I've been itching to say this when Themba is here. I'll begin with the Kalonzo. Themba and I had said we are not going to talk about Kalonzo. And I think Kenyans, we make 10 steps ahead, then we make 30 behind, or everywhere, even us, even the elite, even those who are in the village. Kenya tuna tabia moja ya kutokuendelea. We are stunted as a country. We are stunted actually. Most of the development we talk about are theoretical, but not progressive on the ground. That's why poverty is so high. That's why when we discuss about corruption, we can spend a whole day talking about corruption with no step forward, no progress. In fact, we overtook Nigeria. I'm saying about Nigeria because I worked there for a very long time. It is in Nigeria where you cannot discuss anything called corruption. You are irrelevant, actually. People start laughing. That word does not exist in Nigeria. And Kenya, we are already there. Because how do you complicate it? It's because we start bringing rocket science. Some people say, for you to fight corruption, it fights back. And how did Korea manage? Singapore and these other countries, guys. Rwanda is, when we talk of Rwanda doing well, we start saying, Kagame is not democratic. Kagame is a dictator. You see, Kenyans, we are so schooled, we are so educated. We've copy-pasted things from out there, and we have forgotten our own situation. Our situation here is that tuna kidonda, kile cha zamani, kile kinaitwa permanent wound that rots and smells and stinks, called corruption. Tunaanza kuipaka marashi. You spray on this rot. It can never ever stop, rotting. Yeah, we talk about even when we talk about the deputy. I heard Mise saying that we are focusing on Ruto so much. That's the head. He wants to be president of corruption. We want to kill that quickly before we deal with other fish below. We can't allow him to get the sword. We can't allow him to be sworn in as the president. We better, all of us, 54 million, even the unborn Kenyans, we have to come up with arms in quote and make sure make sure Ruto does not get into that seat. That is number one. Let's stop even talking about others. We stop the king and prince of corruption first. Then from there now we can talk about others. Yeah. So Kenyans, we have to change the narrative. Corruption, we have to hit it the hardest way. Tuache siasa mingi, kizungu mingi. It will fight back. If it fights back, we hit it. I'd say like Lumumba. Ukisikia mosquito inakusumbua sana, chukua hama. If it's dodging hiyo na iko kwa dirisha, piga hata hiyo dirisha ibomoke. But it dies. So this corruption is hit it even if you hit your own brother. That is the path. That is the only way. Otherwise, if we don't manage that, I can assure you, and one day you guys will remember Stone PK. If we don't do that radical thing, this time we have Baba, the mother, and they are getting finished. By the way, for your information, the next generation after us cannot fight corruption. If we don't set the precedents now, that you can take to the bank. Right now, the people who have the bone to hit corruption directly is Baba coming to us, me and you. We are not very different. It's us who can hit it because we are talking about it. Our children will not talk about it. Our children wako juu ya kumake dough. And these are the ones, the younger ones, ambao tunashughulika. They are the ones giving us hell. Hii central tunaongea. It is that generation. These ones who are below here, look at even the Mizani and all those Tifa things you are seeing. That generation is the one that does not care how you get the money. Them it is mtu anachapa, period. How will you tell those people to fight corruption? It will be impossible. It will be impossible. Somebody wants a deal and that's it. That was Moi's time. Moi's time ilikuwa unauliza mtu Stone PK, what do you do? Mazee mimi ni mtu wa business. Ni masuti tu tao nimepiga na nina drive ma V8 na manini na nini na ile na mobile zile kubwa. Auoni nikiingia kwa ofisi ya mtu na kuambia ni madeal na nina doka mwizi na mimi ni mwizi. Okay, that was Moi. 24 years. No, 24 years Ajirongos, they would just rove the town, rove the city with one invoice here, inaingia hapa, una supply hewa, you have it. That is where we are heading. So that has to be stopped by Baba. If Baba misses it, we are finished.
Haya, tufunge show tufunge show. Tunaweza kaa hapa mpaka kukuche.
Ngoja nimalize Themba, wewe acha bana.
Na wengine lazima tulale ndio nini.
So if we go slowly, it will take us 100 or 150 years.
Abuya siku hizi ulali bwana.
Kwa nini nalala?
I ask him when I wake up he's here. When I come back he's here. When I go sleep he's here.
Unafanya Abuya asilale. Anangoja dedication kutoka kwa Makiadi.
Abuya, are you serious? Makiadi, did you come with a song?
No, I want us to start closing because Stone PK, hold on right there. I'll start with you so that we start closing. Nashukuru sana watu ambao wameweza kuja leo. It's already 8 hours down the line. We don't wanna stay more. We want to stay more, but again, we have to come to the end of our day today. Let me acknowledge those who have come down there. Peter Kilu just said yeye ni mwizi. Peter Kilu anasema PK amesema yeye ni mwizi. Hapana, he was giving an example, so you need to understand the context of his statement. Peter Mbogwa, till the time is now, let's not spare anybody because of our children. Yeah, those children of yours should think about themselves. Wacha kusema wataki historia. Historia includes mahali pesa yao pia imeenda. Usianze kuambia ati vijana wataki historia. The Bereans, thank you so much. Wakanda Nation, Nathan Dusi, asante. Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi, rafiki ya Luanzo Luambo Makiadi. Black, umeamua leo kuja huko juu kwa sababu kumekuwa kugumu. Jamaa wako alipewa 10-0 today, mipango yake yote ilienda, so don't worry. Richard Makiadi, jamaa penda sana huko comment section na pia huku, no problem. Yufi Motieno, Abuya pia yuko kwa comment, pia yuko. Niliwaambia this place can be addictive. You better be addicted to one. Be addicted to hapa juu. Kikuwa addicted huko chini na hapa juu, itakuwa ngumu tukipeleka rehab. Atashindwa kudeal na which side. Ukiwa busy kwa comment na uko busy kwa screen, sasa watashindwa kudeal na moja. Tunataka addiction yao hiyo moja tu. We win you out pole pole.
Mbanjiro analia huko nje.
I would request siku moja unatoka unapumzika, unakosa kuja kwa Mtembei for about a week, alafu ndio sasa tena unarudi. Ukikuja kila siku you will be addicted. Hata mimi the whole of next week I want to take a 1 week break kutoka Sunday. I will be away and ndio sasa nirudi kukampenia baba. So kuanzia next week sitakuwa, kuanzia Sunday mpaka the other.
Where in the world don't we have internet?
It's not about internet. It's taking a vacation.
It's about internet,
Remember, I'm
man. It's
waiting to
about
see
internet.
that. Nitangojea kuona kama utakuja.
I've started preparing you. I will be preparing you for the whole of this week. Next week. Nathan Dusi, Masio Menge, DA, first wife wa Makiadi. Naona umetoa Sara. Sasa Sara amezama, competition gone.
Yani Makiadi umekuwa polygamist, seriously?
Si wako wawili tayari huko chini.
Nakwambia Julia, ile mambo napitia kwa hii studio. Wacha tu.
Zakaria Roche, Julia nyamaza kwa sababu Mise yuko hapa. Sasa wewe pia tayari unachanganya Mise na unachanganya Abuya. Sasa si unyamaze tu polepole ndio usiwe na usiwe na
Sikuwa najua Abuya hebu tukutane nyuma ya tent tuongee.
Abuya pia amekutoa. Ukinyamaza kidogo, kuna wengine wanakuja kudedicate. Kwanza Abuya alidedicate song. Sasa wewe sijui utadedicate nini?
A man with two wives is called a polygamist. How do we call a woman with two men?
Polyandrous.
Adams will block you.
Polyandrous. Tiara Oscar Juma, asante baba. Kenya lazima itani blue. Tumeshasema. JB asante. Ian Soipei. Haya. Tafadhali na Mato Makandets. We are not admitting people again hapa kwa forum. Imefika mwisho. Wacha tumalize na hao watu 8 tafadhali. Asanteni sana wale ambao mnataka kuja kwa show. Lakini ni hivyo tu tafadhali. Tuache tumalize na hao jamaa 8. Ndio pia kesho tukutane. Now, subscribe to Mutembei TV, and even as you're subscribing to Mutembei TV, tafadhalini msubscribe kwa show yangu pia, Themba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali enda pale pia pitia, and you subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed. Those who have not subscribed, you are missing out on awesome content between my daughter and I. Kindly go there and subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Yufimo Tieno nasema Themba nialike hiyo vacation yako. Hey, 1 week vacation, man. I need some time. 1 week sitakuwa hapa kuanzia Sunday mpaka ile Sunday ingine. Takuwa naacha kwa mikono mizuri ya Makiadi, ya Adams na Julia hapa. So takuwa nakuja after that, baadaye ndio tutakuja kufunga. Tafadhali subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. I really appreciate. Now let's start. Stone PK. Dakika moja ya mwisho tafadhali. 1 minute.
Dakika moja. Wow. Okay, dakika yangu ya mwisho ni kusema kwamba Wakenya tuungane pamoja na tukondem corruption. Mwizi aitwe mwizi, asipewe jina lingine. Empathy tuache. Brother yangu Mize, tafadhali acha kusikilia mwizi huruma. 54 million iwezi kuwa inaimba wimbo ya mtu mmoja kuwa ni ako hivi na hivi na hivi. You know, we have so many leaders, and the law sometimes, they always say it, the law is not always right. You know, it says this while it means the other. Okay, kwa hivyo wale wezi tusiwaonee huruma, ni wezi. Let's decide before the court, because the court takes too long. Unaona kama sasa those thieves are still being approved to go and contest, and it is these thieves who have money that goes to confuse the mwananchi. Asante.
Asante Stone PK. Richie Makiadi.
Asante Themba, yangu ni mafupi. Nikipick mahali Stone PK ameachia, ndasema hivi, hiyo list imetoka. Hiyo list imetoka kwa EACC. Ikiwa approved, it means we have no election. Hatutakuwa na uchaguzi, na hiyo ndio tunataka. Kama itabidi hao watu wote wazuie kusimama, If that is what it takes to clean up the leadership of our country, then let it be. Wacha tukose uchaguzi. Finally, mi nita urge supporters wa baba, this is a new slogan. Ile ya Julia nasemanga wavuke sakafu. Yangu sasa ni PSS. Pima suti sasa. Nitakuwa narudia kila siku ndio ingie kwa akili za watu. Watu wapime suti. PSS, pima suti sasa. Asanteni.
Asante Makiadi. Julia?
Okay, today was one of the best days of my political thinking and all that. I loved what Uhuru did. He's actually my hero. I am not saying I like avenging, but I really enjoyed it. Those who are supporting Ruto, he's going to lose miserably. In fact, he'll not get more than 5 million votes. So naomba mvuke sakafu. Finally, to my fellow panelists, msikasirishe mise. Asante.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you.
Okay, wacha nisianze na Abuya, huenda nikaleta vita. Wacha nianze na wewe, alafu kisha niende kwa Abuya ndio kuwe draw.
I think Julia has made a submission. She was very clear. She didn't miss her words. She said only one person. Abuya was an exclusion. So it's not a debate that is already concluded. So for me, I want to say that Daud, you said some things that actually aligned with very many other panelists here. You say that the legacy of Uhuru, Uhuru did very well in the last 3 years, but did better in the second term in the absence of the deputy president. That what I got consistent there is that the deputy president has already and is part and parcel of that government and is inseparable. So to the negative and to the positive, the deputy president still is present. So the other thing that has been consistent here is fighting corruption. I mean, one thing that I've heard, and I think that was the parting shot for Stone PK, there is no corruption, there's no thief that is better than the other thief. There is no blue corruption, there's no yellow corruption, red, neither do we have orange corruption. Corruption is corruption, and we should fight it all, regardless who the agents are, whether they are small or bigger. Our country is greater than those individuals. The system should prevail and prevent anybody who is an agent of corruption. The last thing that I think, not the last, second last, is the thing that I think it should have been what Themba said, that serikali ni ya Uhuru. And I think I want to agree with someone who said somewhere that serikali sio ya Uhuru, serikali ni ya watu wawili, Uhuru na Ruto. If serikali ni ya Uhuru was anything to go by, then Ruto would have been fired long time ago. But the fact that he's still existing, it means that he has taken it. And to the negative and to the positive, still Ruto exists. And lastly, I want to say that the speech for the president was very nice, good, and objective. At the same time, it was subjective. But I also want to say that the president at one point became a motivational speaker when he cunningly used a gender card to try and lure people or women to vote for Baba by saying that he has a dream that in the future the women will also rule, or rather become in the highest office in the Kenyan government. So that was cunning, but it did work magic because he spoke to very many people who resonated with his speech. And I believe we should fight any vice that derails development in our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Mise. Wacha ndio nisilete vita, nipatie Abuya nafasi ndio kuwe na balance, tumalize mambo ya Julia isiwe issue. Abuya.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief, and mine is corruption, and change begins with us. We must first start practice it. We must start. It must start with us. So we must practice it, as in we must say no to corruption before we can lecture other people on corruption. Lastly, I will urge the Kenyan people to choose between sending the country to the dogs or what do you call it? Saving the country from going to the dogs. So make the wise decision, and the wise decision is Baba and Mama. And to reiterate what Stone PK said, this is the only chance. The generations that can stand up against corruption are fast fizzling out. So we must fix this nation so that we leave it in good shape. Finally, to my friend Mise, I want to advise him that you saw what Uhuru has been doing. He's been quiet, even when attacked. So I would advise you to think about the saying that says, still waters run deep. Thank you.
na Makiadi, can you manage your family? Mimi sitaki uchokozi huko chini. Can you manage?
And I hope Abuya is not trying to suggest that he is still and calm waters in relation to Julia. So
sasa nyinyi mmeanza vita sasa mapema.
Hiyo inaitwanga tafakari.
Makiadi, manage your family. I see your first wife na dia analeta fujo huko chini sana. Can you manage your household? Naomba Adams.
Thank you. My final parting shot. President Uhuru Kenyatta has demonstrated and is going down in history as a president and head of state who is very passionate about women. If you can concur with me about today's speech, he even went further and mentioned the Lady Justice, President of the Supreme Court, Martha Koome, by name. Then later on, he uploaded Martha, but he didn't mention her name rather. So he goes down in history as somebody who is very passionate in women, and that is so good for our sisters and daughters who may one day be the heads of state, if not in our generation, then in the next generation that follows. And so far, secondly, we are in the right direction. We as the foot soldiers or as the followers of Azimio, we are in the right direction. We are doing well. So let's continue forging ahead, and let's not lose focus, but remain focused on the prize. Thirdly, our Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto, after this election, after August 9th, when everything is done and settled, after the swearing ceremony and the oath of office is taken, I foresee a scenario whereby he might lose not all, but some of his lieutenants. He might lose them. And also, lastly, if you read somewhere in the 48 laws of power, it tells you that never outshine your master, even if you feel that you are smarter than him or her. Moving forward, in the future, even you people at your workplaces, personally, I've been a victim. There was a time in 2016, I tried to outshine my master. I was fired. So never outshine your master. It is dangerous, isn't it? Moving forward from today onward, I'll be having my consistent a word for goodbye. So thank you, everybody. And my goodbye word is very simple. You can say it. Oriti Uru. If you need explanation, ask Themba. He understands what I say. Oriti Uru. Thank you.
Oriti.
Thank you, thank you, Adams, for that. It is the first law, 48 laws of power, law number 1. And that law number 1, Mr. has avoided it completely. He never mentions law number 1. He mentions all the other laws, but law number 1, he never mentions. For some reason, I don't know why.
Then it is intentional. It is intentional.
Naona kuna money has been poured kule chini na DA. DA, I will talk to Makiadi to manage his wives. I can see one of the wives is consistently and continuously creating animosity on the Eufim Otieno is my fan. Go to Themba and Lulu Show, subscribe. Hapana mbaya Eufim Otieno, kuna I'm blessed. There's a need to I'm blessed pia. Amependa mimi sana. Hiyo ni mzuri pia. Eufim Otieno, kama wewe unapenda mimi pia, hiyo ni sawa. Enda kwa Themba and Lulu Show, subscribe. Yeah. Yeah. Makiadi kama atakuwa na wawili.
To them. Then, but why are you avoiding their question? Sasa wewe unapenda kusema Makiadi, Julia. Makiadi talk. Why are you not talking?
No, Makiadi has accepted.
I think I reserve the right to not answer that question. But in Themba, somebody has a really fundamental question for you in the comment section. Please read it.
Yeah, I have accepted Eufim. Can we come and subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show? Thank you so much. Daudi tafadhali.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Themba, for the opportunity. I think just as a word of concurrence with everyone in the room, fighting corruption is very important, and obviously the fight is two-pronged. The value system in the community needs to change because I think as a community we fail to demonize people who steal public money. I think one person either here or somewhere else listening is if we can beat back then if we can beat our children for stealing 10 shillings or 100 shillings, why aren't we very mad when we see people steal billions of shillings? So I think we should look at it with the same level of seriousness when we see our children, steal these small amounts of money in the house. And the other, obviously, arm of the fight is in just how we remunerate our public servants. The policemen obviously are not well remunerated, and you see that well displayed in how they take hongo from day to day. I think so. As a community, we need to change our value system. The government and also the people who pay their workers need to up their game. I think that can help in mitigating the problem of corruption. I have also 4 other things to mention. I think on the issue of Kalonzo, there is an article in the Nation today saying he might come back today, Kenyan time. So you guys can go there and see that. So the guy is still in Azimio. The 1.9 million votes from Mukambani still in lock, which is good. I saw Kabogo, Kuria, and Nyoro speak in Kiambu today, and they all seem shaken. I think these folks have just come to a realization that it is game over for them. They didn't seem that upbeat like they usually did, when they had their rallies going on. But I hope they join the winning team soon. One other thing I wanted to mention is I think I would like to concur with Adams on just how great of a president Uhuru is. Beyond being a progressive president that has seen the advancement of our sisters and mothers in the participation within the political space, I think he's done a lot for the economy. The Kenyan economy has expanded to, if I'm not wrong, I think it's almost a 13 trillion shilling economy. That puts us at number 6, behind Morocco and ahead of Ethiopia. So I think that is something that every Kenyan anaweza kujivunia, that there has been significant progress within the 10 years that Uhuru has been president. Obviously, more in the last term. And obviously, Uhuru himself spoke of the peace that was created by the handshake. And lastly, one thing that was mentioned was about the expressway. That expressway has been built by private financing. That means that I don't think there is any tax dollar that has gone into building that expressway through Nairobi. So it is fast in Africa, and it's something we could be proud about. We don't have to. Obviously, the guys will get their money and go away and leave it in the country. But it's something we should be also very proud about. No more traffic jams within the city if well managed. One thing that I would like to see is also public transportation improved. For example, if we could have subways and things like that, I think that will go a long way in easing transportation within the city. But other than that, I think the country is progressing in a good direction, and I think Raila is the person to take the country to that next quantum level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Asanteni sana kila mmoja wetu kwa ajili ya nafasi ambayo mlipata kuja hapa ili kuweza kubadilishana mawazo. Kama kawaida, karibuni nyote kila siku sana wakati kama wa leo. Leo tulianza kama kawaida saa 3:30 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati. Tunapatana hapa kwenye runinga ili kuweza kubadilishana mawazo. Ila kwa kweli ni wakati wa siasa na kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanatokea, na inapaswa tunapatana hapa kila siku ili kuweza kujumuika pamoja kama Wakenya. Manake Ukenya ndio unatuleta pamoja. Tunaweza kuwa na mawazo tofauti kufuatia mambo aina mbalimbali, lakini hilo si jambo ambalo linaweza kutufanya tusiweze kukosa nafasi ya kuzungumziana kama Wakenya. Njooni tusemezane kama Wakenya ili tuweze kujifunza. Ila kwa kweli wanasema chuma kinanoa kingine, ya kwamba kuna mambo ambao wengine wanafahamu, wengine hatuyafahamu. Hivyo tukipatana hapa kuweza kuongea, kuzungumza, tunajaribu kuelimishana. Yote 9 10 ni kwamba tunataka Wakenya wote itakapofikia tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 wote wawe tayari kufanya uamuzi ambao ni uamuzi wa maana, uamuzi ambao utasaidia kujenga vizazi vijavyo katika uongozi ambao tunahitaji, uongozi mwafaka. Kama wanavyosema wale ambao wamekuja kwenye mjadala, ni kwamba tuweze kupata viongozi ambao wataendeleza Kenya, ambao hawatashiriki katika ufisadi, ambao wataleta mambo mema na miradi mema kwa ajili ya vizazi vya kesho. Asanteni sana nyote ambao mmeweza kuwa hapa, wote ambao walikuwa kule kwenye comment section. Tunawapenda nyote, Motieno, DA na wengine wote, ila kwa kweli nyinyi ni wacheshi sana. Inapaswa nyie muweze kuingia katika wanaita Churchill show ama nini? Churchill show ni watu ambao wanapenda ucheshi sana, wazuri sana. Mnakuja hapa tunaweza kufahamiana, tunatabasamu, ila kwa kweli maisha si lazima kila wakati uwe tu kidogo umefunga sura au uongei. Uwe ni watu ambao tunafurahishana, tunafurahihana. Ni watu ambao kila wakati unajua unakuwa na maisha marefu kidogo kama ni mtu ambaye unachukua muda kidogo kutoa stress. Msongo wa mawazo, wanasema msongo wa mawazo. Hivi ukikuwa kila wakati wewe ni mtu ambaye hausemi, haucheki, uende ukawa siku moja ukashikwa na msongo wa mawazo. Hivi tunataka tuwe ni watu ambao mnapokutana mahali kama hapa mnakuwa ni watu ambao mnajaribu kuwa kidogo mnalegeza kidogo
Temba, leo tumesahau ile makala yetu ya rumba ile ya wikendi.
Yupo Makiadi bado yuko hapa. Lazima manake DA yosubiri. Temba, toa maana ya maneno haya matanga na mto. Matanga ni nini ile? Matanga ni sherehe ambayo yafanyiwa wafu, nafikiri wakati mtu anapofariki, ule mkutano ambao watu wanapatana ili kuweza kuzungumzia jinsi ambavyo wataweza kumzika mwenda zake. Wanasema kwamba kuna tofauti ya marehemu, mwenda zake na mwingine anaitwa nini? Kuna marehemu, kuna mwenda zake na kuna hayati. Kama ulikuwa ni mtu ambaye una hela kidogo, utakuwa hayati. Kama ulikuwa ni mtu ambaye hauna hela lakini uko hapo tu, utakuita marehemu. Lakini kama ulikuwa ni mtu ohehahe, mtu chakari, utaitwa mwenda zake. Sasa lazima uchague, utakuwa mwenda zake, marehemu ama hayati. Sasa hayati kiongozi shupafu. Mto ni maji kwenye sijui kwenye kidimbwi tofauti. Maji ambayo yanaenda kwenye ni msururu. Sijui kama nimewahi Makiadi. Yanayoteremka kuelekea yanaitwa mto. Nafikiri nimejaribu, lakini kabla Makiadi hajatupatia lugha ya Lingala, Kikongomane, wacha atupe constitution kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Halafu baada ya hapo tuweze kupata maombi, kisha Makiadi atumalizie na wimbo ambao Abuya alikuwa amesema uwe ni wimbo anauelekezea Julia. Manake amesubiri kabisa. Abuya hajalala, moyo wake umemwambia kwamba wimbo lazima uchezwe na wimbwe kama dedication kwa Julia. Hii mambo bana lazima tufanye papa hapa.
Hivi kwamba mimi na Julia tutaimbiwa
hilo wimbo.
Haya basi tusome article 66 ambayo inaongea juu ya regulation of land use and property. 1, it says the state may regulate the use of any land or any interest in or right over any land in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, public health, or land use planning. Number 2, Parliament shall enact legislation ensuring that investment in property benefits the local communities and their economies.
Okay.
Kuna malalamishi pale chini kwamba unapenda tu kuwazungumzia wanadada, mbona wanaume unawapiga kalamu pale ndio
Hamna, anasoma yote bwana, kama huyo jamaa ambaye alinipa maana ni Matanga na nafikiri ni mwanaume, ila basi siwezi jua kama ni mwanaume ama ni mwanamke, manake majina watu wanayotumia pale chini haezi akakuelezea kama ni mwanamke ama ni mwanamume, ni majina tu. Kama wewe
ni majina gushi.
Wewe ukisikia wajuaje DA ni mwanamke, wewe wajuaje? Na wajuaje huyo
najua Julia ni mwanamke na
Julia nafahamu ni mwanamke, manake nimemuona hapa kwenye runinga. Yule DA sijawahi muona. Yufi Motieno sijawahi muona. Wanaweza kuwa ni majina tu gushi yamewekwa pale, jamaa anakuingiza nini bwana. Sasa huyu yajuaje kwamba hata huyo Evans Nyantuka kuna jamaa anaitwa hapa Alex mara nyingine anaingia kama Ruth. Sasa wewe wafikiria kule chini wachat na Ruth, kumbe ni Alex. Sasa kuna jamaa mwingine nimwambia, hata kuna wakati nimefikiria Pen Nyagaka ni mwanamke, hadi alipokuja hapa nikajua kumbe ni jamaa tu hivi.
Ukifanya makosa unaweza mtongoza, kumbe ni mwanaume mwenzako.
Lakini
die nafahamu bwana, nafahamu, wala sijakuona. Sasa siwezi nikasema kwamba lakini kuna kipindi watu wanaongea mpaka dia anasema hapana bwana, mimi si jamaa, mimi ni mwanamke. Hatuwezi jua jina huwezi jua bwana, huwezi ukajua jina ni mume ama kike. Jina halina nini bwana.
Naomba tumtumbuize bwana Robert Abuya, mimi na Julia. Huo wimbo Makiadi anapoimba, mimi na Julia tunaweza tukainuka tukamtumbuiza, manake Abuya angependa sana kutuona tukicheza.
Hivi mbona wewe wafanya ile ambayo tunaita kuiba mbio? Haya, naomba tumalize kwa maombi, alafu kisha tutakuwa na Makiadi akiweka dedication ambayo iliitishwa na Abuya kutoka kwenda kwake Julia. Julia pia naona ametabasamu kweli, ametabasamu samu akisubiri wimbo uweze kuja kwake. Hivi Julia wafurahi sana, wanaume wawili kama wamepigania hapa, sio?
Ninangojea huo wimbo kwa hamu na gamu.
Naelewa. Haya, leo Stone PK utatupa kifungu cha kwanza, Daudi utupe kifungu cha pili, alafu Adams utupe kifungu cha tatu. PK uko muted.
Haya basi, twende kazi. Tuombe. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Aya, asanteni sana. Naona watu pale chini wanajitetea kwamba majina ni hao, lakini majina ni yenyu, lakini hatujui kama nyinyi ni wa kike ama wa kiume. Ni wachache tu, kama Dia amesema yeye ni wa kike, Yufi Motieno yasema yeye ni wa kike, lakini kama hatujawaona hapa kwenye runinga, hatuwezi tukasema ni kike ama ni wa kiume, hatuwezi tukasema. Kwa hivyo mtuwie radhi, sisi tunaongea tu kulingana na, yanaweza kwa majina gushi ama mtu mmoja akawa na majina mengi sana huko chini. Hilo ni kawaida ya mitandao. Tafadhalini, kama huja subscribe, nenda Themba Ndulu Show tafadhali, tufikishe angalau 1000, tafurahi sana. Lakini kwa sasa Makiadi, kuna jamaa ameshindwa kulala. Amesema moyo wake haupigi damu tu, unapiga pia unafanya kazi zingine.
Hakika wimbo ambao ndugu yangu Roba jana alisema anataka kusikiza ni wimbo ambao umeimbwa na TPOK Jazz, wimbo ambao unajulikana kama Bina Nangai na Respect. Bina Nangai na Respect inasema inamaanisha cheza nami kwa heshima, ama useme kwa kimombo dance with me with some respect. Sitaenda sana kwa sababu ya copyrights. Wajua tukijaribu kuenda sana tunaweza shtakiwa. Sasa sitaki ni wimbe, nitasoma tu pengine sentensi mbili alafu tutasonga mbele. Wimbo wenyewe unasema namna hii: sitoebani te Bina Nangai na Respect nayali mwasi yo moto, yani cheza nami kwa heshima kwa sababu mimi ni bibi ya wenyewe, ama mimi ni mke ya mtu.
Ala.
Bibi ama bwana?
Ama ni bibi anasema, ni mke anasema, anaambia mwanaume cheza nami kwa heshima kwa sababu mimi ni bibi ya mtu.
Amkamate vizuri.
Hiyo ni sawa, umemwambia Robert Abuya ni sawa.
Makiadi,
who is the artist? Who is the artist?
Now everybody is translating.
It's TPOK Jazz. Hiyo ni bandi ya Franco. Alafu kuna rafiki yangu pale kwenye comments anaitwa DR, lazima nikudediketie hii. Ulisema kwamba unapenda wimbo ambao unaitwa Moibi wa Pepe Kale. Wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii: nayebi lingaka ingaite o mwana mama, nayebi lingaka mbongo na ngai o ndendela misusu. Yani inasema kwamba ninajua kwamba hunipendi mimi, my sister. Ninajua kwamba unapenda pesa zangu ili uweze kuwaonyesha wengine.
Sawa, hiyo ni kweli. Kweli kabisa, Die anapenda hela zako, hapendi wewe.
Die abia makiadi tawe.
So in that scenario, Die ni dem, is a female.
Die ni dem, na sasa ameenda kuitisha wimbo ambaye nasema anapenda hela za Makiadi. Sasa Makiadi hapo ni raso naongea.
Naeba lingaka ngaite o mwana mama, naeba lingaka mbongo na ngai. Mbongo sasa ni pesa. Naeba, nimegundua ya kwamba unapenda pesa zangu. Yani naeba lingaka mbongo na ngai. Mbongo ni pesa zangu, na ngai ni mimi sasa. Naeba lingaka mbongo na ngai mwana hiyo sasa. Wacha tuachie hapo.
Demba unachomea DA, so amesema wachana naye kabisa.
No, hiyo ni wimbo gani ameitisha? Ameitisha wimbo ambayo Pepe Kale anasema ya kwamba najua napenda hela zangu.
Najua kwamba hunipendi mimi. Najua unapenda pesa zangu ndio uende kuonyesha wenzako.
Lakini ni kweli, dia akupendi kabisa. Ni hela anapenda.
Amesema hata tutafanya ingie studio sahi.
Wacha aje tu confirm ya kwamba ni raso inamsukuma. Raso ameona. na umeona Abuya pia naye, yani ni vizuri kidogo unaangalia hizi nyimbo, maanake sasa hata Abuya hiyo wimbo imemtupa nje kabisa kutoka kwa Julia. Sasa hata Julia kama mise hizi nyimbo za Abuya ni
Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again tomorrow. We meet again at 9:30. We meet again at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you so much, Abuya, Daudi, Adams, Mise, Julia, Makiadi na Stone PK. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Inshallah.
Good night.